Hey guys, it's yo boy Mr.lightnov here. Thanks you so much for over 100 subscribers, much love. Chapter 81. Who are you? 900 life crystals gained. Life crystals, 981. The feeling of gaining a staggering amount of life crystals was enough to make Asher feel like he had won the lottery. The moment he stepped out, he looked down at the crowd of demons standing before him. By now, there were at least 5 times the number of demons present here compared to when he arrived. It was as if nobody wanted to miss out on an event that would get engraved in the future records of history. This time he didn't bother to hide his mana circuit and let everyone see him as he should be. From now on, he decided not to play the cripple but instead make them all fear his power and what he could be capable of. Far broken bar, especially in the future. Playing the cripple wasn't his style anyway, and he had already become tired of it. He inwardly scoffed, seeing the stunned expressions of the demons standing outside. How could they not be shocked, especially when the experts sensed that he was at level 8? It had not even been a month since he woke up, and he was already strong enough to become a soul warrior. Even if he wasn't officially one, they had no doubt of his capability to become one. People usually would take dozens of years to become one. Rowena was equally astonished as he was in the castle the entire time, though her face maintained a calm expression. For the past month, she never felt any power coursing through him other than the fact that his aura as a person underwent subtle changes throughout the month. Marina heard from others that her master was at level 8, which astonished her. She was already surprised at how fast he was leveling up earlier, but now he was stronger than her in every way. But what astonished her the most was the fact that his bloodline was of immortal class. She knew something about him was special and put him apart from the others after serving him for the past month. She just never expected him to be this superior. Now, who would dare to question his bloodline? She felt as if maybe becoming his slave was a good turning point in her life. Most of the young women in the hall, including even some from noble backgrounds, felt their cheeks becoming hot, thinking of ways they could slip into his bed. They knew they couldn't officially become his woman since he was married to the queen, but they hopelessly wished they could at least get a night alone with him and bear a child whose talents would stand above all. Still, this idea wasn't possible for those coming from noble backgrounds since bearing a child without a father would just make them an outcast. Unfortunately, this made them feel envious of the women of low origins who had no problems bearing a child without a father. The demons standing in the queues who had come to take part in the first trial couldn't even dare to meet the gaze of the royal consort. All of them were around level 2 to level 5, and never in their dreams did they expect the royal consort to be stronger than them. They were now actually scared of him after seeing that he was far from a useless one and had no doubt about what he would become in the future. They regretted mocking him and looking at him in a scornful way before. They prayed that he didn't notice the contempt they held for him. Even the demons from the higher floors didn't know why, but they felt as if the royal consort's aura was making them feel goosebumps. Some of the smarter ones were already planning to make acquaintances with him since they could see that a huge power shift was going to happen in the kingdom in the coming years. They even looked at each other to see who would be the first to get to the royal consort and become his friend. Darren was already kneeling on his left knee and bowed his head before Asher. I, Darren A-lister, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Highness Royal Consort Asher Drake, according to law, he said in a loud, formal and respectful tone. Darren didn't even think twice before doing this. Even if he didn't give his word before, Darren would have sworn his allegiance to the royal consort the first chance he could get. Even if the royal consort didn't hold any power now, it didn't mean things would be the same in the future. Asher smiled upon seeing this young lord swear his allegiance to him. The reason he wanted him to be his vassal was not only because his house was under the shade of House Thorn but also because Darren was known to be quite good at forging weapons and enchanting them. He would be quite useful in the coming days. You may rise, young Lord Darren of House A-lister, Asher said as he placed his hand on his shoulder, making Darren immediately raise his body and give a deep bow towards him. Rebecca, who had somehow managed to regain her bearings after experiencing the shock of her life, was now staring daggers at Darren. He was from a house that was a vassal to her familial house, so how dare he take things into his own hands and swear fealty to a different house, or specifically that vermin? She decided to make sure to make him feel like an outcast in his own house. Only then will he learn his lesson and know his place. However, most of them were dying to ask the important and obvious questions to Asher. They wanted to know when his mana circuit got fixed and who trained him to take on this trial. Even if he was born with an immortal bloodline, it would be impossible for him to survive the trial without knowing how to make use of his talents. Who was the mysterious expert who trained him within a month, and did the same expert train him to take on quests to let him reach this level? Wasn't it against the law to take on quests as an unregistered warrior, or did the queen know about it the entire time? Some of the demons were already about to reach the royal consort and congratulate him as a way of breaking the ice to acquaint with him, but they all froze in their steps when they saw the queen stepping forward towards him. "Before you do anything else, I want you to explain to me about everything," Rowena said in a low voice with a fixed gaze. She had to know how all this was possible and if this meant anything. Asher wanted to hear exactly that, as he said with a narrowed gaze, "Of course, let's talk in private." Rowena softly nodded as she looked at Eradicator, who immediately gestured to everyone else to make way. All of them didn't dare to dilly-dally and quickly made way for the queen and her consort to walk, even if it meant stepping over the others' feet. Sabina furrowed her brows as she looked at the two enter one of the empty training rooms. What are they going to talk about in secret? Everyone should disperse now. The royal consort has important matters to attend to today. Any business you have with him can be discussed tomorrow, Duncan Dora loudly said as most of them sighed and left. Only those demons who had yet to take part in the first trial were standing in the queues. But suddenly, one of them loudly shouted, "Eh? The reward list is only showing till the 6th summoning. What? Does that mean this trial would no longer have a 7th summoning? Is this why the Hell Maiden said the royal consort would be the first and last one to receive her reward? No, broken bar. Does this mean none of us will ever get a chance to get the same reward? Who are you kidding? Do you think you would have passed the 7th summoning like the royal consort? Keep dreaming. It's not like any one of us would have passed it anyway. But this also means even in the future, nobody would get that reward even if they were as good as the royal consort. I doubt anyone with an immortal bloodline would be born in the future. The royal consort is a freak of nature and is of an alien race. I don't think anyone like him would come by in the future." Duncan Dora looked at the chamber of hell with a focused gaze and mumbled something nobody could hear. Rebecca, Edmund, and a few other geniuses had sour expressions, realizing that Asher would be the only one to possess such a powerful grimoire. They regretted not participating in the 7th summoning, but then they realized that even if they did, there was no way they would survive against Hell Maiden. This made them feel a sense of inferiority against Asher, especially Rebecca and Edmund. They didn't want to accept this and instead only filled them with even more anger and hate. Meanwhile, in one of the training rooms, Eradicator was standing guard outside while Asher and Rowena were inside, alone. "Now that we are alone, I want you to tell me everything. I can't even begin to understand who or what you really are. Were you really a cripple all these years?" Rowena said as her eyebrows pulled together. Asher calmly took a breath as he turned around and said, "For the most part, I only know as much as you do, and I am also curious about my origins. Just as you are, I was really a cripple all these years and woke up a month ago, but that is when things took a turn for me." "What do you mean?" Rowena asked with furrowed brows. "Do you remember the mysterious expert who saved my life when the assassination attempt happened?" Asher asked with a tilt of his head. Rowena nodded with a focused gaze, wondering what he was trying to say. "Well, a broken bar, that expert is the one who fixed me and the one who trained me for the past month. That expert, a broken bar, was actually ordered by your father to help me out. I don't know how he fixed me, but maybe your father left that expert with the necessary knowledge and tools to help me out," Asher said with a shrug. He knew he was stretching his hand a bit too much, but this was better than letting her know the true reason. Rowena's eyes blinked in confusion, feeling it hard to believe, but then she thought that considering how her father wanted Asher alive, He must have already planned things to help him out even after his death, to the point of even appointing someone to watch him from the shadows. Otherwise, that assassin would have killed Asher for sure that day. Did this mean her father knew the potential Asher had, especially the fact that his bloodline was of the immortal class? Was this the reason why he let the treatment continue for so long? But her expression hardened as she looked at him and asked, "This expert has been helping you for an entire month, and you never told me. Why would you try to hide this from me? Do you understand how important this is or how it will affect not only us but the entire kingdom?" Asher sighed and said, as he looked into her eyes, "Do you seriously think I wanted to hide things from you? You are the only I can trust in this damn world." Rowena's expression softened slightly as she became silent for a moment before asking, "Then, it was because he told me to not tell anybody else, Broken Bar, at least not until today. He was the one who told me to request a month's time from you to train for this. He said if I prematurely revealed myself, it won't be wise. He also said you won't let me take quests if you knew I was no longer a cripple. As for his identity, Broken Bar, I don't know why he wants to keep it a secret. Maybe there is some good reason for that. Let's hope one day he will reveal himself to you, though I feel like I may not even see him again." Rowena pressed together her lips, knowing he was right about not letting him take quests if she had known. "So, in that time, he also helped me train to complete quests. That is how I managed to level up quick. He was quite harsh on me when it came to training, but I don't regret it, considering what I learned. And this is the reason why I said to you that I have a surprise for you. I trained hard every day till my hands and feet bled so that I could make up for the fact that you had to endure me as a burden. I thought you would be happy to know that you won't have a useless consort anymore. You area Broken Bar happy, right?" Asher softly asked as he looked at her. Rowena saw Asher's expectant eyes and didn't know what to think after seeing him do all this for her. She stroked the side of her left brow and took a step to the side as she said, "My happiness doesn't really matter, Buta Broken Bar. It's good you are not a cripple anymore. I never thought this would be the surprise, but since you took quests and leveled up so quickly, it must mean you must have endangered your life at least once. It also means that you will continue to take such risks in the future as well. I don't want you to do that. I can provide for you, Broken Bar, whatever you need. All you have to do is not put your life in danger, at least not until you have gained more experience." "No," Asher firmly said as he added, "I don't want to hide behind you or leech off from you. I already did enough of that." Asher shook his head. He knew that she was telling this based on her belief that his life experience was no longer than a 1-month-old baby. What she said was logical since simply having combat training doesn't help one survive. But she had no idea his life experience was more than hers. He continued as he looked at her from behind, "I am a man and your husband, Rowena. Are you going to rob me of my right to be there for you, my dignity and pride, by not letting me be both? I am not a fragile vase that needs protecting. I want us to support each other. Your father only made you promise to keep me safe until I woke up. Otherwise, do you think he would have sent that mysterious expert to help me if he really didn't want me to risk my life? Don't you think he probably wanted to find my calling and become something?" Rowena fell into contemplation as she felt that perhaps that might be true. Did her father want her to keep him alive until he was ready to stand on his own feet? Did her father want him to gain power and be a source of strength for the kingdom? Did he appoint an expert to help him achieve this? Then why couldn't he confide in her if he really wanted some help? Was he hiding something from her? No. Her father wouldn't hide anything important from her. He has always been open with her. Still, she just couldn't get rid of this feeling of uncertainty. She felt like she had a lot of unanswered questions to ask this mysterious expert, but knew she won't be able to find that person herself, especially if that person somehow knew how to come in and out of her castle without anybody's knowledge. This left her confused about what she should do. Try to protect him as her father made her promise until she feels he has enough experience, or let him discover himself on his own? If you are still feeling confused about it, don't forget a Broken Bar. You promised me you won't restrict me anymore if I came out of that chamber alive, so I guess this solves the confusion you have now, Asher said with a subtle smile. Rowena briefly closed her eyes, wondering why she had made such a promise, but now that she had given him her word, she couldn't go back on it. But you don't have to worry, all you have to do is believe in me no matter how impossible things might seem, just like how everybody thought I was going to die in that chamber. If I say I have no plans in dying, then I won't die, Asher said with a determined light in his eyes, making Rowena feel inclined to give him a chance based on the confidence oozing from his eyes and what he had proved so far. Even though I haven't personally interacted with your father, I do feel indebted to him for taking me in and protecting me for all these years when anyone else in his position would have thrown a useless cripple to the beasts, Asher said in a tone of admiration and respect, though inwardly he was cursing the Demon King for letting him silently suffer for 14 years. He very well learned from his memories and Marina later on that the Demon King had made sure nobody else would learn about him getting tortured in his own room. He had no idea what that cunning old demon was planning by taking him in but letting him get mauled by dogs for years. That was how it all made sense. How even a lowly maid was allowed to spit on him without any consequences. Everyone worshipped the Demon King as a mighty and capable leader and maybe even a kind one for taking in a cripple of low origins, but only Asher knew this man was hiding dark secrets, more than he could think of. He was still not feeling good about the words the Demon King said to him right before he died. A man like him was in no way a kind or benevolent one to take in a cripple and even marry that cripple to his only daughter. Something was telling him the Demon King did everything for reasons that could only serve him, though he failed to see how. This was why Asher was still feeling a sense of uneasiness he just couldn't put his finger on. At the same time, he also remembered more memories involving the Demon King, Rowena and Hema, broken memories which made him have mixed feelings but nonetheless left him with more anger. And that's why I want to help you avenge him. Humans should pay the price for what they did. Together we can achieve what your father set out to do. We will take over their world and bring them all to their knees and end this never-ending war, Asher said with a sharp gaze, his eyes briefly glinting with killing intent. Rowena's lips subtly shook, feeling stirred by his words. She could feel from his words and his aura that he truly meant every word. For the first time, she felt as if she wasn't alone in this fight. On the day her father died, all people cared about who was going to fill his seat. None of them truly cared about avenging what the kingdom lost that day. Even she couldn't properly mourn her loss as some of her own family members and others were too busy trying to kill her and take the throne. At that moment, she realized how small-minded and selfish everyone was. A year passed, and yet nobody had truly done anything to make the humans pay for what they did. She had been fighting on her own all this time, but now, feeling Asher's gaze, she felt that somebody actually cared about getting vengeance and wanting to fulfill their true purpose, broken by conquering the severed realm and freeing them from this hellish world. Her eyes hardened as she said with a cold, bloodthirsty light in her eyes, "You are right, a broken bar. Maybe this is what my father wanted, a broken bar for you to finally realize your potential and help us achieve what we demons have been striving for since the beginning of time. It also wouldn't be good for our people if I held you back." Asher inwardly smiled as he held her shoulders and said while looking into her crimson eyes, "Yes, a broken bar. This is why he made us marry each other, because he knew we will do what is necessary. Together, a broken bar, we will save our kingdom before any of our enemies try to crush us. Together, we will do whatever it takes." Rowena's eyes flickered momentarily hearing his words. She then nodded with a cold, determined gaze and then asked, "We will, a broken bar. But for now, a broken bar, what are you going to tell the people? They will have the same questions as I did." Asher took a step back and said, "I know, and that is why I want you to tell them that you were the one who trained me. As I said, we can't let them know about the mysterious expert who has been helping me. As for who fixed me, you can tell them the truth, that the Demon King did it. It isn't really that far-fetched that a wife helped out her husband. Let them think you already knew about my bloodline. They will then connect things together and find it as a reasonable explanation." He finished as he smiled inwardly. The news of the royal consort conquering the first trial in the Tower of Hell while surviving all 7 summonings shook the entire kingdom. The fact that the royal consort was shockingly no longer a cripple but possessed the strongest bloodline class just like the ancient demon king Devourer, coupled with the astonishing feat of surviving all the 7 summonings, was enough to be the news of the century or centuries. Even a dog sleeping on the streets knew the kingdom would go through drastic changes gradually. No one had ever been born in this realm with an immortal bloodline except for the first demon king, who was said to have somehow gained an immortal bloodline right after surviving the 7th floor. Nobody had any proof, but since it was history passed down through countless generations, they were inclined to believe it, so it was only natural to think that the royal consort could reach a level of strength close to the Devourer, who was the strongest demon to ever exist in this realm. It was believed that if the Devourer had been alive today, the severed realm would have easily been conquered. So some people couldn't help but be excited and dream about the fact that maybe the royal consort would be able to achieve what they thought was impossible. Maybe if he grows to his full potential, then taking over the severed realm may not be a distant dream. Still, this was just a hopeless wish since they had enough experiences in the past to realize that conquering the severed realm was a futile dream. The majority had long since accepted this fact and only focused on surviving day-to-day by invading the severed realm for small gains. However, some were greatly regretting not making acquaintances with the royal consort, at least during the celebration that happened a month ago. Now they have to think of ways to get close to him and make sure he would remember them in the future. I knew it. I told you the late Demon King fixed him before he died and hid the fact using some artifact. Yeah. Thinking about it, our late king wouldn't take in some cripple for no reason. Our all-seeing king was able to see through his potential. I always felt that the royal consort was special. He doesn't look like any of us but has such handsome and noble features. Everyone talked me down whenever I said the royal consort had noble blood in his veins. I hoped the royal consort would reward me for my faith in him. Fuck off. You were the one who told me that the royal consort should die for the sin of being a pathetic consort to someone as revered as our queen. Shush, don't you dare make up stuff about me and besmirch my name. Other than his immortal bloodline, I am more jealous about the fact that the queen personally trained the royal consort. No wonder he was able to breeze through 6 summonings without getting a single scratch. Only someone of her caliber coupled with his talent could make him so strong within just a month. I don't think a man could be luckier than that. I would sacrifice my soul just to experience a single second in the shoes of the royal consort. HMPH, no way our queen has so much time in her hands. She must have appointed someone else to train him. Why don't you just say you are jealous of the royal consort rather than acting like a sour pussy? It was evening when the trials were closed off for today, and all the demons who came to participate dispersed. Only those who were here to train were secluded in their own training rooms. However, Asher was still here, and right now, he was standing in front of all the floor wardens, and even the head warden, Duncan, was present here, standing in the middle, between him and the others. Asher, since you survived all the summonings, I am giving you the chance to choose any of the wardens in this tower as your master. I feel that you are qualified to be given this chance. The one you choose will guide you to achieve your full potential and also teach you how to approach the trials on the higher floors, Duncan Doru explained as he gestured at the 5 floor wardens. If any other demon saw this sight where a challenger of the tower was given the golden chance of letting him choose any of the floor wardens as his master, they would die with envy. Normally, it was the other way around, with the floor wardens taking their pick based on who they thought was the best. If they get picked, they would have to swear allegiance to them, but who wouldn't want to swear their allegiance to one of the 3 great houses? It was a golden opportunity to rise up the ranks and gain more benefits than they could ever imagine. It was seen as a win-win scenario. However, it was the opposite for Asher, who could pick anyone he wanted, including even the head warden. Nobody had ever seen the head warden pick someone except the queen, which they could understand since she was the crown princess at that time and she deserved it as well based on her capabilities. Still, the queen can never hold any other position, while if someone else gets the head warden as their master, they might very well get a chance to become the head warden of this tower in the future. But most importantly, they would get to learn under the most experienced and powerful figure in this tower, who wouldn't become one of the strongest reapers or raiders in this realm after learning under him. Asher learned by now that Duncan was also the floor warden for the 6th floor, so except for him, all the other 5 wardens were women. First floor, Rebecca Drake. Second floor, Sylvia Valentine. Third floor, Sabina Thorne. Fourth floor, Nada Valentine. Fifth floor, Esther Thorne. He knew that the senior and powerful men from the 3 great houses were busy taking care of the important matters of the kingdom, so only the senior and powerful women from this family could fulfill the roles required in this tower. 2 were from the younger generation, while 3 were their seniors, yet all 5 of them were quite pretty and elegant, with Sabina and Rebecca having an edge in this area, and each of these women was giving him different kinds of looks. Rebecca had a constipated expression, looking like she couldn't wait to strangle him to death as expected. Sylvia was caressing her twin tails with a sweet smile as if tempting him to play with her, but he only felt weirded out by her uncanny smile and was already thinking of ways to put her in her place before she annoys him again. Sabina simply gave him a seductive wink as if telling him that the choice was obvious on whom to choose. He didn't know if he was imagining it, but he felt like she was more interested in him, but not surprising. Nada had a pleasant smile and seemed to give off an aura that could make anyone feel reassured by choosing her. He couldn't really get a grasp on what that woman was thinking of him. Esther had a cold and aloof look, yet her eyes had a piercing gaze as she looked at him, making it slightly obvious that he was in her head. Asher could feel she didn't seem that happy about the surprising turn of events, and this only made him wonder the reason why she was like this. He wondered if it was because she was feeling sore about the fact that her wimpy son got his ass tricked by him. Does she really care about that limp dick of a son? Her being bitter for such a trivial matter didn't seem to make sense though. There is no warden for the 7th floor? Asher asked. Duncan softly shook his head and said, since no one has conquered the 7th floor, we feel none of us is qualified to be its warden. To be a warden of a floor, it is mandatory that they at least should have conquered that floor, though for the 7th floor, no warden is required. Asher nodded, but he never had any plans to become anyone's disciple. No offense Buta Broken Bar, I think I will pass on this. I am not really a fan of swearing allegiance to someone else or being told what to do. I will just take my own chances. Asher knew this might make it harder for him to learn things and even conquer the higher floors, but he felt it was worth it rather than becoming someone else's puppet. Rebecca inwardly harumphed, seeing his arrogance and insulting them all indirectly. Does he seriously think just because of his immortal bloodline, he can look down on everyone? She couldn't wait to see him eat his own words upon facing death on the higher floors. Considering his attitude, he will surely try to attempt the 7th floor's trial, which he will surely fail, but of course, who knows if he would live that long to take part in that trial. Sylvia's smile suddenly turned into a grumpy one, as if she didn't expect him to say that. Sabina raised her brows in surprise to see that he wasn't even considering any one of them, yet instead of making her feel insulted, she felt more intrigued. Nada placed her hand on her slightly parted lips as if she was worried he was making a wrong decision, while Esther barely had any change in her expression. It seemed like she didn't really care if he chose or not. Duncan barely raised his brows before calmly saying, I understand, but if that is your concern, then I want you to reconsider becoming my disciple. I don't want you to swear your allegiance to me, nor will I force you to do anything. All I would do is guide you while the rest would be in your hands. I feel that someone as talented as you should receive all the help you can get to not only achieve your fullest potential. As he said this, Duncan's eyes shone with a faint fervent light. Asher didn't expect him to offer such a proposition, but based on what he knew about Duncan so far, he seemed like a wise old man who only cared about nurturing the best of the best and witnessing them achieving their full potential. He knew teachers like these who didn't really care about receiving any benefits but only wanted to see their students use their teachings to achieve great things. It was a way of passing down their legacy for people like Duncan, and so Asher had no doubt he wouldn't go back on his words. The 5 women were surprised the head warden was making such a proposition with no real benefit to him, but then they realized he must be doing this as a way of building confidence with someone as talented as Asher. It was a gamble which they couldn't afford to take. Asher didn't hesitate much longer as he said, "All right, I will be your disciple." In a broken bar, Master Duncan, Asher felt that it would only be good to learn from such an experienced demon. He still didn't know much about reaping and felt his new master could make him an expert reaper. Duncan nodded with an inner glow in his eyes as he said, "Then we will start tomorrow. You will also get to complete quests in between as well." "Okay, but before we disperse, there is one important matter to settle," Asher said as he glanced at Rebecca, who furrowed her brows, feeling that this wretch was up to no good, and then suddenly, she was reminded of something that made her clench her jaw. "What do you want to discuss, Asher?" Duncan asked with his hands behind his back. "This is a bit awkward, but before the 7th summoning began, Warden Rebecca and I had a small bet. Since our words are said to be worth as life crystals, I wanted Master Duncan to help us fulfill the conditions of the bet," Asher said with a respectful smile, though Rebecca's expression darkened, realizing what he was after. In her shock, she had forgotten about the bet she had placed with him out of desperation to make him undergo the 7th summoning, but who knew he would actually survive the impossible and come back to haunt her. The other women, especially Sabina, found it surprising that these two had a bet among themselves, and knowing Asher was not bad at betting, especially on himself, she inwardly chuckled, already knowing who lost. If even she had lost to Asher before, who else could win against him? Duncan pulled together his brows as he asked, "A bet? What kind of bet did you two place?" Rebecca suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Asher, I didn't think you would take that bet seriously. It was merely just to give you motivation. Head Warden, you don't have to waste your precious time on this silly matter." "Silly? With all due respect, I don't think transferring your position of floor warden to me is a silly matter," Asher said with a calm expression. "Oh my ... Did she really bet on her position as a floor warden?" Nada softly mumbled with raised brows. Esther furrowed her brows and gave a side glance at Rebecca as if even she found it surprising and utterly foolish that she did something like that. Sabina also shook her head with a suppressed smile, wondering what in the world Rebecca was thinking. Sylvia softly mumbled to herself with a pout, she should really know better than to bet against someone with full of tricks. Rebecca's face reddened upon feeling the side glances of the four standing beside her. She couldn't believe she was losing face because of this brat. Duncan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Rebecca and asked, "Warden Rebecca, did you really promise this boy to give up your position to him if he survived the 7th summoning?" Rebecca's expression became taut upon feeling that the head warden seemed to be pissed off. She immediately shook her head and said, "Head Warden, as I said, it was only a joke. I didn't mean it to be taken seriously." Rebecca felt that even if she placed the bet, would anybody seriously consider making a boy the floor warden of the first floor? No way at all. "I want you to resign as the floor warden and instead give me that position ... If I succeed, of course, fine ... I accept. It will be a pity if I don't get to see a genius like you surviving the 7th summoning." The voices of Asher and Rebecca suddenly played out from a small blue crystal that was on Asher's right palm. This was simply a crystal that stored spoken agreements just in case the other conveniently forgot about it. Most people used this, especially nobles, though none of them really used it since it was considered shameful if they had to use the crystal to prove they weren't lying. This was why once a spoken agreement was made there was a high chance they wouldn't break it. Maybe Warden Rebecca did mean it as a joke, but she clearly didn't mention it, nor did I take it as a joke as well. I actually don't want to ask, but ... Warden, was I mistaken to value your words? Asher asked with a guileless expression as if he really wanted to know if he was mistaken, but a vein popped up on Rebecca's temple, knowing that he was questioning the worth of her words before everyone else, especially the head warden. As the princess consort and a member of one of the great houses, she can't let anybody think that her words have no worth. It would be utterly disgraceful if people thought that, but at the same time, how could she really give up her position as the floor warden? She even had to try hard to get the 1st floor position to pick out geniuses early and bring them under her fold. If she loses this position, she will no longer be able to gain new vassals, at least not the talented ones. She would also lose a lot of prestige and power by no longer being able to work in the Tower of Hell. She couldn't believe she had put herself in such a frustrating situation where there was no way out without losing something that mattered to her. But in her desperation, she decided to not give up that easily and said, "Of course, my word does hold value, but we all know that practically it isn't possible to give up my position. One has to be qualified to take up the position of a floor warden." She then looked at the head warden and added, "I know Asher is talented, but he is still too young and inexperienced to take up the position of one. He only woke up a month ago. That is why I never considered it seriously or expected Asher to not understand that he is still a junior." She finished with a condescending side glance towards Asher. Esther and Nada also felt it was absurd to make a young boy the floor warden of a floor. It didn't matter if he had an immortal bloodline if he didn't have enough experience to help more demons pass the first trial. An inexperienced warden would never be able to bring out the hidden potential in demons who could have potentially survived the first trial. Sabina also knew the same thing, but she felt that this charming guy was up to something. Sylvia seemed to not care either way. All she wanted was some alone time with him. "I think we already know I am more than qualified to be the floor warden of the first floor. I survived all 7 summonings. Isn't that the main criteria that is considered for someone to become a warden of a floor? As for my experience, nobody has seen how well I can do as a warden, so why don't we see for a week whether I will have more challengers surviving under my watch compared to Warden Rebecca's?" Asher suggested with a faint confident smile, making the others feel surprised by his words and made him wonder what was making him so confident he can train the challengers better than someone with centuries of experience. Rebecca clenched her jaw, unable to believe he was looking down on her experience too. She felt like pulling out his tongue already. Asher knew that even if these vampires were centuries old, it didn't really mean their experience and knowledge about mana would necessarily increase. These beings, who had way higher lifespans than a human, actually led their lives at a relaxed pace comparatively, while humans had to rush everything to achieve their dreams in their shorter lifespan, just like he did in his previous life. If an average human reached level 5 at the age of 25, then among demons with a higher lifespan, the average age would be close to 100 or so for someone reaching level 5. Those with higher lifespans had the luxury to take things at a slower pace without having no need to rush through things. This mentality had been ingrained in them since the time of their ancestors. This was what Asher realized during his time here as a demon. This was also why Marina casually suggested him to delay going to the tower by a couple of years. A couple of years would be nothing but a short period for these guys. However, in his previous life, he had tried to learn and master everything he could without wasting a single day. That was how he quickly rose up the ranks to be the strongest. He had fought so many battles and experienced tribulations in his 25 years of human life that he had accumulated enough experience on what was best and what was not. Duncan briefly closed his eyes and looked at Rebecca. "Before we take any decision, you have to understand that the position of a floor warden isn't meant to be used in a bet, even as a joke. I didn't expect you to show disrespect to that title, Rebecca. This is a sacred place where our ancestors have bled and survived for years to prove themselves worthy to our dark gods. We wouldn't be here if not for the floor wardens of those eras who guided them, so you have not only let me down, but you let your ancestors down by treating this title as a joke." Duncan's firm rebuke made Rebecca lower her gaze, her eyes shivering. She had never been rebuked by the head warden, and to get rebuked before the other wardens made her skin tighten. She couldn't believe she had to endure all this because that despicable boy had put forward such a bet. She also couldn't refute him since the head warden was her senior, and in the tower, his authority was above everyone else's. Asher inwardly smiled, feeling satisfied by how Rebecca was cowering before Duncan like a frightened little girl. "Please don't blame Warden Rebecca, Master Duncan. It is my fault that I came up with such a bet. I should have known that the title of a floor warden wasn't meant to be taken lightly, Asher said in an apologetic tone. Duncan shook his head and said in an appreciative tone, "It's fine, Asher. You only woke up a month ago, so it's only natural you have yet to learn our ways and our history completely, but it's good to see that you realized your wrongs right away." He then looked at Rebecca and said, "This is something you should learn from this boy, Rebecca." Rebecca couldn't believe this brat used this situation to make himself look good and bring her down by a notch once more. He had only met the head warden today, and he was already gaining his favor. She realized she severely underestimated how troublesome he could be, but I do understand the point you made, Warden Rebecca. I also understand that we have yet to see how capable Asher is when it comes to being a warden, so Asher, I will grant you a week's time and let you be the shadow floor warden of the first floor. Prove yourself, and the position will be permanently yours," Duncan said, making Asher subtly smile with a nod while Rebecca's facial muscles were uncontrollably tremoring, unable to accept that this was really happening. Clash! The sound of a glass cup being thrown against the floor in a fit of rage echoed in the training hall of Oberon's mansion. "This can't be this can't be real how did things end up like this Mother?" Oberon asked in a low yet hardened voice as he looked at his mother, his dark red eyes quivering. He was busy training and had ordered his servants not to disturb him no matter what, but his mother suddenly came in with a pissed off look while he had a drink to freshen up, and since she barged in like this, he knew something was really bad. But what he heard from her was not just bad. It was devastating. The cripple whom he spat on this entire time had an immortal bloodline, and not only that, he survived all 7 summonings of the first trial and even received an immortal grade grimoire. His mother was not one to tell any stupid jokes, but even then, he found it hard to digest what he heard. His mind just couldn't accept that. How could he when it just doesn't make sense for someone so weak to be hiding so much talent and power? The fact that this worm only got his soul a month ago would made this seem even more unbelievable. But what shook him the most was that this thing's bloodline was superior to his. HMPH, that is not even the worst. Didn't you hear what I said about how he is after my position as floor warden too? He thinks he can kick me out of the tower just because he has an immortal bloodline. I can't believe the head warden would entertain him like this. Rebecca felt like pulling out her hair in frustration and anger, especially when she remembered losing face before the others. She can only imagine how they must be laughing about this back in their homes and how rumors might spread. If people heard that the royal consort caused her capability as a floor warden to be questioned, then it would be like a slap to her face. Maybe she would still be safe since there would be no way his experience could outweigh hers. Still, she bit down on her lips in sheer exasperation, not knowing what to do. The plan to put him under her command in the tower was out of the window since he was not a cripple anymore and was officially the disciple of the head warden. He would also soon be gathering support from other nobles, just like how Darren swore allegiance to him. The more she thought about this, the more she felt that he was a dangerous force that only seemed to be getting even more difficult to deal with. "No. We won't let him get away it," Oberon suddenly mumbled with a sad jaw. He looked at her and added, "Even if his bloodline is good enough, there is no guarantee that his bloodline is fit to mix with ours, or should I say fit to mix with Rowena's. He is of some weird race, and surely he can't make children with our women." He finished as the corners of his mouth turned up. Rebecca's eyes lit up as she patted her son's cheek with a proud look and said, "Great idea, son. I can't believe I forgot about that. Let your father come back, and then we will make him persuade Rowena to conduct a blood union test before some witnesses, and the moment she realizes his blood won't be fit to mix with hers, she would have no choice but to marry someone else fit to be her king. Since there will be witnesses, the people will also know and wish for a new worthy husband for their queen." Rebecca finished with a lopsided grin as the mother and son felt proud of each other for coming up with such a sound plan quickly. A few hours ago, right after Rowena left, Asher felt that he had to deal with a certain wimpy young lord before proceeding with other matters. He could recognize Jarius' lackey standing in front of one of the training rooms and walking towards him, making him wonder why the royal consort was walking towards him. Could it be that he saw something in him? The young man made sure to make himself appear presentable and put on his best flattering smile when the royal consort came near. "Your H. Move." Asher uttered a single word with a narrowed gaze. The young man didn't know why, but he felt like this single word took control of his body, and before he knew it, he had stepped to the side as the royal consort went inside. Oh shit. It was too late when he came back to his senses and realized that he would get fucked for letting somebody in when Jarius had told him not to let anybody in. Jarius was lying on the floor with a gloomy expression, wondering if there was any meaning to his life. He loved the luxuries and the feeling of superiority over inferior people, but he hated the pressure and expectations from his own family. Why can't they simply leave him alone rather than torture him mentally? But right as he was ranting inwardly, he heard the door open, followed by the sound of light but steady footsteps. "Didn't I tell you to?" He was about to shout at his lackey for disturbing him, but as he sat up, he saw that the legs of this person and the attire he was wearing were different. This was the attire of a royal member of House Drake, and as he slowly raised his head, he saw the towering figure of the royal consort looking down at him with a certain glint in his eyes. Jarius immediately got up on his feet like a frightened monkey and unconsciously took a few steps back as he asked him, "What are you doing here?" He didn't know why, but he was feeling an unsettling sense of pressure surrounding him from every side in the presence of this monster. He still couldn't shake away the sight of him defeating a mythical spirit like the Hell Maiden, nor could he shake away the terrifying appearance of that charred black skeleton wreathed in eerie flames, which he saw twice. Now he felt that getting fooled by someone like him despite being a level 1 at that time didn't seem that surprising. Thinking about it, he could have even killed him at that time but didn't. He felt like his luck was better than he thought. "Looks like you recognize me, right?" Asher sarcastically asked as his eyes briefly flashed with a dark green light, making Jarius gulp as he stiffly nodded. "Why you are Hellbringer, right?" Jarius felt that it didn't make sense Asher could be a lich since he needed to be able to use death magic to do so, just like him and the members of his house. At least, that was one of the prerequisites. However, after seeing for himself, there was no way anyone else could be Hellbringer. It has to be the royal consort, which would also mean that he was no longer a cripple since the day he woke up. "I guess I shouldn't be disappointed that you haven't forgotten my name," Asher said with a soft chuckle, making Jarius raise his brows, still finding it surprising him to be a lich. How can a lich look like this? Did this have anything to do with his immortal bloodline? Liches usually go so deep into death magic that they lose their original form, including most of their flesh, till their bones stick out. So how come he was looking normal while being a lich? He also had never seen a lich on flames, which doesn't make sense at all. How come you are a lich? Jarius voiced out his shock as he stared at Asher, but Asher ignored his question as he suddenly took a step forward and clutched Jarius' shoulder. "You are asking the wrong questions. The question you should be asking me now is, what am I going to do with you?" Jarius felt a chill going down his spine upon seeing his smile and feeling his palm clutching his shoulder quite firmly. His chin quivered as he stammered, "Why, you can't do anything to me. Don't you know who?" "Oh, of course, I do. Aren't you the little young lord of House Thorn? The young lord who gets kicked around and looked down on by his own family and even your lackeys," Asher said with a sarcastic smile. Jarius' face became red in shame as he knew what he said was right. Even though his lackeys won't dare say anything in front of him, he knows they talk shit behind his back, but he can't even punish them because he was afraid of losing the only ones who would do his bidding in their own way. "If people heard you got your ass fooled by me when I was just a level 1, you might even lose whatever face you have," Asher said with a sympathetic sigh. "Wait, what? You can't do that." Jarius felt quite tense at just the thought of it. He would rather hide in a hole at that point. "Don't worry, I am not going to do anything to you, nor do I have a reason to," Asher said with a reassuring smile as he patted Jarius' arms. Jarius felt a huge sense of relief hearing that, though his words also left him with some kind of uneasiness. But in return, you are going to be my lackey. You will do everything I say without question. When I tell you to jump, you should ask, how high? Got it? Asher asked as he clutched both his shoulders firmly while staring down at his eyes. Asher's shadow fell on Jarius' face as he felt jittery under his intense gaze. He can't believe he was being blackmailed into becoming his lackey. How humiliating was that? He was a young lord of one of the 3 great houses. It seems you would prefer social suicide rather than do my bidding. Asher asked while maintaining his grip on Jarius. And no. Why? What do you want me to do? Jarius realized he was trapped. It was better to be his lackey than face public humiliation. At least nobody would know he was doing Asher's bidding. Asher smiled, seeing how easily this wimp gave in, and said, it's quite simple. To start with, find out why your brother or your mother considers me an eyesore. I will only give you some time to find out, so you better do it quickly. Jarius's eyes shook as he wondered if he could really do this, but he knew there was no choice but to try lest he gets humiliated even more. My prince, I am always late for important things, but I am here nonetheless. A young man's excited and endearing voice echoed in the room as if he had finally reunited with someone he had missed for almost his entire life. Asher was in his own training room to check out his new immortal grade grimoire when he heard this gnawing voice of a certain someone who was calling out to him like a woman. He was about to sit down when this idiot came barging in. He turned around and saw a youngster with red skin running towards him with a wide, enthusiastic smile with his arms raised for a hug. My prince, your Cucus is back. Cucus teared up as he jumped downwards to hug his legs. But Asher clicked his tongue as he kicked him to oblivion. Bash. Cucus didn't know what happened, but the next moment he found himself spinning and flying toward the other end of the room before crashing to the floor. Asher rubbed his feet against the floor as if he realized that thing didn't even deserve a kick from him, and what was with his obnoxious way of addressing him as my prince. Asher felt that this guy was getting weirder every time he saw him. What the fuck are you doing here? Next time you barge in like that, I will burn your balls and feed them to some wolves, Asher said, knowing what exactly Cucus considered most precious. Cucus quickly recovered from his fall as expected of a werewolf and kowtowed. This faithful servant was only trying to congratulate your highness for achieving the impossible. Please don't burn my balls. A broken bar. I swear not to do it again. Cucus felt shivers just thinking about it. As expected, Asher knew his greatest weakness, but based on the kick he just got now, it seemed like Asher's strength had increased leaps and bounds, again as expected of him. Whatever, and stop calling me my prince, Asher said with a stern look, making Cucus purse his lips and say, I only addressed your highness like that because you earned the title of Hell Prince, right? This servant thought you would be fond of that title. It is the greatest honor any soul could get, especially when bestowed by a otherworldly being like Hell Maiden herself. I heard she kissed your highness. A broken bar. Was it true? May this servant ask how the experience of kissing such a deadly and sexy almighty spirit was? Nobody is as fortunate and worthy as your highness to experience such a thing. Though this servant wouldn't mind if you could teach me how to earn the favor of such spirits. Asher felt like he might lose his patience if he kept talking to this guy. Cucus felt as if Asher was itching to kick him again and quickly changed the topic. But if your highness doesn't like the prince title, how about I address you as boss? Cucus asked with glowing eyes. Fine, now get out, I'm busy, Asher said as he turned around and sat down on the floor. I will be waiting right out here, boss. Don't worry, this servant will be very vigilant. Cucus sucked in some air as he tiptoed towards the door, and after taking one small peek into the room, he closed the door. Now, he was hoping to see some noble ladies going in and out of their training rooms. However, his expression froze upon seeing his mother coming in his direction and quickly scooted off before she saw him. After finally getting some silence, Asher decided to first take a look at his stats, which got a significant upgrade after the kiss from Hell Maiden. Level 8. Rating points 0, 688. Life crystals, 981. HP, 1165, 1165. MP, 2585, 2585. STR, 444. Def, 233. INT, 517. Dex, 168. Now that is good progress. A broken bar. Asher mumbled to himself with a smile. Earlier, as a level 5, he had only around 1000 MP, but now at level 8, he had more than twice what he had earlier. Likewise, his HP was below 500 when he was at level 5. But at level 8, his HP had already crossed 1000. However, he wasn't surprised by how huge the gap seemed between these levels. As someone who had already experienced leveling up, he knew the gap would only increase with each level. This was why among hunters, the gap between F and D ranks can't be really compared to the gap between E and D rank hunters. This was also why B rank hunters wouldn't dare go against A rank hunters despite a single rank difference. The same mattered even more between A and S rank hunters. This was the reason Asher was satisfied he reached level 8 within a month or so. In his previous life, it took him a few years to get to this point, and in his Hellbringer form, his INT would get a bonus of 150%, which would put his MP at 5870. It was a staggering amount of MP for someone of his level, even though he knew it was only accessible in his Hellbringer form, which would continuously devour his MP. However, one good thing he observed was that as his level increased, the longer he was able to stay in Hellbringer form, even if the increments in time were not that much. At least, this would mean at higher levels he could probably stay in Hellbringer form without being stingy about his MP. But the next thing he was looking forward to checking out was the messages that popped up when we leveled up. He didn't check them before since he was still in the chamber, but now he smiled as he looked at them. New passive ability awakened. New talent awakened. New skill awakened. A passive ability, a skill, and a talent. Asher eagerly checked out what they were. Passive ability. Summoner of the Damned, you can now summon damned creatures from the dimension of damned to the realm of the dead or living to do your bidding. Talent. Cursed Summoner, you can summon only one damned creature, and it would manifest with 5% of its original stats. 0, 11. Skill. Shadow Roots. Summon roots from the shadows to entangle and immobilize your enemies. Lasts 5 seconds. Cost 250 MP. 0, 10. A broken bar. He realized these were related to his bloodline and the ring, which gets unlocked based on how high his level was. This made him look forward to all abilities he might awaken as he goes into higher levels. Not barred a broken bar, he mumbled, though he felt that the talent Cursed Summoner was kind of a bummer since it would mean he could only summon Hellfiend, and that too with a measly 5% of its original stats. Still, he knew this talent could be upgraded till who knows how much. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad at higher levels, but one thing he was able to confirm for sure was that he possessed a pure magic pathway in his mana circuit, a broken bar dark magic, to be specific. Darkness and light were considered pure magic, and in his previous life as a hunter, he possessed pure magic, too, in the form of light magic pathway. And now, in his demon form possessed the darkness pathway. He didn't know what to feel about this other than being glad he had a powerful pathway. With an elemental and pure magic pathway, he was sure he could reach his old level again. Talents. Favored by the night, second stage. When night falls, your HP and MP will increase by 7%, 1/10. Vengeful Life Stealer, 7/8. Hellmaster, second stage, you can enter the dimension of the damned twice in a day, 2/20. Skills. Resentful Slash, second stage, the cursed blade will try and cleave your foes on its own with a burst of flames. Upon successful attack, they will suffer bleeding effect of 3% of your HP for 8 seconds, 2/16, cost 200 MP. He also took a look at the rest of his talents and skills, which he had evolved over the past month. Even though the talent Vengeful Life Stealer was still at the first stage, he had evolved the rest to the second stage, especially the Hellmaster talent, allowing him to enter it twice a day. Now that he was done with that part, he briefly closed his eyes, and the next moment a scarlet light shot out of his globula and towards his palm. The light transformed into a giant, flaming scarlet book made out of mana manifesting. On the front of this book was the engraving of Hellmaiden's figure. What could this be other than the immortal grade grimoire he received from her as a reward? This was what he had been looking forward to the entire time. Just by holding it, he could feel the immense power within and could only imagine how much his own power would increase once he mastered the spells inside this grimoire. Grimoire name, Fallen One, the Tome of Fallen Souls. Written by a being who fell into hell. This tome contains the power of fallen souls that would either become a part of your power or consume you till your soul ends up in this tome. A broken bar. Grade, Immortal. You gotta be kidding me. A broken bar. Devils really love making things hard for us demons. A broken bar. Asher mumbled to himself upon seeing that mastering the spells in this tome was far from easy. Still, as always, he was never one to shy away in the face of difficulties, and with an inner light in his eyes, he took a deep breath as he opened this mystical grimoire. I guess I thought too much. A broken bar. Asher mumbled as nothing happened after opening the grimoire. He saw hellish scarlet letters inscribed on the pages and carefully read them. A part of the souls of the 6 fallen beings exist in this tome. Only the one who carries the blood of the fallen maiden can call upon the power of these 6 souls. But beware, a broken bar. Holding the power of any one of these souls will not only bestow upon you their strengths but also their weaknesses. Asher felt he didn't have to worry about the first half of the paragraph since the Hell Maiden mixed her blood with his, which satisfied the condition to let him use this grimoire. However, he was slightly concerned about the rest of what he read. Will he see an overall benefit or not? Still, he decided to read further first. Gurdul, the nefarious imp, known for its agility and trickery, call upon his power to evade the impossible or trick the gods. Trick the gods? What does that mean? Asher didn't get what it meant, but one thing he realized was that, apparently, he could bestow himself with the power of one of these souls, with the first one being Gurgle. He could see that the rest were locked, but he was looking forward to seeing how the powers of the imp would be of help to him. He saw paragraphs of complicated runes, which were nothing but primary spells he had to learn and engrave in his mana circuit. Engraving these runes would help him gain passive abilities and talents. This was how everyone gained power from their personal grimoires. Otherwise, who would spend hours or days or months drawing the runes to use these powers each time they wanted to? It was best to engrave them in one's mana circuit so that they could use it anytime and would be permanent. This was one of the most difficult parts since it was one of the most delicate processes which involved the lifeline of a person. Just a small mistake during the engraving process, and they could cripple themselves or, worst case, explode into bits and pieces. But what was even more difficult was to engrave these runes perfectly, which required a sound understanding of the runes being engraved. More powerful the grimoires were, the more complicated the runes would be, making it harder for the person trying to learn. This was one of the important cases where the INT stat came into play. The more one's intelligence increases, the more one would be able to understand the language of mana, but most importantly, the capacity of what kind of grimoires one can learn was judged based on their bloodline class. Just having high INT didn't mean that their bloodline would be able to handle the power of the runes of a higher grade or even have the capacity to contain them. Someone with an epic class bloodline can, at most, learn from epic grade grimoires, but if that person tries to learn from legendary grade grimoires, then there would be a good chance they might kill themselves in the process. This was why he realized demons gave so much importance to bloodlines since they valued strength the most. Those with a higher class bloodline would naturally be able to learn from higher grade grimoires and thus have more potential to be strong. Still looking at his mysterious stone ring, he by now realized it was like a grimoire but not in the form of a book. He had theories of how grimoires need not look like a book, but he had never seen any grimoire that didn't look like one. except for the one on his finger. But he was damn sure that no grimoire existed that could let him gain powers without even consciously learning the runes, or if there were any. This ring granted him abilities the moment it activated, not needing to do anything at all. It was as if he had learned them already. It just didn't make sense at all. However, he never expected his bloodline to be of the mythical immortal class. This made him even more curious about his origins and who abandoned him in this hellish place to be tortured for most of his life. But he already had enough things to deal with and pushed this aside for a different day. He took a deep breath as he closed his eyes and began to learn and understand these mystic runes before carefully engraving them into his mana circuit. A few hours passed when Asher finally opened his eyes and sighed in satisfaction upon seeing some messages pop up in his head. New passive ability learned. New talent learned. New skill learned. Passive ability. Power of fallen souls. You can temporarily call upon the power of any one of the 6 fallen souls. Asher had never felt this excited in a long while, realizing the potential power he could gain through this grimoire. He had learned by now that if he completely learned all the spells in this grimoire, then he could call upon the power of any of the 6 demon spirits he fought in the chamber. Even if the first few spirits were weak, their strengths can't be underestimated, especially if those strengths become a part of his power, temporarily, of course. He could only imagine the damage he could do with each of their powers. He had already seen how overpowered Hail Maiden was, who was able to use all their strengths at the same time while he could only use the strengths of one spirit at a time, though that was more than enough for him. He had only unlocked Gurgle's soul for now and still had yet to unlock the power of the rest. Now he understood why this grimoire was immortal grade. It was simply too powerful. Talent, active, Gurgle, greater than -25% def, -20% STR, -30% INT. Diabolical speed, you possess Gurgle's speed, increasing your dex by 50% instantly, 0-10. Asher immediately took a look at his stats. HP, 1165, greater than 875, 875. MP, 2585, greater than 156, 1810. STR, 444, greater than 355. Def, 233, greater than 175. INT, 517, greater than 362. Dex, 168, greater than 252. A broken bar. Should I be feeling good about this or not? Asher winced upon seeing the significant decrease in most of his stats upon activating Gurgle's soul, though his dex did increase significantly. With such a high dex he could potentially dodge attacks and react fast enough to perhaps even save his life, so he felt like he could activate Gurgle's power whenever he needed to be fast enough to get out of a tight situation. This was one of the greatest ability of the power of fallen souls. He can activate and deactivate the power of any one of these souls whenever he wanted, though there was a small cooldown before he could activate it again. So it was not like he had to endure a decrease in his stats all the time. He couldn't wait to awaken the power of other 5 souls as well. He then looked at the skill he learned as well. Skill, active, Gurgle. Never look behind, teleport yourself right behind the person you look at instantly. Cost, 800 MP, 0.5. This was the thing he felt most great about. This was absolutely a broken skill. And the greatest benefit he got from learning this skill was he awakened a new powerful pathway, a broken bar, an arcane pathway. If it was a day ago, he wouldn't have expected his bloodline to have the potential to possess such a powerful pathway, but since he now knew he had an immortal class bloodline, he wasn't that surprised. As far as he knew, arcane pathway had 3 subpaths, greater than space, time, and gravity. So based on the skill he had just learned, he awakened the space pathway. If anybody else realized the royal consort now possessed 3 major pathways in his mana circuit, their souls would shudder in sheer fright of his bloodline. Even having a single major pathway was considered to be lucky. Having two was something only powerful nobles could have, but having three would make people consider that person a monster. Hey, this is going to be fun, Asher chuckled at himself after imagining the faces his enemies would make once he used this skill. Its MP cost was absurd but worth it, and by the looks of it, it seemed like this skill would evolve in such a way that it would lower the MP cost as it jumps to higher stages. Asher got up with a pale face as he was drained after comprehending the contents of an immortal-grade grimoire for hours. However, he had no idea that people would be stumped seeing him easily comprehend a part of it in hours when some of them would take days or weeks to comprehend a common-grade grimoire. He felt he was done for today and got up. The moment he did, Marina came running towards him with a clean cloth to wipe away his sweat and help him put on fresh clothes. Based on his expression, she could see that he comprehended something from his immortal-grade grimoire, which made her feel like she couldn't begin to grasp how much of a terrifying genius he was. Asher was used to looking after himself, but over the past month, he realized that as a noble, his maid would help him do everything, no matter how trivial. Even though he wasn't particularly fond of letting others do these simple things for him, he let Marina do her maidly duties to get used to his new life and also to not let her get rusty with her duties. After she was done, he opened the door, only to see a 6'3" tall figure of a woman clad in armor from head to toe with a huge double-handed sword holstered on her back. Who could it be other than Eradicator, who seemed to have been waiting for him outside all this time? "Your Highness, will you stay here or return to the castle?" Eradicator asked as she immediately turned around while subtly bowing her head. Asher didn't expect Eradicator to be still here and asked, "Why do you want to know? Or should I ask why you are still here?" He thought she left with Rowena already. "Because the Queen appointed me to be your protector, Your Highness. Unknown dangers are out there who want to claim your life, even more so now that your true strength has been revealed," Eradicator stressed in a serious tone. Asher knew that the moment he revealed his strength, he might make more enemies, especially those who didn't want him to grow and surpass them, but at the same time, he didn't want to waste time playing weak. By showing strength, not only can he have more freedom to do things, but he will also be able to earn the respect of these demons and then use them to do his bidding. Just like how Darren succumbed to his strength. Demons respected strength the most, and that was exactly what he displayed to make them fear what he could become. "I know, but the Queen promised me she won't restrict me if I survived the trial, so why are you still here?" Asher was not coming from a wealthy or royal family in his past life. He was a free bird who loved to be on his own, and by observing wealthy people from afar, he had seen how bothersome bodyguards can be. They always follow everywhere and make one feel suffocated. "The Queen knew you would say this, so she told me to tell you that I won't stop you from going anywhere in this kingdom, but all I will do is follow you just to keep an eye on your well-being," Eradicator said with a firm nod. "Ain't she clever?" Asher chuckled upon realizing that Rowena had found a way around his condition. Of course, he won't be restricted technically, but with Eradicator always with him, she will be keeping tabs on him. "So if I tell you to not follow me, what are you going to do?" Asher asked to know if she was under his command. "I apologize, but I only answer to the Queen, and protecting you is her direct order," Eradicator said with her back straight. Asher wasn't surprised, but suddenly an idea struck him, and he felt that she could prove to be quite useful to him. "Ah, Your Highness, you are still here?" A young man's voice sounded from the side as Asher saw a good-looking man with black hair and red eyes hurriedly walking towards him. Who could it be other than Darren Alistair? However, Darren didn't expect Eradicator to be still here and suddenly froze his steps with a nervous look. "It's fine, young Lord Darren, she won't bite." Asher chuckled and looked at Eradicator, indirectly telling her to keep her distance. Eradicator could see that he wanted some privacy and said, "I will be waiting outside the tower whenever Your Highness is ready." Saying so, she walked away, much to the relief of Darren. He didn't know whether to feel envy or not that such a powerful guard had been appointed as Asher's protector. "Please call me Darren, I'm your vassal now, Your Highness," Darren respectfully said as he bowed his head. "At ease, Darren, Whenever we are by ourselves, you can shake off the formalities, Asher said. Since he knew to truly gain one's confidence, he would have to make the other person feel like they could talk anything to him. Darren didn't expect Asher to have such a simple attitude in these things and awkwardly chuckled. Why yay, if you don't mind, so ... Once again, let me congratulate you for surviving the trial successfully. I also apologize for my rudeness earlier. Darren hoped Asher would forget about what happened before the trial began. Asher softly laughed as he patted Darren's shoulder and said, don't even worry about it. It's natural for people to underestimate me since they have no idea about me, so let's forget these unnecessary things and tell me a place where men like us hang out and have fun. Oh, Darren didn't expect him to suddenly ask that, but seeing how tired he looked, he realized maybe, just like any other man, he wanted to relax and enjoy the night. He must be feeling even more eager after being stuck inside the castle for all these years. He was glad he could use this chance to gain some confidence with him and felt honored that Asher was depending on him for things like these. Of course, but Darren suddenly realized that Asher was not some ordinary young lord but the royal consort, the husband of the queen. He wasn't sure if what he was going to propose would be a good idea. What is it? You can speak freely, Asher said with a nod. Darren took a deep breath and said, I am not married, and usually people like me go to a ... special place called ... the honeyed pearl. Darren looked around to make sure nobody was hearing them talk. The last thing he wanted was for the queen to hear him mentioning the palace of this name to her consort. Oh, is it the kind of place where they serve the type of honey which most men would want? Asher asked with a knowing smile. How can a place with such a name not make it any less obvious what their business was about? However, he was actually expecting him to mention a place like this. Darren was surprised he actually understood what he was talking about. Shouldn't the royal consort be a virgin who has no idea about the existence of these kinds of places? Did the queen already do it with him or what? That can't be ... unless she already did a bloodline union test in private. Or perhaps it could have been his maid ... Darren felt like he yet again underestimated the royal consort. He awkwardly nodded, to which Asher said with one of his brows raised, then why don't we pay a visit and see what kind of pearls they offer? But ... the queen might. Darren knew that the queen might lose face if somebody found him in a place like that. She might not take that news well. Don't worry about her, I can disguise myself, Asher said with a reassuring smile. However, Darren still felt worried as he said, but the Eradicator is still here. I know how annoying protectors can be. I also had one when I was younger, but I was able to trick them and do my own thing. But a blood-born guard like her is no ordinary protector. She can't be tricked. She was trained since she was born to kill, and that includes learning the skill to track people. Asher's expression didn't change as he said with a confident smile, I have no doubt about her capability, but that doesn't mean I don't have a way to shake her off. He then looked at Marina, who was standing silent in the corner, and gestured for her to go home. Darren had a baffled look, wondering what possible way Asher could have to shake off someone like her. Eradicator was standing right outside the tower, patiently waiting for the royal consort to come out, though her vigilant gaze was continuously scanning her surroundings. My fate is cursed. NNNHH. Eradicator heard the miserable howling of a man in pain and saw two men carrying away a man covered in a sheet on a stretcher. TSK, who would have known he would get crippled right after the third trial. Sigh, his fate must be really cursed. Eradicator looked away the next second, ignoring them. After a few minutes, she saw Darren come out, though the royal consort was not with him. She wondered if the royal consort stayed behind to talk to someone. However, she waited for 10 more minutes, and there was no sign of him coming out. She had already seen how tired he was, and there was no way he was going to continue his training tonight. Feeling that something was off, she went back into the tower only to frown upon seeing that there was no sign of Asher. But then her eyes landed on one of the farthest corners of the hall where a werewolf boy was busy chatting with a young female centaur who was taller than him. The female centaur was about to return home after her training when suddenly, This knowing young werewolf man jumped in front of her with an obnoxious smile. She didn't like associating herself with someone whose people were enemies of the kingdom, but the moment he opened his mouth and revealed who he was, she couldn't help but hear him out. "You won't believe how much the royal consort confides in me. He considers me as a true brother from another mother. He told me he could help me get all the pretty women in this kingdom, but I, as a man of culture and values, refused. I was waiting for my soulmate who would look beyond my manly looks and race, and the moment I laid my eyes on you, my heart teared up. Letting me know that I have found the one," Cucus said with a smoldering look, though he couldn't help but let his gaze wander towards her thick, shiny ass from time to time. Even if a piece of cloth was covering her ass, his eyes were attuned to look past such useless things. Even her horse legs, with strong, curved hooves, looked quite powerful and graceful. Surely he had to try hugging the legs of such a creature that expressed beauty and strength. "The royal consort really confides in you? I had no idea someone like him would have a confidant like you," the girl said with a look of disbelief as she covered her mouth with her hand. "I know how impressive I am, it's only natural," Cucus said with a smoldering smile. The girl was about to say something when a shadow fell on her face, making her eyes widen. She gulped and suddenly ran off, making Cucus shout from behind, "Hey, you don't have to be that shy to run away from my awesomeness. Let me at least ride you once, I mean on your back. Wait, that might still sound wrong to her. But why did she?" Whoa, Cucus' eyes widened upon feeling someone grabbing his collar and lifting him into the air effortlessly. "Who dares to touch the royal consorts?" Just before he could finish shouting the sentence he had rehearsed hundreds of times, he saw a sleek and fierce-looking full-face plate helmet in front of his face. The crimson emblem on the forehead of her helmet can even make a pig recognize it as one belonging to a blood-born guard. Servant. Cucus finished the last word of his sentence with a shaky smile. He was about to finish with the word brother, but he thought this may not be the right time to use that word. He was frightened out of his wits, wondering when she sneaked up behind him, could she have been moved by the charisma he displayed earlier? But the intense gaze coming from the eye slits on her helmet made him feel that she wasn't feeling friendly at all. "Where is the royal consort? Lie to me, and you will lose more than just a tongue." Eradicator's assertive and sharp voice rattled his spine. "The royal consort? How can this poor soul possibly know?" Cucus said with his hands clasped together to garner some pity from her. "You are his servant," Eradicator stressed as her tone became a tad more fierce. Cucus gulped and said, "Cucus swears on his mother that he really doesn't know. How could a mere servant like me keep up with such a powerful genius? I had to leave my poor sick mother back at the castle to loyally serve my oo." Before Cucus could finish his sentence, he found himself flying out of the tower gate like a speeding arrow before crashing against a tree, leaving behind a body print on it. Eradicator didn't have the patience to listen to his blabber since she already realized this idiot was wasting her time and threw him out of annoyance. Killing him would just sully the floor of this sacred tower. She couldn't understand why the royal consort would keep someone like him around, but seeing that nobody here would know where the royal consort slipped off to, she decided to find him on her own with a determined gaze. If something happens to the royal consort, then she will have to take responsibility. A broken bar. Two young men were walking through the most classy town in the kingdom named Dark Elm. The most classy town in the kingdom, a broken bar, a town only for nobles and powerful people filled with opulence and luxury. The town was small but consisted of grand and imposing architecture, with tall towers and spires reaching toward the sky. The buildings were made of dark, polished stone, with intricate carvings and sculptures adorning their exteriors. The streets were lined with statues and fountains, and the town was lit up by flickering torches and eerie, glowing orbs. The buildings were spacious and well appointed, with large windows that looked out over the town. These buildings were heavily guarded by fierce and powerful demons. As expected, to run a business in this town, one better have the necessary insurance to protect it, considering how most of the demons in this town can't be underestimated. Since mostly only the strong were present, especially some dangerous ones, This town had a dark and ominous atmosphere, with a sense of danger lurking around every corner. No weak demon would dare enter this town on their own, even if they were allowed to. If taking a step into this town, it was common sense that they better have the power or a decent noble last name to survive the night. However, the reason this town was quite famous was that this was the place where most of the powerful demons came to not only enjoy but also to make deals, forge alliances and wield power. And in the main street of this town, two men were walking, dressed in neat and noble clothes. The people walking past them easily recognized Darren from House A-lister, since his house was quite renowned for having quite talented blacksmiths. However, they couldn't recognize the young man walking beside him and thought that maybe he must be from a lower class who somehow befriended Darren, and he brought him here just to show him around. "Phew, I still can't believe you did it. How did you escape her senses?" Darren asked with a look of disbelief as he walked beside a tall young man with above-average looks with casual bearings. "I have my ways," the young man casually said, as if it was nothing big. The reason nobody could recognize him was that this man was in disguise. If people knew his true identity, things would have become a little chaotic in this town, especially after knowing what happened today. Darren didn't press on the matter since he knew every person had some tricks they wanted to keep secret. Still, how could he not feel curious about how one could trick a bloodborne guard and get past them? However, he had no idea that all Asher did was deactivate his ring, making his aura seem like nothing more than a cripple. Experts like Eradicator recognize and track people by the aura of their mana circuit, but if she can't sense any familiar aura, it would be no different than being invisible to her. Asher was glad Darren brought him to the right place. Still, he was a bit surprised how even a small town in this kingdom could look so big. He could recognize a lot of faces he saw during his celebration. This gave him even more reason to disguise himself, considering the place he was going to, but his wallet felt some pain after shelling out 200 life crystals to buy a top-tier enchanted mask to disguise himself. Apparently, it was made by the experts of House Valentine, who were best known for making things that eluded others. One good thing about it was he could use this at least 5 more times before the enchantment lost its power. On the horizon, he saw a towering dark blue castle and could easily recognize it as the Dreadthorn Castle Broken Bar, the place where people of one of the 3 great houses, House Thorn, resided. Because of this, nobody would dare cause any inconvenience to the members of this house with them so nearby. Asher had seen the tallest statue of a man in the middle of this town before, which resembled Lord Thorn, though he could tell it was probably his ancestor. "This town is run by House Thorn?" Asher asked, since this town was also located near the seas, just like the Dreadthorn Castle. He heard how House Thorn controls the territories near the seas and so can't come to any other conclusion. Darren squinted his eyes as he answered, "Officially a broken bar, no. The Queen has the highest authority anywhere in this kingdom, but unofficially, yay, people know who the true big boss of this town is, just like the places surrounding this town. As long as things seem alright, the Queen won't meddle in these things, nor does she have the time to. They all have their own duties to look after." He added, "Each of these 3 great houses plays a vital role in protecting and strengthening this kingdom. House Drake is the core strength of our kingdom. Their combat power surpasses any other house in this kingdom, even the other 2 great houses. So if, by some unfortunate chance, our kingdom is under attack, without House Drake, our kingdom will get crushed. Our skies are always guarded by their dragons, discouraging our enemies further." Asher already knew this since he was staying with them all this while. He knew the combat strength of House Drake couldn't be questioned. As for House Valentine, they are the diplomats of our kingdom. They bring and recruit extra power from outside the kingdom, which helps our kingdom to strengthen and grow. They are also the one who manages the dangerous borders, especially against the werewolf clans. Without them, our kingdom would never be this big or strong, Darren said with a slight shake of his head. Asher softly nodded, feeling that the members of House Valentine must be quite good at dealing with people, especially because of how friendly and easy to approach they seemed. though he was sure they might sometimes use their persuasive methods to get things done. He had experienced it firsthand from their spoiled brat. Thinking about it, he can't let her off easy after what she tried to do to him. Darren went on, then, of course, House Thorn is quite indispensable to our kingdom. They create the most jobs and bring in huge revenue, followed by their own power to the kingdom. This is why the Queen won't meddle in the matters of any of the other two great houses unless it threatens or hurts the kingdom as a whole. If she tries to meddle without a good reason, it would only upset them, which isn't good for the kingdom, considering how vital their influence is. Asher realized that despite being the Queen, she didn't have as complete power and authority as he initially thought. Things were more complicated than he thought, and her hands were tied in certain matters, especially because of her status. He knew that Rowena's duty as the Queen was to keep the kingdom stable and prosperous as best as she could. This also involved not rattling the other two great houses without good reason, which could otherwise potentially destabilize the kingdom, and if the kingdom gets destabilized, all the demons of this kingdom would suffer even more, especially against their biggest enemy Broken Bar, the people of the Severed Realm. Once humans get the upper hand for real, then it would be very hard to make a comeback. In the end, some things were similar in this society compared to the human world. About House Thorn, if they really bring that much revenue, why is it that most of the people outside of this town are struggling to even buy a flimsy weapon to protect themselves or fight? I even saw a lot of them die because they ran out of life crystals. Broken Bar dropping dead just like that, Asher said as he snapped his fingers, to which Darren lowered his gaze since it was a question he couldn't answer, especially since his house was a vassal to House Thorn. But his silence was enough to let Asher confirm his speculations. Let's stop talking about these boring things. We have reached the place we are looking for, though quite crowded, I must say, Asher said, while Darren had a delighted smile as he looked at the grand building before him. The two were standing before a 4-story building that was quite tall and wide. It was dimly lit, but based on the shadows behind the windows, it was quite obvious it was crowded inside. The lines and lines of men standing outside, waiting for entry, were proof enough that this building was surely the hot spot of this town. Will we be able to get in tonight? Asher asked, seeing how so many excited demons were eagerly waiting to get in. He had never seen such kind of a crowd for businesses like this one. Of course, I have a special pass, thanks to being affiliated with House Thorn. With this pass, I can bring in at least 2 other people with me. So don't worry about it, follow me, Darren said with a smirk as he flashed a silver card at Asher. Nice, Asher commented and asked, what's so special about this place to even garner so much attention from nobles? Asher couldn't understand what was so special about brothels. Weren't they all the same? He had never entered one, but he was sure he had never seen a brothel as popular as this. Back on Earth, as a popular hunter, many hunters used him to get entry into extravagant places to sleep with women with expensive honeypots, though he never touched any one of them despite countless advances to the point they were willing to do it for free. He let them use his name since he wanted to be nice to his fellow hunters. He only stopped when Era found out and scolded the others to stop using him. Thinking about it now, he can't believe how pathetic he was back then. Darren had a blinking expression as he stopped walking, feeling shocked and wondering if he was seriously asking such a question. Asher saw the strange look he was giving him and shrugged. What? Isn't what I asked a natural question? Nobles like us can get women whenever we want, right? Asher knew for influential men, women were the last thing they wouldn't get. Darren then realized that Asher had only woken up a month ago and decided to enlighten him. Brother Lagu, this isn't like any second-rate brothel you might see elsewhere. This is the top-of-the-line place, which is more than just a brothel. Since this place mostly caters to an exclusive clientele, they only have high-class and beautiful pearls trained to be succubi, and not just ordinary succubi. These women are well trained in other arts as well, such as music, dance, poetry, and so on. They know how to fulfill a variety of pleasures and desires we men hold, some of which we may not even know yet. Based on the excited glow in Darren's eyes, Asher could see that he was not exaggerating, but this place must be that good. They also entertain all forms of pleasure, from the traditional ones to the forbidden ones. Darren's eyes glowed with a certain fervor as he added, "This is the place where even one's wildest desires can be fulfilled. Once you enter, you may not even feel like leaving at all. In fact, nobody would leave if not for how expensive and the certain rules they have." The more Asher heard Darren passionately describe this place, the more he felt that he might find what he was looking for in this place. "Rules? This place has them? Can people from House Thorn break them?" Asher asked with a narrowed gaze. "Well, for the ordinary nobles, there are rules. As for those with great power like Edmund Thorn, they can bend these rules, but they can't break all of them since it would set a bad precedent, and the best women may not stay here anymore, which would, in turn, bring down the business. This is why this place thrives so much. Both the clients and the pearls satisfy and make each other feel fulfilled." Asher gave a knowing smile as he said, "Then let's go and see what the honeyed pearls has to offer, shall we?" Darren nodded with a smile as the two made their way through the thick queues, and finally, Darren flashed his golden pass at the bulky guard standing outside. Asher observed these guards and could see that they were powerful minotaurs clad in thick armor. Their sheer size was enough to discourage any demons looking to cause trouble. Minotaurs may look wild, but they were high-class demons known for their defense and attack power. An army or a legion of guards would never be considered to be complete without at least one of them. He already saw before how one low-class drunk demon tried to get past them, but one of these guards kicked him so hard he literally exploded. But nobody paid any mind as if they had seen these things already. However, the moment they saw Darren, they briefly bowed their heads and skeptically looked at the young man behind him, whom they couldn't recognize. This man's clothes were neat, and his appearance well kept, though he didn't seem to be coming from any noble family they knew. His skin was bronze, and he had dark golden hair. They recognized what race he was, and surely his race mostly consisted of small groups of lone warriors who had mastery over flames. "Don't worry about my friend, he is just accompanying me," Darren said with a brief smile, making the guards look at each other before giving way to let the two enter. As Asher entered the most hyped and luxurious brothel he had ever seen, he was greeted by a grand entrance that was quite a contrast to the boring entrance he just came through. This entrance was a large door made of dark, polished wood, ornately carved with twisted, demonic figures. The door was flanked by two large, seductive statues of succubi with a faint purple light flickering in their eyes. Right as the two reached the door, it opened on its own, and Asher found himself in a large, opulent foyer with a high ceiling adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes of demonic debauchery, but in a very elegant manner to the point. It could make one feel enlightened by just looking at them. But what swayed his attention was the scene of chaos and excitement of the crowd of men inside. Beyond the foyer, there was a large hall crowded with demons of all kinds of races, mostly ones with noble blood in their veins. Some had horns, some had wings, and others with tails. All of them were dressed in the best and the most luxurious garments as if they wanted to impress certain people here. However, the sight that would enrapture any man was the number of succubi of all shapes and sizes, laughing, chatting, and clinking glasses with these demons by sitting beside them and entertaining them. Every single one of these succubi was beautiful and alluring. Some of them were dancing, while others were entertaining their patrons with a variety of arts they had painstakingly learned. All of these women were dressed in revealing and provocative clothing, their eyes lined with kohl and their lips painted red. Just looking at them can make any ordinary man feel pumped up down there, and since these succubi consisted of women from different races, it also allowed these men to have a lot of choices to pick from based on their tastes. Asher could see Darren trying his best to maintain his bearings, especially because he was standing beside him. It seemed like he didn't want to come off like a crude person before him. Asher chuckled, seeing him try hard, and said with a light-hearted laugh, "Relax, we are here to enjoy in an unofficial capacity, no need to hold your breath." Darren awkwardly chuckled and relaxed, realizing that maybe he was overthinking things. feeling that the royal consort was good company, but both of them had their attention directed towards the two succubi approaching them, their hips swaying and their eyes sparkling with sensual promise. Both of them were dressed in a way that gave off an erotic air while maintaining a certain elegance that would make anyone feel like they were not some cheap brothel girls. The two women opened their lovely lips at the same time while looking at the two young men before them. "Welcome to paradise, masters. Please let us show you around and introduce you to the various rooms and services available. We have the most skilled and sought-after succubi in the realm, masters. Allow us to fulfill your wildest fantasies, and we promise you two won't leave this place without a satisfied smile." The inviting words of these two men were so eloquently put, no man would feel like refusing them. Asher had to admit that the brothel girls here were the best he had ever seen. No human brothel can train women to look and speak so elegantly yet appear sexy enough to tempt the hearts of men without looking as if they were trying hard. He now understood why Darren seemed so excited. Just like any other man here, even he felt curious about how they would make these fantasies come true, but thanks to his self-control, he knew all these things could wait till he accomplished what he came here for. "Ladies, we would be happy to, but for now, I plan to show around my friend myself since he is quite new to all this. Hope you two will understand," Darren said with a courteous smile, though it seemed like he was having a hard time maintaining his bearings before such lovely beauties. The two women didn't have their expressions change, but instead, they said while maintaining their alluring smiles, "Of course, masters, we understand, and if we may, we suggest both of you to please enter the main hall. Tonight the brightest and the most beautiful pearl of our humble establishment is going to entertain everyone with her artistry for a short while. It is fate indeed that both of you reached at the most opportune time." Saying so, the two women began to lead these two men towards the hall. Asher raised one of his brows, wondering what kind of pearl this was for them to hype about it. "Hell. I can't believe she is going to make an appearance again," Darren mumbled with an awestruck look as he walked with a dazed expression. It seemed as if he came upon a pleasant surprise he least expected today. Asher felt curious seeing Darren's reaction. How good must this pearl be for him to have such an exaggerated reaction? However, the moment he stepped into the hall, he furrowed his brows upon spotting two men right away. Oberon Drake and Edmund Thorne, sitting together. Asher entered a grand hall, lavishly decorated with twisted candelabras and intricate patterns on the walls. The hall was dimly lit with flickering dark golden torches to set a sensual mood. The floor was made of dark polished stone and inlaid with intricate designs in gold. There was an elevated stage in the center of the hall, adorned with dark, twisted sculptures and surrounded by dark golden light. The stage was surrounded by dark ivory mats laid on the floor to let the patrons make themselves comfortable to watch the special event, and closer to the stage, what surrounded it was plush seating, made from dark wood and adorned with plush cushions, where only the most prestigious guests would be seated, eagerly waiting for the most beautiful pearl to make her appearance. On these seats, only two handsome young men were present, dressed in extravagant attire and standing out amongst the other nobles due to the impressive aura they were giving off. Nobody dared to disturb them despite how envious they were feeling of these two for getting front row seats to this special event, but they couldn't really complain, especially since one of these young lords practically owned this place. "Edmund and Oberon?" Asher mumbled as he entered the hall. He saw Oberon dressed in a grand black attire with golden dragon embroidery that exuded his power and grandeur. As for Edmund, he was dressed in dark blue attire, tailored to perfection and fitting his noble frame. Both of them had their silver hairs slicked back neatly, and based on their appearance, it was obvious that these two took extra measures to look more attractive tonight. If not for the color of their attire, anybody could mistake them for brothers, especially due to the same hair color. Asher knew Oberon got his silver hair from his mother, unlike his brother, Sylvan, who had black hair just like his father. However, what made him pull his brows together was after seeing how close these two seemed despite being from two different houses. He thought there would be a strong rivalry between them due to the fact that they were coming from two of the three great houses, But then why did it seem like they were thick as friends, chatting, laughing, and drinking together? Darren heard Asher's mumble and said, "Oh, it seems Prince Oberon must have known there was going to be a special event today, otherwise, he wouldn't be here so early. Young Lord Edmund must have informed him." Asher hummed and asked, "These two are best friends or a broken bar?" Darren slightly tilted his head and said, "Of course, they are quite good friends with each other, but that doesn't mean they don't consider each other as rivals. Their friendship is actually built on top of their rivalry. That is one of the main reasons why I think they are here Broken Bar to try and get the favor of the Temptress Supreme, just like they always try to do. We all know none of us to stand a chance to earn her favor since these two shine the most among us, but we still come to enjoy the presence of her otherworldly beauty and the elegance of her art," Darren said with a dreamy look as if he was already feeling dazed by imagining the last time he saw her. Asher furrowed his brows and asked, "The Temptress Supreme, is she the most beautiful pearl in this place? What is so special about her for even these two to try so hard?" Asher knew that men like Oberon and Edmund were too proud and arrogant to try and court a woman, but since it seemed like these two had been trying hard to get the favor of this temptress, it only made him more curious about her. Darren blinked as he softly chuckled and said, "I think if I simply describe her, not only won't you truly understand what is so special about her, but I would also be doing injustice to her beauty. Only when you see her for yourself can you truly understand. Look, here she comes," Darren said as he looked up. The hall was suddenly filled with a hushed silence as Asher, and every other man in the hall looked up eagerly. Suddenly, a piece of soft, melodic music began to play, and a spotlight illuminated a chair swing that was suspended high above the stage. Asher squinted his eyes as he saw the faint silhouette of a woman, sitting gracefully with her legs crossed and her hands holding a flute to her lips as she played it. As the chair swing began to get lowered slowly, the sound of men gasping in awe and excitement echoed in the hall. Asher got a better view of her as the chair swing descended slowly. He could see that she was dressed in a flowing, silken gown that sparkled in the dim golden light, and her long, golden hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her face was partially obscured by a delicate golden veil, adding to her air of mystery and allure. Her eyes were almond-shaped and deep-set, with long, thick lashes that framed them perfectly. They were a deep, captivating shade of emerald green that seemed to change color in the light. Her gaze was intense and piercing, and her eyes seemed to hold a wisdom and knowledge that belied her youthful appearance. However, the way her silk gown was wrapped around her body was something nobody could resist ignoring. Her body was a work of art, with curves in all the right places. She had a slender waist that flared out to full hips and a well-endowed bosom, accentuated by the gown that hugged them firmly, creating quite a deep, tempting cleavage. The off-shoulder gown she was wearing showed off her smooth shoulders and her prominent and defined collarbones, creating a natural curve that drew the eyes of these men to her slender neck. Her legs were long and shapely, and her arms were toned and smooth. Her skin was as soft as silk and had a pearlescent sheen that made it look almost otherworldly, and what made Asher's brows raise even more was the fox-like features on her body. Her ears were long and pointy, sitting high on her head, and she had a small tuft of golden fur at the tips. She had 3 bushy tails that were fluffy and golden and were hypnotically swaying in the air. Her tails had a life of their own, looking quite expressive and seeming to move in time with her emotions. The long, slender nails on her graceful fingers were creamy white, and what set her apart from other women of the Vulpinari race was how unique and captivating she seemed while having elegant bearings that made her appear even more mesmerizing. A fox woman? Asher didn't know whether he should feel surprised or not that the most beautiful pearl of this brothel was a fox woman. However, he had to admit that she deserved that title more than any other succubi here. In fact, her beauty was on par with Rowena's, but in a different way. He knew foxwomen were known to be quite seductive, but this woman took it to a whole another level. Her beauty was not just skin deep but had an inner radiance that shone through in her every moment and gesture, especially the music she was playing through her flute. It just sounded quite ethereal and otherworldly. A melodic blend of haunting notes and soothing melodies created a sense of mystery and intrigue around her. Even Asher felt an oddly soothing sensation in his mind and felt drawn to it, but he shook his mind to not fall for her charms since he wasn't here for pleasure. In fact, seeing how Oberon and Edmund were having their mouth water upon seeing her only made him subtly curve his lips, thinking that maybe what he was planning would be easier to achieve. The moment the chair swing settled down on the stage, she gracefully lowered the flute as the music stopped flowing, creating another blanket of silence. Nobody uttered a single word as if they didn't want to besmirch her presence. Instead, they held their breaths as her lips etched into an alluring yet elegant smile that made these men feel like they were fortunate to be born to get a glimpse of her visage. Darren was already sitting on the mat, his soul stolen by her captivating beauty. Her succulent pink lips parted as she spoke in a melodic voice. "Welcome, my dear guests. I am Kira, one of the pearls of this establishment. As a lover of music and its various melodies, I love to reward those who can bring out the meaning in my music, so here I am again, hoping that one of you could give me what I am looking for while I take you on a journey through my words and let my melody take you to a place you have never been before." "What is she talking about?" Asher asked a dazed Darren, who came back from his dream world and cleared his throat. "In a broken bar, this is one of the main things that makes her so interesting from the rest of them. She is a beauty who loves poetry and likes to hear us describe the meaning of her poems, but the thing is, she is the most beautiful virgin pearl who has yet to get charmed by a man's words. It is said that she would choose a man who can make her feel touched by their words. For dozens of years, so many talented and powerful men have tried a broken bar, but only very few of them were able to really charm her," Darren said with a sigh of awe as he shook his head. He then added, "But she isn't that cruel. If someone talented enough managed to impress her slightly, she would at least entertain them for a while in her chambers. It's a scam. Somebody like her wouldn't reach here by preserving their chastity. How do you guys even know she is still a maiden? She is simply using this to entice people," Asher said with a sarcastic chuckle. Darren nodded with an awkward chuckle. "Of course, we know that, but that is her story we are playing along with. It's not like she really is looking to settle down with someone or that she is really a virgin. It's obvious that the best succubus in town can't be maiden, but that is her story. She is like an innocent maiden who loves music and seeks a soulmate whose soul resonates with hers. The night and the story end with her picking a man, and the same repeats when she makes an appearance again. Those who were lucky to enter her chambers would never reveal if they slept with her or not, since they are playing along too. That keeps us all guessing while keeping us on our toes and adding to her mystery. Still, they came out looking as if they were born anew, feeling like a new man and enjoyed in paradise, so who wouldn't want to share some time alone with her? So far, Prince Oberon and young Lord Edmund are her regular patrons, but that's natural, considering they are way more talented and skilled in all kinds of arts compared to us lesser nobles. Asher now realized why this brothel was not like the usual ones. Still, he had a slightly baffled expression and asked, "I still don't get one thing. In the end, she is still a brothel girl, right? What stops Oberon or Edmund from forcibly making her their woman and keeping her for themselves?" Asher knew the kind of people these two were, or perhaps they were keeping each other in check out of rivalry. Darren awkwardly chuckled and said, "I am afraid if one of them does that, then this establishment won't thrive anymore, or some kind of riot will happen, which would be hard to take care of. This whole business runs mainly on the feeling of conquest, a broken bar, the feeling of achievement we feel when possessing a pearl using our own abilities, and we all are indirectly competing to see who is more capable than the other. This is also why her story is interesting for us to play along with, but if somebody cheats to possess a pearl, then the rest won't stay still, though any noble with some pride and dignity wouldn't definitely cheat. I hope you understand what I am trying to say. A broken bar, I got it all right, a broken bar." Asher now understood the mentality of these guys. This was a place where demons go to enjoy the company of succubi, but they also understood that it was not a place to assert their dominance or try to control the succubi. Instead, They seek validation for themselves by trying to get chosen by the best pearls since they can't get enough validation elsewhere, and just as Darren said, the rivalry between all these demons makes them feel like they were in a competition to see who gets the best pearl, just like how Oberon and Edmund were competing to get the favor of Kira, the Temptress Supreme. And men like these two would constantly keep the other in check even if they feel tempted to forcibly obtain something, thanks to their ego and rivalry. Her title wasn't a joke at all. She surely can and has tempted every single man in this building to the point they would be willing to die to even just touch her feet. He couldn't believe most of these idiots waste so much time for a pearl they wouldn't get to possess for the rest of their lives. Still, it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary woman at all. Otherwise, with beauty alone, she wouldn't be able to rise to this level. He also could see a few guards standing above, hidden in the shadows. It seemed as if she held some power of her own indeed. Darren saw Asher's keen eyes observing the obscured guards and said, "Ah, I forgot to mention a broken bar. She practically runs this entire business, and all the other succubi work under her. That's just another fact why nobody would try to mess with her for no reason." "She is that old?" Asher asked, since usually such positions were usually filled by senior ones. "She is definitely older than me and probably older than Prince Oberon too, but you know how Vulpinaries area broken bar, they age like wine and only get more charming as they get older. Maybe that is also why she is so charming than the others," Darren said with a dreamy gaze. "She doesn't seem like she is from any Vulpinari clan in our kingdom." A broken bar, Asher said with a squinted gaze. "That is also one of the mysterious things about her. Based on her features, none of us can really pinpoint her origins. The Vulpinari women in our kingdom definitely don't share some of her graceful features, but none of us really care since we want her to remain mysterious like that and keep entertaining us like this. I can assure you that you will feel your soul resonate when you hear her poems," Darren said zealously. Asher had a skeptical look since he felt that these men were too captivated by her charms to the point they would succumb even if she simply looked at them. But he smiled, especially thinking about the fact that Edmund and Oberon were her regular patrons. However, suddenly he heard a voice that was like a symphony of emotions. "Come, my love, and take my hand. Let me lead you to a land where dreams are born and never die. And love is all around the sky. We'll dance beneath the moonlit skies, and watch the stars as they arise. We'll laugh and love, till morning light, and hold each other through the night. My heart is yours, my love is true. With every breath I'll sing for you." The moment she finished singing her poem, a brief silence followed as if everyone had their souls charmed by hearing her poem. Her voice was soft and melodic, with a hint of sadness and longing but also a touch of hope and joy. She sang with a certain passion and intensity that made these words come alive and make the men feel as if they were experiencing the emotions along with her. Each line was sung with different inflection and emphasis, making the poem feel like a story that was being told. Asher had to admit that the way she sang created a captivating atmosphere that was hard to pull away from. Though his heart was unmoved by her words, he hated the concept of love and only felt contempt for those who believed in such an illusion. Just like the illusion of love and attention this woman created to charm these men. He also wasn't fond of poems anymore, especially since this reminded him of the times Era always sang poems whenever they were together. She loved to sing and even made him sing with her while teaching him how to observe the beauty of the nature around him to feel moved by it. But at that time, he wished he had realized how rotten her heart was instead of wasting time on unnecessary things. Clap. Clap, clap, a thunderous cheering from the men followed as they came back from their dreamy state. Some were already tearing up as if their souls were touched by her melodious words. Asher saw how even Darren was enraptured by her words. Seeing his blissful expression, Kira briefly raised her hand with a poetic smile, making the men hush themselves as they eagerly awaited her next words. "What I sang was a simple poem that came to my mind when I looked up at the sky this morning and the people around me. I now eagerly await what you gentlemen feel after hearing my poem," Kira said as she gracefully and slightly bowed her head. Right away, So many hands were raised while some hesitated since they didn't want to embarrass themselves before her and the others if their interpretation of her poem sucked. Oberon and Edmund didn't raise their hands, but they had smug smiles on their faces as if they were confident in themselves. "Yes, my lord, please go on." Kira gestured at one of the nobles who had raised his hand eagerly. "Ahem, your poem moved my heart to the point I realized what I was missing out on in my life, fear broken by an enchantress like you, so I believe you are also looking for the one which made you inspired to sing this poem," the man said with a proud look as if his interpretation must be good. Kira gave a subtle, alluring smile and said with a soft nod, "That is a good interpretation, my lord. I am glad my poem was helpful to you, and I hope you find a woman who can warm your heart. Now, how about you, my lord?" Kira had already gestured at another man. Asher softly chuckled, seeing how this woman skillfully turned down the other guy without even making him feel as if he got rejected, surely as expected from someone who spent a lot of time in this business. Many men conveyed their interpretations, and Kira politely responded and complimented them, though everyone knew she had yet to hear something that could impress her. Finally, after nobody was raising their hands anymore, Edmund suddenly spoke up, "Madam Kira, how about you hear out this young lord? Perhaps it might move your heart." "Of course, go ahead, please," Kira said as she gracefully bent her legs towards the other side, looking as if she was giving her full attention to Edmund. "Your poem was a beautiful and skillful expression of love and devotion, but I cannot help but notice how it also serves to seduce and captivate the audience, drawing them in with promises of love and dreams just like how we are trying to draw you in using our love and dreams. I can't help but envy how you do it better than us," Edmund said as his lips curved upwards, his chest open, and his head leaning in slightly towards her. Kira let out a soft, musical, and alluring giggle as she said, "Ah, my lord, your words truly flatter me, and I have to admit your interpretation of my poem connected with me at some point." Her words made the men sigh in envy, seeing how as usual, he managed to impress her slightly while Edmund smugly smiled. They had to admit Edmund really was well versed in these things. "How about Madam Kira hear me out as well, and we will see if this time one of us can connect with you more," Oberon said with a flirty raise of one of his brows. "Kira would be honored to listen to your words," Kira said as she seductively leaned in his direction. "Your poetry is a call to my senses, yearning for a man's heart. You also painted a vivid picture of a land of love and dreams in which you would feel honored to visit your one true man. You want to dance beneath the moon with your soulmate, to hold you throughout the night and fulfill your dreams. Why not let me be the one to fulfill your every desire?" Oberon asked with a charming wink as he smiled at her. Everyone couldn't help but praise how eloquently he put his words and confidently asked her out, knowing what she truly wanted. Kira placed her hand on her chest as she said, "Or rather it was a beautiful interpretation that came close to what inspired me, but I am sorry I wasn't able to recite my poem in a better way to let you gentlemen realize my desires." Oberon and Edmund clicked their tongues, seeing how she wasn't really moved by their words. They knew she was being polite by saying it was her fault even though her poem was perfect. They can't think of any other meaning to her poem. Still, they didn't care and were satisfied that one of them would at least get to personally spend time with her in her chamber since nobody else did it better than them. The two looked at each other with smirks, indirectly feeling smug that Kira was going to pick one of them today, though they have to wait and see whom she was going to pick between them for. Today, no men were surprised to see that, as usual, nobody was able to truly move her heart. Still, they were disappointed they didn't come with interpretations as good as Edmund or Oberon's. Otherwise, they could have enjoyed some personal time with her. Would Madame Kira like to hear the interpretation of this simple man? A man's voice echoed from behind, making everyone turn their heads around, especially Edmund and Oberon, wondering which idiot felt like interpreting her poem after everything was almost over. A broken Bardaren had a blinking expression upon seeing Asher raising his hand briefly. He can't help but wonder what he was thinking. Everybody saw an ordinary-looking guy raising his hand and scoffed, thinking how a low-class man like him could possibly know how to interpret such a beautiful poem. This could probably be the first time he heard this. The noble who brought him in must have done it for fun, though now it was going to backfire. Some booed at him for having no shame in raising his lowly hand before Madame Kira and spoiling her enchanting presence. However, Kira subtly raised her brows and briefly raised her hand, making the other men hush themselves while wondering if she was going to have him thrown out or something. "May I ask what your good name is, sir?" Kira asked with a certain allure her tone, her smile captivating as ever, making the other men feel jealous that she was giving her attention to some low-class nobody. Asher put his hands in his pockets and said, "People call me Lagu, Madame Kira." "Sir Lagu, please he broken bar, I would be happy to listen to your interpretation of my poem," Kira said as one of her golden tails gently rested on her shoulder. The sound of men sighing in frustration echoed subtly as they couldn't stand the sight of Madame Kira talking to him so politely and entertaining the words of some Lagu. Darren held his breath and hoped Asher knew what he was doing by garnering so much attention. Oberon and Edmund turned around and ignored him as they felt it was just some lowlife trying to get some attention. If not for Madame Kira, Edmund would have had him crippled and thrown out for making this place filthy with his feet. Asher softly shrugged his shoulders and said aloud, "I feel your poem was a romantic and heartfelt expression of love and devotion, but I don't think it was towards a person or because you were seeking a soulmate. The sentences where love is all around the sky and let us dance beneath the sky made me feel that you were yearning for a magical and enchanting place filled with love, a broken bar, a place you feel a personal connection to which also includes the people in it. You love to watch the stars rise as you laugh and dance in that place just like anybody would feel like when thinking about the place, a broken bar they were born, a broken bar. A place where dreams are born and never die." Kira's glimmering green eyes flickered momentarily as she heard his words. Her expression became glazed as if her mind was pulled elsewhere. However, the men felt like laughing at his dumb interpretation as one of the nobles who told his interpretation first spoke up. "How rude of you. Did you even hear her poem from the beginning?" Madame Kira clearly mentioned the sentences, "Come, my love, and take my hand and let me lead you to a land." These sentences make it obvious that she was seeking a soulmate who would hold her hand and fulfill her dreams as her man. "Your interpretation is just insulting her inspiration." The other men also strongly nodded with annoyed looks, especially since this Lagu guy openly said their interpretation of her wanting a soulmate was wrong. Oberon and Edmund had the same opinion, but they didn't want to lower themselves by paying attention to some low-class idiot. Darren also didn't expect Asher to come up with such a different interpretation since he also felt that she was indirectly seeking a soulmate, especially since her story was based on her finding a man. Of course, that didn't mean all her poems so far were about that, but still a broken bar. Darren couldn't think of any other reason. Asher inwardly chuckled as he looked at the faces of these annoyed men and said, "Isn't it obvious? Those sentences meant that she was talking to herself. Or perhaps her past self was talking to her, a broken bar wanting to bring her back to the place they loved and cherished. A broken bar, a form of longing from the depths of her soul for a place where love is all around the sky," Asher said as he looked at Kira, whose glimmering green eyes formed faint ripples. The men couldn't believe he was spouting even more nonsense, but suddenly everyone became silent as they, especially Oberon and Edmund, noticed a shocking change on Kira's face. Her eyes became shiny with unshed tears, making it quite obvious that she was truly moved by his interpretation. They had never seen her make such an expression. In the past, whenever she said she felt moved by the interpretations of a few nobles, she never made such an expression except for being very charming. So did this mean that she never felt moved all those times? No, that can't be. Maybe this poem was closer to her heart. Darren was astonished as well and was shocked since he knew the true identity of this Lagu person. How would he know to interpret her poem's true meaning when he only woke up a month ago? Did the queen teach him arts like poetry and things other than combat skills? He couldn't put his finger on it. Oberon and Edmund were the ones who were most baffled by this observation. They can't believe that the words of some drug affected her heart. Since they were sitting closest to her, they could sense the drastic change in her aura, even if it only lingered for a short moment before returning to normal. Kira calmly closed her eyes for a brief moment before opening them with clear eyes. She looked at Legu with a veiled glint in her eyes and smiled. I have no words to express how I feel now. Your interpretation of my poem touched my heart. I want to thank you by inviting you to spend some time in my chambers and let me entertain you for the rest of the night. It is the least I can do, she said with a sensual smile. What the fuck? This can't be happening. Did he really win her heart? I can't believe that was the true meaning of her poem. A broken bar. It just a broken bar. How was he able to come up with that? A broken bar. It just isn't possibly broken bar. No, a broken bar. I don't want some dirty pig to lick her lovely feet. I can't even fathom the idea of him touching our Madame Kira. We don't have to worry. The Temptress Supreme would never let herself get sullied by a lowly thing. She would just discreetly kick him out after inviting him in. That is exactly what I thought too. It would be considered lucky if a toad kissed him. The men in the hall were heatedly whispering among themselves, wanting to bash this Legu for getting ahead of them. They could only take relief by believing that nothing big would happen inside and that she was just humoring him to not be rude or go back on her words. Oberon and Edmund felt as if they got spat on by a pig. That was the feeling they got when they saw the Temptress Supreme favoring some nobody over the two of them. Even if, on the off chance, his interpretation was what she was looking for, how could she choose him over them? They were the ones who had been spending fortunes on her as gifts just to let her indirectly know that she won't find any better men than them. This also meant that they expected her to at least pick them whenever she made an appearance, and she had never chosen anybody else other than them until now. A broken bar, all for some lowly worm. Madame Kira, I understand your choice, but have you truly considered the capabilities of this Legu person? He may know some poetry, but I am afraid he would come short when it comes to everything else, Oberon said with a polite smile, though his eyes had a suppressed light of disappointment and anger after having his pride bruised. He was already thinking of ways to bring pain upon Legu for making her choose him and then make him feel like killing himself. Madame Kira, you always have good taste, though this time, I feel you are about to make a bad choice. As Brother Oberon said, he may have interpreted your poem to your taste, but it's obvious he isn't of the same caliber as us. Are you sure you want to spend time with someone beneath your grace? Edmund asked with a charming smile. Though his eyes were cold and filled with hidden anger, he was already thinking of ways to make this piece of shit Legu regret coming anywhere near this town. How dare this pig thirst for something that was his? The two purposefully said these words aloud to openly put down this worm named Legu and make him realize his place. If he had even an inkling of shame, he would have already run out after hearing this. The others also laughed and even began to call out insults at Legu. Supporting Edmund and Oberon's words, they felt that Madame Kira didn't have to show such courtesy to a lowborn. Asher scoffed inwardly upon seeing Oberon and Edmund getting pissed upon witnessing the unexpected turn of events and even trying to dissuade Kira. Darren swallowed his saliva as he was inwardly screaming at all of them to stop insulting the royal consort to his face. If only they knew who was behind this mask. However, Asher's expression remained unfazed by their insults, and he said calmly and collected, "My lords, your words may carry weight, but your actions speak louder than words. True strength and capability are not necessarily measured by one's birthright or station but by one's actions and character. I may not possess the same privilege or status as you all, but I assure you, my actions will speak for themselves even though my words prevailed earlier." He then turned to Kira and politely greeted her. "Madame Kira, I humbly accept your favor and look forward to proving myself worthy of it. Perhaps then some people would change their minds about me." How dare he? Most of the men's faces puffed up in anger and humiliation. This bastard just openly mocked them for losing to him and indirectly boasted about how superior his manliness was against theirs. Does he truly know no fear or shame? And the fact that he hinted about proving his manliness to Madame Kira set off a lot of fuses inside them. Darren had a blinking expression and couldn't help but feel great admiration for the royal consort. He put his words so eloquently it didn't seem as if he was directly insulting everyone yet hurt them where it mattered, coupled with the fact that he boldly and confidently suggested to Madame Kira that she won't regret this night. He wished he had this kind of confidence before women like her. How could these men not feel like their nerves were about to explode from anger and jealousy after hearing this? Oberon and Edmund were the ones who got most pissed off, since they knew this vermin meant these words for them, even if he didn't explicitly mention them. Not even once in their lives did they have to endure these words from someone like him. All this time they didn't even look at him, since they didn't want to lower their class by talking to someone like him. It would be no different than paying attention to a worm on the ground. But if that worm began to crawl all over their noble face, then it was only right they crushed it right away. Kira narrowed her eyes as she carefully looked at this Lagu person. She had never met someone of his class who possessed such wit and guts yet was foolishly brave. But then she noticed the drastic change in the moods of Edmund and Oberon. She revealed an enrapturing smile as she looked at Oberon and Edmund and whispered something to them, making their expressions relax. And within a few moments, no longer looking as if they ate shit, some amount of bitterness still lingered in their eyes, but they at least didn't look as if they were about to explode, especially Edmund, while Oberon seemed to still have a hold over his bearings. Even though Asher couldn't hear what she said, he didn't care, since he almost got what he came here for. Kira leaned back on her chair swing as it began to get pulled up slowly. "I will be waiting for you, Sir Lagu. Please take your time," she said with an inviting smile as she looked at him while slowly disappearing into the darkness above. Asher saw some top-notch succubi surrounding him as they all flashed beautiful smiles and said, "Please follow us, Sir Lagu. We will show you to Madame Kira's personal chambers." Darren gulped, hearing the sentence he had been dreaming of hearing, just like every other man. Still, even if he was feeling envious of Asher, he had no ill feelings, knowing that he deserved this. If he truly moved her heart just like she wanted, there couldn't be a better ending, though one thing that was concerning was if Madame Kira would learn his true identity or not. If she did a broken bar, that could be quite troublesome. "Sure, lead the way," Asher said with a casual smile while the rest watched with green faces. Darren didn't know whether he should leave or not, but seeing the hint from Asher, it seemed like he didn't need him to stay necessarily. As he walked past Oberon and Edmund, he felt their gazes of contempt, but as usual, he paid no mind to them. He found himself being led upwards through dimly lit corridors. Finally, he stepped foot on the third floor, where it was relatively quiet, peaceful, and silent. He can't hear the bustling sound of men enjoying from downstairs. It was as if he had entered a different building, and the ambience felt more soothing yet sensual. He entered a small hallway, dimly lit by a faint golden light, and the walls adorned with luxurious tapestries depicting scenes of romantic trysts between succubi and men. The floor was made of warm, polished marble, and the air was heavy with the scent of incense and something fragrant as well. The succubi led Asher to a large wooden door at the end of the hallway, though he raised one of his brows upon catching a glimpse of a man standing guard outside. Upon closer look, it seemed like he was of Vulpini race, or, as Asher would put it, a fox man. The Vulpin race was mainly known for their beautiful women, known as Vulpinari, though the males, known as Vulpini, were not to be underestimated. They could be equally seductive for women, and some of the powerful women even used them as playthings. However, the fox man he was looking at seemed to be far from a plaything. He had a tall and lean muscular build, with a sleek and agile frame. His features were sharp and angular, and he had a large bushy silver tail. His ears were pointed and perked up, making it seem like he was quite vigilant and watchful. His eyes were piercing gold, and he had long silver hair that was tied back in a tight ponytail while wearing black leather armor that accentuated the powerful lines of his body. As Asher came near him, his expression was stoic and unreadable. He nods curtly at the succubi that accompanied Asher, indicating that they may leave and leave this man with him. The moment they left, Asher felt this fox man's gaze remain fixed on him as if assessing him for any sign of danger or deceit. He said with a subtle furrow of his brows, "I am Shoki, protector of Madame Kira. You are here at her grace, any harm or disrespect towards her, and you'll have to answer to me," he warned with a cutting gaze. Asher could sense a hint of possessiveness in his eyes, making him chuckle and say, "Buddy, relax, I'm not here to eat her up unless fate has other plans." Shocky knew the double meaning in the words of this crude filth and was about to say something when, Shocky ... let Serlegu in, a melodic voice came from inside, making Shocky's expression become taut and stepped to the side while wondering how come his madam has to entertain such a low-class man. Just one word from her, and he would have him thrown into a ditch after cutting his crude tongue out. Asher gave a wink at Shocky before entering the chamber, making him take a cold, deep breath as he closed the door behind him with a sharp glint in his eyes. The moment Asher entered Kira's chamber, he raised his brows subtly upon being enveloped by a sweet and heady aroma mixed with a crisp and refreshing scent of something akin to jasmine and mint. This created a warm and inviting atmosphere. He also saw how lavish the space inside was, with a large four-poster bed as the centerpiece, covered in silken sheets and pillows of various sizes. Based on how things looked, it did seem like she slept in this place only. The floor was covered in plush carpets and a fireplace crackled in the corner, casting a warm glow over the room. There were several small tables scattered throughout the room, holding various trinkets and objects of art. A large window on one wall overlooked the town below, and a balcony could be accessed through the window, offering a beautiful view of the night sky. However, his eyes became distracted when he saw a captivating golden-haired beauty coming out from within the curtains on the side. "Welcome, Serlegu. I hope my humble adobe wouldn't be of bad taste to you," she greeted as her luscious pink lips arched into a smile, her voice soft and melodic as always. Asher saw her fluffy golden tails dance in the air as her dreamy emerald green eyes looked at him. She even changed her garments to that very seductive dark red garment that showed off her succulent thighs and smooth calves while firmly clinging to her curves and navel. But what stood out the most was her milky knockers that seemed like they might slip out of her dress at any moment. She surely knew how to dress in a way that would make even a eunuch feel hot down there. She wasn't wearing her veil, making her captivating beauty become even more enrapturing. "As I said before, I am a simple man. I am sure your tastes would suit me really well," Asher said with a subtle curve of his lips, making Kira softly nod with an alluring smile. "I am glad you feel so. Come, please make yourself comfortable on the mat I specially prepared for you." She gestured to him towards a soft mat surrounded with cushiony dark golden pillows with a graceful movement of her arm. Asher nodded as he sat down on the mat, making him feel like he was sinking into a bed of roses. Surely this woman knew how to prepare the perfect mat to relax a man. He saw her preparing a drink for him when she asked, "May I ask where Serlegu is coming from? I am surprised since I haven't seen someone who can artfully break down my poem like you. It makes me wonder if Serlegu is seeing me for the first time." Asher squinted his eyes before answering with a chuckle, "Of course not. How could a man like me possibly be able to enter this town without a powerful master? Today I happened to get lucky that my master decided to let me accompany him here. Otherwise, I usually spend my time back in the lower towns. I hope my origins didn't offend Madam Kira," Asher said in a flattery tone while closely observing his surroundings and her. "As a maiden of music and a lover of nature, I don't judge a person based on their origins. I judge them based on their experiences and wisdom, and I must say Serlegu's wisdom makes me admire you. Not everyone can be as well versed as you with the same origins," Kira said in a tone of pure admiration as she poured some drink into a small glass and turned around to walk towards him. Asher smiled as she placed the small glass before him and sat right in front of him with only a small table between them. The moment she sat down near him, he could smell the sweet and alluring scent coming off her body. A mixture of wildflowers and a hint of vanilla. It was both feminine and captivating, making him feel a pull towards her and drawing his eyes towards her seductive features, especially her soft, big round breasts that were partially revealed by her off-shoulder silk red gown. He was slightly surprised by how such big melons were defying gravity when usually the ones he had seen with such big breasts sag a lot or would have used implants while hers were natural and perky. He had no doubt she could smother someone with such big breasts, especially since it was a tad bigger than Marina's. Please have this drink, Sir Legu. I made it with special care, hoping you would relish it. Kira picked up the glass and leaned closer to him as she offered him the glass, her eyes looking as if she was yearning to see him enjoy the drink she had prepared. Since she came closer, he could smell the subtle musk of her fox-like nature, adding a mysterious and seductive undertone to her scent and the way she was looking at him. It would make any man's heart melt and pray to let their souls be taken by her. However, Asher received the glass and looked at the sparkling transparent liquid inside it, inviting him to gulp it down. He had no doubt this would taste really good, but he placed it back on the table and said with an apologetic smile, "Thank you for your kind gesture. I will make sure to drink this right before I leave. Have a long trip tomorrow, so maybe this would help me keep my spirits up," he said in a tone as if he was really worried he might wake up late tomorrow. Kira's expression didn't change even though he turned down her gesture. Instead, she placed aside the glass and said with a charming batting of her eyelashes, "I can understand, and since you mentioned you have a long trip tomorrow, how about I help you relax and entertain you with a dance? I can promise that Sir Legu wouldn't be let down by me." "You want to dance for me?" Asher asked with an excited look. Kira got up and smiled as she said, "I don't know if Sir Legu knows this since you are new here, but I do sometimes dance for people I take some liking to. It makes me happy to entertain them through my music and dance, so I feel I owe Sir Legu a dance tonight." Asher leaned back on the cushiony pillows as he said in a chummy tone, "It would be a pleasure to see you dance." With her gaze locked onto him, she took a few steps back and took out her golden flute. Her fingers gently ran over its smooth surface as she began to play a soft, melodic tune, the notes filling the air and captivating Asher's attention. This music was far more pleasing to his ears compared to the one he had heard before. As she played, she began to move her body in a slow, seductive dance, her hips swaying and her arms gracefully flowing. She looked at him with a playful smile on her lips, her eyes sparkling with charming mischief as she continued to play her flute and dance, every step and gesture filled with poise and sensuality. Her long, flowing golden hair danced around her like a wild, fiery mane, adding to the sensual allure of her performance, and the way her big soft melons heaved with each breath she took was a sight that could captivate any soul. Even Asher couldn't help but admire the curves of her body and the way her fair, smooth skin shone under the soft light of the candles as she danced and played her flute. He found himself mesmerized by her every move, unable to look away as she enticed him with her artistry. He didn't expect her dance and music to be this good. Not even the best dancers and musicians on earth could come close to her. He found himself getting even more relaxed, as if his body and mind were resonating with her dance and music. She slowly moved closer to him with her hips swaying and her body undulating in a hypnotic rhythm. Her music and dance worked together to create an alluring atmosphere, one that was almost impossible to resist, especially her glowing emerald green eyes that never stopped giving their attention to him. Asher felt a sense of euphoria wash over him as he watched her dance. He found himself increasingly entranced by her, his mind becoming hazy and his body feeling heavy as if both were craving to drown in her charms. He saw her three bushy golden tails move gracefully, each one undulating in time with the music. They swayed and twirled before him, their soft fur catching the light and glimmering like gold while adding to her mesmerizing charms. He saw her otherworldly emerald green eyes and felt like his entire being was dissolving into them. He suddenly felt his surroundings dissolve as he saw a woman standing on the balcony of a blurry room. By just seeing the blurry silhouette of her hourglass body, one could guess she was a flawless beauty. She was wearing a red sleeveless dress, staring into the hills at the horizon, admiring the beauty of the hills far away. His vision was foggy, but he found himself walking toward her and standing behind her back before hugging her slender waist. His mind was blank and it felt like his body had a mind of its own. He parted her hair as he kissed her lovely neck before slipping off one of the sleeves to kiss down her shoulder. He pulled down the other sleeve as well, revealing her sexy naked back. He could also see her bountiful mounds slowly getting revealed more and how her dress was hanging on her nipples, about to fall off. He softly left kisses over her curvy back while squeezing her supple, firm breasts. He turned her around, but when he saw her face, which became clear all of a sudden, his brows raised, and his expression darkened as he clenched her neck. "We're broken, but this isn't real. I have yet to drag you to my hell," Asher said in a seething tone upon seeing Era's face. Wondering what was going on, she grimaced and grabbed his hands. "See, Cedric, a broken bar, you are hurting me, a broken bar, why are you doing this?" Her eyes teared up, her expression shocked. Asher shook his head as he said, "You don't get to ask me that. Just wait, a broken bar, I will come for you one day." Saying so, Asher crushed her neck, and the next moment, his surroundings dissolved before he felt the aroma of Kira's room wafting through his nostrils, making him realize his mind came back from whatever illusion he was forcibly put into. He couldn't fully make sense of what was going on, though he realized he was in the presence of someone dangerous. More than he ever expected, so he immediately reined in his senses to make it seem like nothing happened on the outside. He didn't want to make it seem like he woke up, though he didn't notice a faint dark green light on his ring slowly dying down. Kira smiled, seeing Legu's dazed expression, his mind being under her spell. After seeing that his body was completely relaxed and his mind synced to her aura, she stopped playing her flute as she asked, "Can you tell me who you really are, Sir Legu?" She stopped dancing though her three golden tails continued to sway in a hypnotizing rhythm before him. Asher's eyes were weakly opened as he looked at her and answered with a dazed look, "Yeah, broken bar, I am a servant from the Red Sands who work for young Lord Darren, a broken bar." Kira squinted her eyes and then asked, "Did you know me before today?" With the same hazy eyes, he answered, "I don't, a broken bar, think so, broken bar, this is the first time I have ever laid eyes on our broken bar, breathtaking beauty like you." Kira rolled her eyes with a frustrated sigh, her expression no longer filled with allure. "How come someone as illiterate as you saw through the meaning of my poem?" Kira asked with a veiled glint in her eyes. Even though her words were not as friendly as before, her voice was still melodious as ever. "Oh, our broken bar, I overheard one of the nobles discussing it, but they didn't reveal it, thinking it was wrong. So broken bar, since I am an unmarried virgin, a broken bar, I hope to spend a night with someone like you by impressing you. If I got lucky, a broken bar, I hope he broken bar you won't be angry for it, our broken bar." As he said, drool dripped down his mouth. Kira had a blinking expression, but the next moment she let out a tired sigh as she pressed her forehead against her fingers. She can't believe she wasted her time on this fool. Still, she revealed a beautiful smile as she picked up the glass she had prepared for him earlier. "It's fine, any other man would have done the same thing in your shoes." She dipped her finger into the drink for a brief moment before offering it to him. "Here, broken bar, drink this, and you will get the bliss you seek for." Asher's hand weakly moved as he took the drink from her hand. He weakly blinked his eyes as he gulped down the drink as if he was thirsty for it. She saw him collapse back on the mat after a few moments of drinking it and a streak of blood oozing down one of his nostrils. She clicked her tongue softly and gently placed her hand on his head. "You brought this upon yourself, boy," she said, her tone monotone, deeper and less melodic than before. Her expression also no longer gave off a seductive aura, but instead, her eyes appeared cold and steely. But suddenly, she frowned upon noticing something odd, a broken bar, very odd. She removed her hand from his head and extended it towards his face, her eyes narrowing down. Kira was about to touch Legu's face with her hand when suddenly one of his hands grabbed her wrist, his eyes opening wide with a dark green light shining within. "You have succeeded in grabbing my attention." Saying so, he placed his other hand on his face and removed a layer of skin, or what seemed like a magical mask that revealed what was hidden within. Kira's eyes shook and widened as she saw his skin color turning dove gray, his hair transforming into a silver waterfall, and his eyes a flaming dark yellow. He slowly stood up as she involuntarily raised her head to look up at him. Her expression was filled with shock and disbelief. How could she not be shocked upon seeing that this man was the royal consort who was dignified by the people today after revealing his power? Even if it only happened just a couple of hours before, someone like her had already learned about everything that happened in the Tower of Hell. Why would someone like him be doing here in disguise? Was he that desperate for the warmth of a woman? No, a broken bar, that couldn't be the reason. Her lips parted as she saw him wipe away the blood that had trickled down one of his nostrils before. How was he still standing after drinking that? But her mind snapped out of it as her thoughts raced to think what to do next. Keep it quiet and easy unless you want to let others know you just tried to poison and kill the royal consort, Asher said with a calm smile while still holding on to her wrist. He knew her protector Shocky was standing right outside and might come in if she caused any kind of ruckus, but he felt that she was quite strong since he couldn't see through her mana circuit. Not that it really mattered in this situation. Kira's body froze upon hearing his words as she held her breath. She realized how much trouble she was in, but she didn't want to let him think he had the upper hand, and so her expression relaxed as she calmly smiled and said in a melodious voice, "Are you sure I am the only one in trouble? Won't people also then ask what the royal consort was doing in my chambers when his queen was expecting his presence back in the castle?" Kira inwardly relaxed a bit, thinking that he wouldn't dare reveal his presence in this building unless he wanted to risk angering the queen. He was still her consort in the end. Seeing him being silent, she added with a hint of confidence in her eyes and caressed his sleeves in a sensual manner, "But don't worry. I know you are a man with needs just like anybody else. I won't tell if you won't. So how about we forget this misunderstanding due to mistaking your identity? It's not every day I see someone like the royal consort coming into my chambers with a disguise." Saying so, she gently freed her wrist from his hand and inwardly scoffed, seeing that no matter how much of a genius he was no different than any other man here when it comes to his lower brain. But her eyes quivered when his hand suddenly clutched her neck. "Don't fuck with me, woman. You can try and blackmail me all you want, but I simply don't care," Asher stressed calmly with a slight shake of his head and added, "What's the worst that could happen to me? I can think of 100 reasons to tell my wife why I was here, and she will believe me, but what about you? There is no reason or justification in this world that will let you escape getting punished for trying to hypnotize and kill the royal consort. Your honeyed words won't work on my wife's ears." Kira's lips firmly pressed together, seeing that he was serious about what he was saying. It seemed like he didn't really care about his presence here getting exposed, but the same did not go for her, and he knew this too. She couldn't understand how a boy who had been sleeping for years could be this calm, bold and perceptive. Not even older men would necessarily know how to talk like him. Still, what baffled her more was how he failed to get charmed by her when even powerful men had fallen under her spell. He was no stronger than a soul warrior, which only made it seem even more impossible, and that poison in the drink was something even a soul reaper won't necessarily survive. Realizing that she was up against someone she wasn't prepared to deal with nor see through completely, she dropped her seductive and charming tone as she looked at him with a harsh glint in her eyes. "What do you want?" "Wow, a broken bar, look at you. I haven't seen a woman who could turn into a completely different person in the blink of an eye. A temptress indeed, a broken bar," Asher softly scoffed as he removed his hand from her neck, making her straighten her clothes with a taut look. "First, tell me why you tried to poison some nobody." Ash knew she had poisoned him before she saw through his disguise. However, what he didn't understand was why she would try to kill someone who was of no threat to her. Kira shook her head slightly and said with a lazy look, "Because other nobles down there, especially Oberon and Edmund, were planning to make your death a not so pleasant one the moment you leave. I was trying to do you a favor. What else?" "Well, aren't you such a kind soul?" Asher sarcastically chuckled, but he didn't forget the strange set of questions she asked while she thought he was under her spell. He also noticed how she was casually using the names of two young men hailing from the most powerful backgrounds. Still, he casually shrugged and said, "I will cut to the chase. There is only one thing I want from you. he said as his gaze caressed her from top to bottom. Kira's cold eyes faintly shone with killing intent, wondering if he was really after her body. Asher saw the look in her eyes and smacked his lips softly. Don't flatter yourself. If I wanted, you would be in my bed already, but for now. A broken bar. His gaze narrowed as he continued, All I need is information. Her eyes blinked, and her brows furrowed as she asked, information? Don't tell me a broken bar. Yes, a broken bar, the kind of information you are thinking about. Since you are officially the leader of the succubi here, I want you to tell them to charm out all sorts of important information from the lusty idiots who come visit them every day. Asher knew all kinds of powerful men come here to relax and enjoy, but that also meant this was the only place they let themselves become vulnerable. Kira took a deep breath as she said, with a hint of anger in her voice, are you serious? You are only going to put those women in danger. If caught, they would die for sure, and my business would be ruined. Are you trying to have us get shut down and killed? Asher let out a tired sigh and said with a head shake, do you seriously think I give a fuck? It's either you, this business, or them. You choose. Kira couldn't believe she was getting herself cornered by this bastard. She realized how careless she was before and felt that she should have dug into the royal consort earlier. How could she have known that someone with no power till yesterday would suddenly pop out to cause trouble for her? He smiled, seeing her being silent, and added, I am going to be your most regular patron from now on. A broken bar, a shadow patron, of course, so you can expect me to frequent here. Wait, you can't just barge in whenever you want. People will take notice and don't act dumb with me. I know you people have a back door, and I am going to use just that. If some kind of pass is required for me to access such a back door, you know what to do, right? Asher said as one of the corners of his mouth turned up. How about you show me out of that said back door now? Asher said as he put on his mask again, disguising himself as Lagu. Shocky, come here, Kira said with her arms crossed, her gaze piercing into Asher. The door to her chambers immediately happened as Shocky came in with his hand on his blade, ready to shed blood on the one who dared to anger her. Kira's posture or expression relaxed as her captivating and seductive aura enveloped her again. Shocky, relax, he is a good friend of mine now, and I would like you to broken bar. Kira told him about Asher's identity and how he was going to be her most important patron from now on. Shocky's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't believe this Lagu idiot was the royal consort all this time. Even if he was the royal consort, how dare he thirst for his madam when he has the queen by his side? Shocky, stop thinking about it and show our guest out. He might get late reaching home, his wife must be waiting, Kira added with a smile, though her eyes were staring at Asher with a bitter gaze. Not so fast, I need some compensation after getting scammed by you. What would others think if the Temptress Supreme was a woman of deceit and tricks? Asher asked with a curve of his lips. Shocky's face puffed up as if he was holding in the temptation to strike down on this uncouth fellow for slandering his madam. The corners of Kira's lips faintly twitched for a moment before revealing a charming smile. Or I am so sorry that I let you down, Sir Lagu, but I will happily compensate if that is what you need. Kira snapped her fingers together as two of the best succubi in this building entered the room with alluring smiles. Asher turned and saw two women with long, flowing hair that cascaded down their backs in soft waves. Their eyes were deep and mesmerizing, with full lips, which were a natural red. Both had curvaceous figures with smooth, soft skin that exuded a sense of sensuality and allure, their presence capable of tempting the forbidden desires of any man. One of them had green hair with brown eyes, while the other had black hair with pale gray eyes. He could recognize that the alluring beauty with green hair was from a Naga clan while the other was from a tribe of purebloods known for their powerful affinity towards water. These lovely women are Azura and Kira, two of the best succubi I trained personally. They are untouched, and from now on, these two will remain exclusive to only you, catering to your every need happily, Kira said as she pointed her hands toward them. Asher saw these two charming beauties looking at him with a seductive gaze with a hint of playfulness in their smiles, inviting him to go crazy on them. He now had no doubt that these two were among the best. Not bad, for now. I shall accept your compensation, Asher said with a wink as he put his arms around the two women before walking out with a smile. Shoki's expression was taut, seeing him go out while Kira stopped smiling and rubbed the ends of her hair with a narrowed gaze, deeply thinking about something. A broken bar. After Asher was gone, Kira was standing on the balcony, looking down at the town with an unfeeling gaze. Madame, is this really wise? Why do you have to entertain and give him special treatment like this? This is unprecedented, Shoki mumbled with a confused look as he stood behind her. Kira lightly smiled and said, "Don't think too much about it, Shoki. The royal consort is going to be quite important for me, more than the others. Considering what happened today, he is going to be more important than we can expect, though I wonder what his real agenda is," she said while thinking about the request he made. Shoki pressed his lips together, feeling some kind of uneasiness, though he felt that she knew what she was doing. "Is there anything you would like me to do?" Shoki asked with an expectant look, his tail swaying in the air. Kira narrowed her eyes and said as she arched her lips, "Yes, there is one thing I want you to do." In the main street of Dark Elm, a tall cloaked figure was standing in front of the grand building of Honeyed Pearl, their gaze firmly fixed on it. The people passing by this person gulped upon feeling the imposing and sharp aura of this mysterious figure. They did their best to not offend this person, even accidentally. However, based on how the cloak draped around their figure, it seemed like a woman. Which powerful woman would be standing here in disguise? They guessed a number of noble houses they could think of but couldn't recall coming upon any woman who gave off such an unsettling aura, especially in front of a building like this. No woman with a respectable status and power would come anywhere near here. There was a large crowd of men in front of the building. As always, some had been waiting for hours patiently since it would be worth it. However, suddenly they felt a heavy aura putting pressure on their chests and turned around to see a feminine cloaked figure making her way through the crowd. The men closest to her immediately jumped to the side like frightened cats since their guts were screaming at them to not confront this mysterious woman even if she was cutting the queue. No men questioned her as they frantically made way for her while wondering who this powerful woman was and what she was doing here. The Minotaurs standing in front of the entrance saw her approaching and suddenly felt their hands visibly tremoring under the intimidating and overwhelming aura of this mysterious woman. They were men with hearts of steel who had no fear of death, but this cloaked figure exuded an air of death and blood which made their hearts shiver. The two Minotaurs couldn't even find the strength to open their mouths and ask what her business was about. The guest list a broken bar. Hand it over to me. A broken bar now, she spoke in a deep, sharp tone, making the two Minotaurs unconsciously hand over a paper to her right away. She carefully read through every single name on the list before handing it back to one of the Minotaurs. Her body language exuded a strong sense of doubt as she looked beyond the Minotaurs where the main entrance was. However, after a few moments of standing still, she walked away silently, making the others, especially the Minotaurs, sigh in relief. They were totally confused by what had just happened. A broken bar. A minute later, Asher had left the Honeyed Pearl through a secret exit and was walking back through another street. He entered a small building to take off his disguise and came out as the royal consort. However, his brows raised as he saw a tall, cloaked figure suddenly appearing before him. He smiled with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "So you managed to find me, huh?" The cloaked figure remained silent for a moment before removing her cloak, revealing a full, heavily armored figure with a large two-handed sword sheathed on her back. Asher was surprised she tracked him down despite giving her the slip, though she found him a bit too late, and by that time, he had finished what he set out to do. He had to admit Darren wasn't exaggerating about her. "It's not wise to try and trick me like that, Your Highness. If anything had happened, I wouldn't have been able to reach you in time to help you," Eradicator said in a serious tone. Asher walked past her as he casually said, "Don't sweat it. I survived all these years without you, so I am sure I will survive just fine." Eradicator turned around and began to walk behind him as she asked, Visiting the honeyed pearl is not a good thing, it can only damage the queen's prestige. Asher's expression didn't change, but he asked with narrowed eyes, I visited the honeyed pearl? When? Do you have proof, or did anybody else see me going there? I think my wife wouldn't like to hear a baseless accusation against her consort, a broken bar, don't you think? Asher knew Eradicator would give a full report of his whereabouts to Rowena, but he stressed the last sentence to make sure she won't open her mouth to her. Eradicator took a deep breath, not expecting the royal consort to be this cunning. She felt that the queen's promise to not restrict him would be misused by him. She had never felt helpless about reporting something to the queen. Now that he said it, she doesn't have any proof he was really there, and reporting without any proof wouldn't be right. I know, but next time your highness shouldn't try to leave me behind. It will be. I don't answer to you just like how you don't answer to me, so me leaving you behind or tricking you is something you have to deal with. As my wife said, you can't control what I do, it will be your responsibility to fulfill your duty, Asher said with a curve of his lips as he continued walking through the street while the people around him lowered their gazes and silently walked past, especially because of the blood-born guard following him around. They knew nothing good would happen if they tried to approach the royal consort now. Eradicator took in a deep breath. Hearing his words, she felt that dealing with the royal consort was not easy. Still, he had a point. It was her duty to ensure his safety. All she had to make sure of was not to be incompetent like before, and he wouldn't be able to slip past her. She was confident now that she won't let him get away from her sight. Asher could feel Eradicator's firm, determined gaze on his back and smiled. It seems like you are feeling confident about something. I am confident in not failing my duties again, Eradicator said in her usual deep and serious tone. Her voice was not particularly loud, but it carried a certain weight that commanded attention and respect. Even Asher had to admit she was quite disciplined and steadfast instead of being angry at him for tricking her. A game of cat and mouse it is, Asher softly mumbled, to which Eradicator subtly turned her head to look at his back. A broken bar. A few hours passed when Jarius Thorn timidly entered the Dreadthorn castle. He didn't forget what Asher told him to do, which was heavily weighing on his mind. He was already sweating just thinking about it. He didn't even know what to ask his mother or brother. What if they get more pissed at him? It would only be worse if his father was still here. However, he couldn't find Edmund or his mother anywhere. Knowing that the servants wouldn't know anything, he meekly walked towards his sister's training room after hearing that she was inside. Maybe she would know where the other two went. Upon reaching the door, he took a deep breath before knocking softly. Elder sister, a broken bar, can I enter? Yeah, broken bar, I just wanted to ask one small thing. Look at that, my little brother is here. Don't be shy and come in, Jarius. A soft giggle sounded from inside, though Jarius only felt more nervous as he slowly opened the door and took a peek. The room was dark and eerie, with an unsettling atmosphere. He saw his sister dressed in a sexy dark blue baby doll dress that revealed her tempting cleavage and a glimpse of her perfect, round mounds. But the sight that made him sweat was seeing her feeding on a human who was being hanged from the ceiling by a rope wrapped around his penis. It was not just one human man, but he saw her feeding on a human woman too, who was hanging beside this man, but the difference was that some strange slimy tentacles were wrapped around the woman's naked body, especially around her breasts, her limbs, and her neck, restricting her in every way. However, it didn't seem like these tentacles' job was to only restrict her but to pleasure her to death. After seeing how these tentacles were not only wrapped around her body but had also entered her nether regions and even her mouth while making a sucking motion on her tits too. The woman's eyes were drunk and hazy, her face flushed red just like her body while letting out soft, weak moans. It seemed as if this had been going on for so long that she lost the energy to even moan and was drowning in too much pleasure, coupled with the fact that too much of her blood had been sucked out of her by his sister. It was quite apparent that this woman had lost all senses to the pleasure she was experiencing. Jarius knew these two humans were hunters that Sabina captured during some quest and brought them here to toy with them and feed on them like usual. He could see that she was almost done feeding after seeing a few dead humans lying on the floor, neatly arranged side by side, their faces hollow and gray and their lifeless eyes looking as if their minds had been broken before they died. But no matter the number of times he had seen such similar sights, he was unable to get used to it. It just made his legs weak, especially now after seeing the sight of that hunter hanging by his dick. "Do you know what makes the blood of these humans more tasty, little Jarius?" Sabina asked as she took her fangs out from the neck of the woman who was swimming in a deep pool of pleasure. Her face seemed as if she didn't even feel Sabina's fangs going in and out of her skin, but she was smiling with a delirious look. Jarius stiffly shook his head with a deep breath. "Han, it is different for their men and women. When it comes to men, a broken bar." Sabina had a small flogging whip on her hand and smacked the man's penis with it, making him let out a painful grunt with a red puffy face. Jarius felt his dick shrivel seeing that and hearing the sound it made. The man's face was haggard with drooping eyelids and mouth. It seemed as if he didn't even have the luxury to beg for the pain and suffering to end. Pain and fear make their blood taste so much better," she said with a look of delight. She stepped to the side and caressed the face of the human woman as she continued, "As for their women, a broken bar pain through pleasure makes their blood taste quite sweet and delicious." Sabina wiped off the leftover blood on the woman's neck with one of her fingers and sucked on it with a blush on her cheeks. "When it tastes so good it turns me on so meek, a broken bar mnn." She let out a muffled moan as she squeezed her own breasts. "Do you want me to teach you how to do it too, little brother? My methods are still not perfect, but I will get better the more I experiment," Sabina said with a bloodthirsty smile. Jarius felt a chill go down his spine as he shook his head in a jittery way and stuttered, "Yeah, broken bar, just want to know where broken bar mother and elder brother Isa broken bar did you happen to see them?" He was ready to run out since he remembered how, a few years ago, she suggested he give her a helping hand for her experiments, but that day, he experienced a kind of hell that left him sick for weeks and with a kind of trauma that still exists now. What a coincidence, they just entered the castle, Sabina said as she briefly closed her eyes and clicked her tongue when she saw that her experiment was finished, seeing how the two humans had already died. Jarius left right away without even lingering for a second lest she drags him into it out of boredom. "A broken bar. Mother, what is so important you had to summon me here now?" Edmund asked in a slightly frustrated tone as he entered the meeting hall of the castle with his mother. Esther's cold gaze landed on him as she asked, "After what happened today, you still want to remain ignorant? We will discuss the rest after your sister comes." Edmund furrowed his brows as he remembered Asher's face. "Mother, elder brother," Jarius greeted as he entered the hall, his heart quite tense especially after seeing them. Esther crossed her arms and looked at her youngest son. "What are you doing here, Jarius? You are supposed to be at the tower, training and not wasting your time here. Go back before I send someone to drag you back there." "Yeah, run off, little brother. We don't want you bringing shame to our house and dragging us down even more," Edmund snickered with a lopsided grin. Jarius clenched his fists behind his back upon hearing his words, but he didn't dare to say anything. "That's enough, Edmund. Leave, Jarius. We have important business to take care of. Whatever you have to say can wait," Esther said, knowing that he came here for something. Jarius silently nodded and turned around, only to see his elder sister walking past him with a wink. He furrowed his brows and wondered what kind of important matter they were going to discuss since all three of them had assembled in the same room. He quickly took out a dead lizard from his pouch and simply pressed his finger against it, making its eye glow with a faint dark blue light. With a deep breath, he let it jump out of his hand and quickly left the hall while closing the door behind him. Jarius was sweating bullets as he stayed inside his room. He knew he was taking a risk by planting an undead lizard inside the meeting hall where three of the strongest members of this house were talking. But he was banking on the fact that none of them would notice his lizard if they weren't looking in the first place. He was highly motivated to find out what they were discussing since he had to give Asher something instead of going to him empty-handed. However, he personally was also feeling curious about what they were talking about so secretively and wanted to know. His eyes narrowed upon listening to their discussion. Things might seem okay for now, but the royal consort is going to be bad news for all of us in the future, and that is why we have to deal with it now itself, Esther said with a squinted gaze. Edmund shook his head and said with a soft scoff, Mother, it will be at least centuries or more until he can be strong enough to be somewhat of a threat. There is no need to panic over someone I can crush with my feet anytime. Esther clicked her tongue and looked at her son with a cutting gaze. Stop being so arrogant and underestimating someone you shouldn't. Edmund's expression became slightly ugly, seeing how his mother was reprimanding him and giving Asher too much importance. Esther added, You have no idea how quickly reality can change when you least expect it. Under the Queen's protection and the head warden's guidance, he will grow faster than any of us did. Only a month passed, and he is already strong as a soul warrior, which none of us in this kingdom had ever achieved. That boy is also not dumb. He acts above his age and knows what he is doing. Edmund clicked his tongue and said, You are giving him too much credit, Mother. I just got the news that he and the Queen will be doing a bloodline union test soon. Just watch him get thrown out right after everyone sees how his alien bloodline doesn't mix with hers. Without the Queen's protection, he is nothing. Edmund was exactly waiting for this to happen so that he could stop feeling anxious about that grey-skinned toad and get rid of the nuisance once and for all. Don't be foolish, you never depend on unknown outcomes. We wouldn't be here if our ancestors did that, Esther firmly stressed. Edmund felt this quite frustrating and looked at his sister. Sabina, help me out here. Make our mother understand how impossible it is for two different bloodlines to have a perfect union. It is the main reason why even a fool from any race wouldn't mate with a different race unless they want a deformed child or a weakling, or perhaps there won't even be any child. Only two people with the same bloodline have the ability to perfectly become one with each other. Sabina, who had been watching the mother and son argue with amusement, finally parted her pretty red lips. Sorry, brother, I feel Mother is right, but what I don't get is why we are getting restless for no reason. It's not like Asher, and we have something against each other, a broken bar, do we? Esther and Edmund glanced at each other with a knowing look, making Sabina furrow her brows and ask, Don't tell me a broken bar. You guys are hiding something which I don't know of yet. Esther looked at her and said, It's not that we were hiding it from you, but we never thought it mattered until today. Edmund's expression became slightly troubled as Sabina smiled and said, Now, you two have made me interested, so spill it. Our broken bar. What is going on, our broken bar? You tell her, Edmund. That's the least you can do now, Esther said with a slight shake of her head. Edmund muttered something to himself in frustration before saying to Sabina, It's nothing, to be honest, only our broken bar. Edmund went on while an undead lizard was hiding behind a table in the hall. Its creepy dark blue eyes glinted as Jarius, who was sitting on the upper floor, was listening in on the conversation with perked ears. But the moment he heard Edmund talking to Sabina, his eyes increasingly widened the more he listened. Fuck a broken bar, fuck a broken bar. Is he fucking mad? A broken bar? Why a broken bar? Oh shit, a broken bar. Jarius felt a bead of sweat rolling down his temple just by listening to this and imagining Asher's reaction. If he revealed this to Asher, he had no doubt he would be stirring up a shitstorm, but if he doesn't, and Asher somehow finds out later on, he will be the first one to get fucked. He had to choose a broken bar, being loyal to his family or to himself. He had never been stuck in a huge dilemma before. If he reveals this to Asher, he will be safe since there will be no way his family will suspect him, even if this gets exposed. But by doing that, he would be betraying his family and this house, and on the off chance they find out about his betrayal, he can't even fathom what would happen to him, especially how his father would react. Jarius felt like banging his head on the wall out of frustration and helplessness. He was biting on his nails, and in his nervous state, he stopped listening to the conversation going on downstairs. The moment Edmund was done talking, Sabina had her hand on her lips, her eyebrows raised. Brother, a broken bar. Sometimes I wonder if you use that thing inside your head. Edmund clenched his fists, hearing her words, and said with an irate look, Don't be like that, Sabina. I am sure at that time, You also wouldn't have thought this would be a problem. We also don't know if he even remembers. Everyone knows he doesn't recollect anything from the past 14 years, so stop making this a big deal. I will handle this. No need, Esther sternly said and added as she looked at Sabina, your sister will handle this without making a mess out of it. Sabina raised her brows. Oh me? What would you want me to do? Mother? Esther took a deep breath and said, I want you to seduce him and make him fall for you till he feels like he cannot breathe without you. Then once he is in your palm, not only have we taken care of the mess your brother made, but we also will have a potentially powerful pawn with an immortal bloodline. What in the name of far broken bar? Edmund's jaw slacked, and his eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if he heard his mother right. Sabina also had a glint of surprise in her eyes as she softly giggled and asked, Are you really serious? Mother, you are giving me permission to seduce him? No, stop talking about this, Mother. What the hell? She is my fiancée. We are going to get married within a few years. You can't just tell her to seduce some worm when I am standing right here, Edmund said with a red face, veins popping over his temples. He couldn't believe his own mother would suggest something like this, but on second thought, thinking about the kind of person she was who would do anything to protect this house, he felt it wasn't that surprising, though he was adamant about not letting this pass. Sabina was his woman, even if he had yet to marry her, he had always considered her as his. They were betrothed since the moment he was born, and in his eyes, no woman was more charming than her. He was considered quite enviable as a man, especially because people saw how he had such a fatally attractive and capable woman as his fiancée. What would happen to his pride and face if people caught a glimpse of her spending time with another man? Not even he got the chance to touch her since she wouldn't let him based on the reason that he doesn't make her blood tingle, though he interpreted it as her just waiting till marriage. She was the only woman he desired whom he could never dominate nor possess yet, but once he gets married to her then she will be his forever. Esther slapped his arm lightly and said, Don't talk back to me after making all this mess. Since you made it, you will have to bear with the consequences and stop overthinking about this. Your sister knows how to do this while keeping her maidenhood intact. Her broken bar, isn't that right, Sabina? It wasn't my idea in the beginning, but your father's who told me to handle this. Of course, Mother, leave this to me, she said with a confident smile and patted Edmund's shoulder, and brother, you really have nothing to worry, your sister is going to take care of this easily. How hard can it be to seduce a boy who hasn't felt the touch of a woman for his entire life? Edmund felt some kind of heaviness in his chest by just thinking of the idea of Sabina seducing some other man, but he knew he couldn't go against his mother and especially his father since it was his idea to begin with, and hearing Sabina's words, he felt maybe he was overthinking this. Asha was like a child who woke up a month ago and didn't know anything about women. Maybe just a simple smile from someone as charmingly attractive as Sabina would be enough to fall for her. She probably does not even have to touch him, and if she succeeds, he also doesn't have to think about this annoying issue anymore. The more he thought about it, the more he started to feel better and realized he got worried for nothing, though he was unable to fully get rid of the uneasiness he was feeling. Okay, broken bar, but if anything doesn't go the way it's supposed to or if anything strange happens, I want you to let me know, Edmund stressed as he looked at Sabina. Sabina smiled charmingly, of course, I will. This is all going to be over before you realize it, brother. As she said this, her blood began to dance in excitement, just thinking about how fortunate such a good opportunity landed on her lap. It would probably be easier now to get what she wanted. It was past midnight when the kingdom was sleeping, with barely any lights lighting up the entire area. However, in one of the fancy buildings in the most famous street of the grandest town in the kingdom, a seductive golden-haired beauty with 3 bushy golden tails was sitting up on her bed. She was polishing her golden flute, though her glimmering green eyes seemed to be in a different world. On the outside of her chambers, Shocky was still standing guard as always, sitting on a chair with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping, but suddenly, his ears twitched as he immediately sprang up on his feet, looking around with vigilant gaze. However, His ears twitched as his eyes narrowed, and he turned around, but before he could see, he felt something smashing against his nape, and the next moment everything became dark for him. Thud. Who is out there? Shocky. Kira got out of her contemplative state as she got off the bed, and with a suspicious look, she slowly walked towards the door. She drew out a small blade from her deep cleavage, feeling that something was definitely wrong. Shocky never failed to answer her whenever she called out to him, though now she heard no response from him. However, suddenly she felt a gust of wind brush past her face, which made her narrow her eyes and turn toward the balcony. "Should I feel surprised or not to see you here?" Kira asked upon seeing a 6'3" tall, intimidating figure, standing tall and proud in her full armor. The dark red moonlight glistened on her armor while casting a black shadow over the balcony. The red slits of her helmet seemed to glow, piercing through the darkness and fixating on Kira. Her crimson cape billowed out behind her, giving off a powerful and commanding presence. Kira lowered her blade and put it on a table before slowly walking towards the balcony. After remaining silent for a few moments, Eradicator spoke in a deep, blood-tremoring tone. "Harm even a strand of his hair again, and I will send you to the pits of Tartarus myself. There won't be a second warning." Kira squinted her eyes, but then her expression relaxed as she placed her hand on her chest. "Or I have no idea why you are threatening me, but it seems like the Queen really cares about him. Of course, an ordinary woman like me knows what lines I shouldn't cross. I feel saddened you think otherwise," she said with a low sigh. Eradicator stared at Kira for a few seconds before turning her cape over and disappearing from the balcony the next second. Kira crossed her arms and stood near the rails of the balcony as she subtly smiled. A broken bar. Asher woke up early the next day after having a good sleep, helping him recover from the fatigue he had from comprehending his immortal-grade grimoire. He quickly used his master access to the castle to scan the halls and rooms like hallways just to see and learn what kind of things the people in this castle usually do. However, his brows subtly raised when he noticed something unusual. He squinted his eyes and decided to take a walk. He looked at the naked figure of Marina lying beside him, deep in sleep with a relaxed expression. It seemed like her night went pretty well for her. Asher had no reason to wake her up and put on some casual robes. Marina's ears twitched as she stirred awake upon feeling some movement and hearing faint sounds. Seeing that her master was awake, she raised herself up right away. "Go back to sleep, I am taking a walk alone," Asher said as he put on some casual robes. Marina blinked her eyes but then, seeing that he really didn't need her, she said, "Yes, master." Saying so, she slowly eased herself back into the bed. A broken bar. The Demonstone Castle had multiple study and library halls, but the biggest study hall was private and reserved only for the Queen, which was situated in a quiet and private area of the castle. Nobody else was here, as if everyone knew the Queen needed privacy and solitude whenever she came here, and right now, Asher was standing in front of it and softly knocked on the door. A few moments of silence followed before a powerful yet melodic voice came from within. "You may come in." Asher opened the door and was greeted by the sight of a spacious and grand hall with tall windows and a good view of the kingdom. The room was decorated in rich, luxurious fabrics and furnishings. It was well lit, and there was a fireplace to keep the room warm and cozy. In the middle, he saw a large desk that was filled with books, maps, and other materials that seemed to be related to the affairs of the kingdom. And behind this desk, Asher saw Rowena sitting on a chair. She was dressed in a long, flowing black gown that hugged her curves, accentuating her alluring figure. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders in soft waves, framing her striking face. The light in the room was dim, casting a soft glow on her skin, making it appear even more pale and flawless. Her crimson eyes seemed to sparkle in the low light, drawing his attention. She sat with an air of regality and power, her gaze focused intently on the documents and papers spread out before her. Despite her Gothic beauty, there was a sense of seriousness and determination in her demeanor, making it clear to him again that she took her role as queen very seriously. "I wasn't expecting you here," Was there something important you wanted to tell me? Rowena asked, though her gaze was still fixed on the papers before her, deeply studying them. However, he senses a hint of troubled emotion in her voice and bearings. He knew Rowena was someone who rarely revealed her thoughts or emotions outside, but if some of them slipped out, then it could only mean something serious was troubling her. I came here just to see you, especially since I meant what I said yesterday. Asher walked towards her and sat down on a chair beside her as he continued. I know you have technically known me for more than a dozen years, but for me, I have only known you since a month ago, and since I was soulless for all those years, it's like we both don't know each other well despite being married, so that's why I want us to talk, be it personal or related to the kingdom. I know how hard you are working for the kingdom, and for us to work together, you have to let me in. Rowena finally took off her gaze from the documents and slowly looked at him as she pushed a strand of her hair out of her face. Asher spoke in a soft and reassuring tone. I know something is troubling you now, so don't bother hiding it before me. Rowena felt her breath catching in her chest, not used to someone being so persistent in letting her thoughts out. She was surprised he discerned that something was going on without her saying anything when nobody else did. Was he that observant about her? Still, feeling his reassuring gaze, she felt like there was some truth to his words. Since he was going to be a vital pillar of the kingdom, it would be best to let him know the matters of the kingdom. She softly let out a sigh and said, while looking at the parchments on the table, before my father died, our kingdom was doing relatively well, but after we lost him, our kingdom suffered a lot, especially because of the infighting and the humans taking advantage of it. So, in other words, the previous year didn't go well for our kingdom, but I am sure you worked hard enough to recover the kingdom as much as you could, right? Asher asked with a subtle shake of his head. Rowena softly shook her head and said with furrowed brows, it still isn't good enough. My efforts alone won't save this kingdom. When my father ruled the kingdom, our people completed more than 50% of the priority quests they accepted in a day. But now it's down to 45%. And that means we are weakening day by day. Asher knew what she meant by that. Even if the percentage difference seemed small, it could create a huge difference in the long run. This meant that the kingdom would continue to weaken as years passed till the humans easily gained the upper hand and destroyed the demons. What was the number a month after we lost him? Asher asked as he leaned forward. At that time, it was 40%. Rowena said while wondering why he was asking that. So, within a year, you managed to bring it up by so much. There is no telling we are going to be stuck at 45% forever, Asher said with a shrug. You don't understand. I tried everything I could to bring this number up, and I took quests non-stop to prevent the humans from taking further advantage of our situation. But now a broken bar, I am trying to figure out any other ways I could bring this number up. Rowena said with a tired sigh while wishing her father was here right now so that she could know what to do. She never prepared herself for this, thinking that she had a lot of time with her father, but who knew he would die so early? This made her realize how nothing was forever. Don't beat yourself up by comparing yourself to your father. He had centuries of experience ruling this kingdom, while you only came to power a year ago. Still, do you know the root issue behind this number? Asher asked as he rested his chin on his fingers. Rowena softly nodded and said with her brows pulled together, the main reason is our people are starving from life crystals. Every day hundreds of them die without having enough of it. Some are too afraid to take quests, which is understandable, but they also die despite working whatever jobs they could find. Ash knew she was right. He had personally seen people collapsing randomly on the streets while others considered it a daily occurrence. Without enough life crystals, the demons can't equip themselves with the right tools to survive the quests or even get good training. This only gives birth to a vicious cycle. I have tried my best to make sure people don't starve of life crystals. I was able to bring the numbers up temporarily by using the kingdom's treasury, but then it was a desperate and unfeasible idea that I discarded right away. What do the official reports of the distribution of life crystals within the kingdom say? Asher asked as he rubbed his fingers together. That is what is strange. Everything looks all right on the papers, People are receiving the life crystals they worked for, which means the number shouldn't be this low, Rowena said with a head shake. Asher gave a low hum and said, so that could only mean that the reports are lying and people aren't getting the life crystals they rightfully earned. Rowena didn't seem surprised to hear that, but with a dull gaze, she answered, maybe a broken bar, but there isn't a way I can make sure of it. Why not? Who gives these reports? Asher asked with narrowed eyes. Rowena looked at him and answered, most of them come from a broken bar house Thorn. I can't question their reports without proof. Asher understood why and asked, then why not assign your own men to verify these reports? I do have officials that verified these reports, but they never found anything odd. What if they are being bribed? Number. They can't deceive me. I make them all wear special spectacles that visually record the things they verify. I go through these recordings myself, and yet I found nothing wrong, Rowena said with a firm headshake. Then it must be happening behind the scenes, Asher said with a squinted gaze. Rowena looked at him and said, then it only makes things worse because I have no way of making sure of that. As I said before, a broken bar not without proof. Rowena subtly clenched her fists as she said this. Asher calmly took a breath and nodded. I understand, but from now on, why don't you let me check these reports, teach me how to read them, and perhaps I can provide helpful insights. If you are too busy, you can order someone else to teach me. No, I will do it myself. It's best I bring you up to speed with these things, Rowena said with a firm nod, though suddenly her gaze became glazed, and her aura became chaotic and heavy momentarily. Asher subtly smiled as he nodded, but then he furrowed his brows as he noticed how her expression changed for a short moment. What happened? It seems like something else is troubling you. Rowena's aura became steady as she looked at him, but then she averted her gaze and said while arranging the papers, it's nothing of concern. As she said this, her fingers clenched the papers tightly. Nothing of concern to the kingdom? So that could only mean it concerns you, right? Asher asked, making Rowena's eyes momentarily freeze. Rowena didn't expect Asher to quickly pick up on these small things. Still, her eyes were looking elsewhere as if she was deeply contemplating something with a hint of disconcert. Asher could see that she was hesitating a lot and said, since last year, you had no one to talk to because you are the queen, but to me, you are more than just a queen. If something else is going on that isn't related to the kingdom, you can tell me. I am the only one you can speak to about things like this. Rowena calmly took a breath as she looked at him and finally parted her lips to say, it apostrophes. About something that happened just now. There is a place outside the kingdom. A place where my father and I used to visit every year. Asher noticed her eyes getting a bit melancholic, wondering if this place was special since it was a place of old memories. What happened there? He asked curiously. Rowena firmly pressed her lips together as she said, a gate opened. One of my informants said multiple hunters have entered that place and won't leave without destroying that place. I don't understand. Why a gate would open. There is nothing over there for them, she mumbled as she clenched her fists with a death-cold gaze. Then why can't you send some people to take care of those fuckers? Asher asked with a narrowed gaze, though he felt that she would have already done that if not for a good reason, because it is a closed quest. Only those who satisfy the quest conditions can enter. I also can't officially take any action because it doesn't concern the kingdom. I can't endanger my people and force them to fight to gain nothing while risking everything for a hopeless quest. I can't risk our kingdom getting any worse, Rowena said as she took in a sharp breath. Asher could see that she was feeling quite upset and angry about this, especially since she couldn't do anything about it. What's the name of this place? Asher asked with a keen gaze. Rowena offhandedly said, the Crimson Grove. Asher immediately looked up in the system, pull up the quests available near Crimson Grove. One quest available. Quest, some hunters have occupied the Crimson Grove, threatening to destroy a place that the Bloodburn Queen holds dear. Annihilate or get rid of these trespassers before the grove gets destroyed. Restrictions, only those below level the 10th of May except with a max group of 2 vertical bar usage of 3 potions allowed vertical bar no potion. Equipment or gear above level 10 allowed. Difficulty, insane vertical bar 6 hunters are present, at least 3 of them are at or above level 8. Rewards, +2 talent point, +2 skill point. What kind of crap quest is this? Asher couldn't help but wonder, since not only was the difficulty really insane, but the rewards were utter crap. Could it be that there was a good reason these hunters were in that place? No. Some of the quests with similar rewards he had attempted in the past turned out to be as crappy as they appeared to be. The only real benefit he could see from this quest was the amount of refined mana one could gain if and only if one managed to survive this quest. With such a level of difficulty, he realized why this quest was still available. Who in the right mind would dare to go up against 6 hunters where at least 5 of them together could defeat even 2 level 10 demons in an ordinary scenario? Even fighting against someone of the same level was considered hard, let alone fighting someone an entire level or levels above them, especially in this level range. No wonder Rowena didn't want to risk forcing her people to take this quest. They would surely fail and would resent her for doing so while attracting foes who would take advantage of this matter to pull her down. If this was between levels 1 to 5, some people would have still tried, but only if the rewards weren't this bad. Rowena noticed how Asher's expression became glazed and asked, "What are you doing?" She suddenly realized something and asked with furrowed brows, "Don't tell me you are. You shouldn't have hesitated to tell this to me," Asher said as he immediately got up. Rowena also got up and stood before him. Whatever you are thinking of doing ... forget about it. This isn't a simple quest. This is a death trap located in a place where you don't have any protection," Rowena strongly said, realizing what he was planning to do. She very well knew how difficult this quest was. Quests with such difficulty had little to no chance of surviving. "I know, but that doesn't mean I can't survive this. I'm the only one who can do this," Asher said with a confident nod. Rowena couldn't understand why he wouldn't even hesitate about this as she asked, "The rewards aren't also good. You don't stand to gain much from this despite how difficult it is. Nobody else would take it." She wanted to convince him to drop this idea since she couldn't restrict him as per her promise. She didn't know why she even told him about this situation in the first place. "I know the rewards are crap, but that doesn't mean I am doing this for the rewards," Asher softly said as he looked into her eyes with a soft smile. Rowena's eyes became still as she softly mumbled, realizing why he was doing this, and added, "Don't have to, but I want to ... so just wait for me till I come back. If I survived against Hell Maiden, I sure as hell can survive this," Asher said with a soft wink as he turned around to walk away. Rowena could see that no matter what she said, he wouldn't change his mind. By now, she had learned that once he set his mind to something, he wouldn't stray away from it. Still, somewhere inside, she felt as if she could believe in his words. He had already proved himself once when nobody believed him. Maybe the least she could do was a leap of faith. However, that didn't mean she was going to sit still and do nothing. Right after Asher left, Rowena knew what she had to do. After a short while, Asher entered his room and ordered Marina to come in. "We are going to complete a quest together right now. This is the quest." Asher forwarded the quest to Marina, whose eyes widened after reading it. Master ... Are you sure about this?" Marina usually wouldn't question him, but she had to ask this since not only was the difficulty insane, but there were no good rewards. So feeling surprised and confused, she unconsciously asked with a soft gasp, but she suddenly felt Asher's firm gaze on her and cleared her throat. "Forgive me, Master. Are we leaving right away?" She remembered that her master would never do anything that didn't benefit him unless the Queen requested his help seeing what the quest was about. So all she could do was pray she would survive this, though unconsciously she believed in her master considering how she had completed multiple quests together with him. She also stood to gain a lot from these quests, which she previously wasn't able to due to her situation. It made her remember how getting stronger felt like and also made her feel her existence had more meaning than she thought. Only he made her feel like that. Thus, she didn't hesitate much before asking him when they were leaving, "You aren't going to die, you are at level 7, and I am at level 8, so this going to be easier than you think, Asher said to make sure she didn't get cold feet when they got there, though he felt she was far braver than any ordinary maid based on her performances so far. I won't let you down, Master, Marina firmly said, realizing what he expected from her. We are going to leave right away, though this travel is going to be expensive. Asher sighed as he looked at the pop-ups. This quest is located too far from your current location. Teleportation will require 100 life crystals. Do you still want to proceed? This better be worth it, Asher said as he equipped the Chronos armor set, which was a level 5 rare grade gear he had got from his second quest. Level 5. Effect, plus 25 def. Bonus, plus 50 horsepower. Durability, 200. He had used this for every quest since then and always made sure it was fully repaired before taking another quest. HP, 1165, greater than 1340, 1340. Despite being a level 5 armor, it was still somewhat useful to him, especially since he had nothing better. Let's go, Asher said the moment Marina also finished putting on her armor. Both of their figures transformed into rays of dark light before the two disappeared from the room. The Crimson Grove was a mystical garden hidden outside edge of a dense forest with towering cliffs as a backdrop. It stood out quite well due to its beauty compared to the ominous aura of the rest of the forest. This garden was surrounded by tall trees and was accessible only by a narrow path. The garden was filled with a variety of flowers, plants, and trees, each one more beautiful than the next. The flowers were of different colors and fragrances, making the garden a feast for the senses. The garden was also home to a small pond, where the water was crystal clear and reflected the beauty of the surrounding nature. There was a small gazebo located in the center of the garden that seemed like a good place to sit and relax or perhaps talk with someone. This place was usually calm and silent, but now the arrival of 6 hunters had disturbed the peace in this place. All of them were wearing armor and equipped with all kinds of weapons. 3 were men, while the rest were women, all looking in their early to late 20s. This group of 6 seemed to have some kind of order and discipline among them, especially since they had a leader leading them. If one took a closer look, they could see the emblem of Hunter Academy on their garments or armor suits. The leader was a tall and muscular man with a scar running down the left side of his face. He was wearing a suit of heavy plate armor and carried a large two-handed battle axe. Name, Jack Quaid. Level, 9. HP, 1690, 1690. MP, 1575, 1575. STR, 215. Def, 338. INT, 315. Dex, 209. The woman standing behind this leader was a slim and agile woman with long brown hair. She was wearing a suit of leather armor and carried 2 automatic pistols in her holster that seemed to glow with a mystical light. It was quite apparent these guns weren't no ordinary guns. She looked at her leader and asked, "Jack, this quest has to be a joke. There are no demons to kill here. Don't tell me I carried myself here for this. I am feeling bored already," she said with a lazy yawn. Name, Gara John. Level, 7. HP, 625, 625. MP, 1700, 1700. STR, 83. Def, 125. INT, 340. Dex, 161. Don't assume this is an easy quest, Kara. Not every quest has to be about killing some lowly demons the moment we arrive. My father always says to prepare for the worst and that no quest is easy since we can lose our lives at any time. So keep your eyes open since this is said to be a place frequented by the Demon Queen. Who knows what can happen? A tall and statuesque woman with long blue hair and gorgeous looks said with a stern tone. She wore a suit of shining blue plate armor and carried a long silver spear. Looking around, she didn't expect a place in the shattered dimension to look so beautiful. She was the youngest in the group, though none of the others would foolishly judge her strength based on that. Even the others weren't being casual with her despite her not being the leader, including Kara, who shrunk her head after hearing Rachel's words. Name: Rachel Sterling. Level: 10. HP: 1850, 1850. MP: 2100, 2100. STR: 330. Def: 370. INT: 420. Dex: 271. Don't worry, Kara, we can have fun destroying this place, a slim man with glasses and a goatee said as he put his arm around Kara with a flirty smile. He was wearing classy robes and was carrying a staff with a flaming crystal embedded on top of it. Name: David Cole. Level: 6. HP: 300, 300. MP: 1353, 1353. STR: 159. Def: 60. INT: 271. Dex: 59. Uck, fuck off, pervert. Kara wrinkled her nose as she pushed him off, making David chuckle and say, "No use in denying your feelings for me, baby. Both of you focus." Jack's gruff voice made the two look at him as he added, "Rachel is right. Keep in mind that our quest's main objective is to first find the hidden artifact in this place and then destroy this place. So Sarah... do whatever you have to do to find it," he said while looking at a short woman with short blonde hair. She wore a suit of studded fiber armor and had a pair of twin daggers holstered on her belt. Name: Sarah Rose. Level: 7. HP: 597, 597. MP: 1690, 1690. STR: 162. Def: 119. INT: 338. Dex: 85. "I got this, Jack. All I need is a safe place to work my magic," Sarah said with a confident nod. Jack hummed and said, "We have your back." He then looked at a broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and serious-looking face who was wearing a suit of full-plate armor and carried a large tower shield and a mace. "Bolo, you are our strongest defense, so you keep a sharp eye on any demons that might try to disrupt our quest." Name: Bolo Gonu. Level: 8. HP: 2073, 2073. MP: 1059, 1059. STR: 161. Def: 415. INT: 212. Dex: 116. Bolo didn't say anything but silently nodded as he walked away to camp at a certain spot. "Rachel, you are the strongest among us, so if any demon comes, you support Bolo as usual," Jack said as he looked at her, making her nod firmly with a sharp eye. He then looked at the troublesome duo, Kara and David. "You two stop fucking about and guard the perimeter. The demons might come from any direction. We can't risk Sarah getting disturbed," Jack said as he looked at Sarah, already sitting on the ground, concentrating with her eyes closed. "Jack, you should seriously chill out. Our quest difficulty is literally only amateur and not even a challenging level quest. The 6 of us are overkill for this quest, especially since we have Rachel," Kara said with a subtle scoff. "If I knew this quest would suck this much, I would have begged our professor to let some other team take this quest," David said with a roll of his eyes. "Don't forget we will fail this quest if Sarah takes too long and our heavenly immunity runs out. We can't risk staying a second longer once our immunity runs out," Jack said with a serious look, to which Kara pursed her lips and nodded with a sigh. "Fine, fine, I ain't gonna be lazy." A few minutes passed as Sarah slowly crouched and walked towards the gazebo in the middle while deeply concentrating on the compass in her hand. Apparently, she was focusing on using a tracking spell with the help of her special glowing compass. "Sarah, any luck? We don't have much time to stay," Jack said as he continued to keep a close look at the time. Sarah narrowed her eyes as she saw the glowing blue needle on her compass vibrate more the closer she reached the gazebo. I think I have pinpointed its location, but I might need some more time taking it out. Thank God my professor gave me this, otherwise, I don't think I would have been able to track something hidden so well." Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing her through their combs, though Kara impatiently said, "Let's help her dig whatever is hidden there. My legs are becoming numb waiting over here." "No," Sarah firmly said as she stood in the gazebo and added, "Whatever is beneath this floor isn't simply hidden. There is a pattern of runes I have to figure out to take it out. If we try to forcibly take it, then we would only be destroying whatever's inside." David clicked his tongue, hearing her, and said, "Great, let's hope we won't lose too many points over failing this shitty quest. God knows how hard it is to level up these days." "Wait, where is Bolo? It's been a while since he last reported to any of us, and I am unable to get in touch with him," Rachel said all of a sudden, her tone filled with a sense of uneasiness. Jack furrowed his brows upon hearing her and said, "Shit, everyone come towards us right now, something doesn't feel right," Jack said in a serious tone as he stood in front of the gazebo where Sarah was busy working her magic. All three of them quickly rushed towards Jack upon getting his order. "Seriously, that moody guy must be taking a shit. Let's give him some privacy." "Yee," David said with a lazy laugh. "Still, it's a bit weird he went off the radar just like that," Kara said. With pursed lips, Rachel slowly shook her head as she said with wrinkled brows, "No. He never goes off the radar without informing us. Something is seriously." Thud. All four of them took a quick step back as they saw a large body shooting out from behind the trees and falling in front of them. "Ah, oh my God, Bolo!" Rachel shouted with widened, quivering eyes as she immediately recognized this bald man's face. Not only her but the rest of them were also shocked since Bolo's eyes were lifeless, and his body was bloodied all over. They saw how his neck and all his vital spots seemed to have been slashed open, making him bleed to death probably. There were also some bloodied claw marks on his back as if some wild, ferocious beast had attacked him out of nowhere, but what they were sure of was that Bolo died within a matter of seconds before he could even put up a fight or inform them. Their eyes didn't even linger on his corpse for a moment longer as they all vigilantly looked ahead to see two demons revealing themselves from within the bushes. Well, what do we have here? Ended up in the wrong place, did we?" A tall, young demon with gray skin and dark yellow eyes said with a charming yet menacing subtle smile, and accompanying him was a red-skinned woman with ferocious blue eyes whose gaze felt no different than that of a beast and was wearing leather-made armor. All five of them immediately became vigilant and wary upon seeing these two demons come out of nowhere. It was obvious that their squad mate was killed by these two demons, and the fact that they did it so efficiently and silently made them realize these two weren't some weak demons. "Hellbringer and Shadow Maid," Rachel mumbled as she pointed her spear at them and added, "I haven't heard of you two, but after we are done with you two, nobody else will," she said with a fierce look as battle intent shone in her eyes, though her eyes had a hint of worry after trying to gauge the strength of this man. Asher had told Marina to change her alias from Marina to Shadow Maid since who uses their real name as their alias? However, looking at this pretty blue-haired woman who had her name as Rachel, his eyes froze as he felt blood rushing to his ears. The reason he suddenly became out of it was that he could recognize who she was, a broken bar Rachel Sterling. She was the daughter of Derek Sterling, his so-called best friend who betrayed him and one of the people whom he resented with every bone in his body. This man pretended to be like his brother all these years by inviting him to his home frequently to eat and chill like family while supporting him in every quest before betraying him in the end. Derek came from a long lineage of powerful hunters. Only someone like him with such a fancy background would proudly use their own name as their alias. Their name itself was their pride and everything, and surely enough, he taught his daughter to do the same thing. He can't believe such a golden opportunity fell on his lap. He felt that this quest wasn't really useless anymore. Rachel was Derek's most precious possession. He didn't even let her take much quests, which was the main reason why she was still at level 10 despite having a powerful bloodline. He didn't want to risk anything happening to her. She was also his student for a short while, and from that, He learned that she had quite a heroic attitude, and now his eyes were visibly shaking as he stared at Rachel intensely. Derek's blood ran through her veins, and just thinking about it made his heart race. "What are you looking at, creep?" Rachel asked with a wrinkled nose, clearly feeling uncomfortable from this demon's stare. "Rachel Sterling ... It seems like you are from one of the elite families. It's a surprise someone like you teamed up with these commoners," Asher said with a chuckle, making the expressions of the one standing behind Rachel quite ugly. He already noticed how all of them were from the Hunter Academy, a Broken Bar, a place he was once a student of just like them. However, Asher was indeed a bit surprised, since usually those from elite families would never team up with common hunters, even if they happened to be in the same class, unless these commoners were geniuses or she was being too kind by helping them out. Rachel furrowed her brows, wondering how he knew about her background. She had never even seen him before. "Fuck off, you pointy-eared arsehole. Let's see you talk after I put you under my feet," Kara said with a sharp snort. Even though this demon looked quite very tall and charming, she wouldn't stand the insult of being called a commoner before Rachel. She also had the looks of an elite, or she believed. "Oh yeah, that's my girl. You two are so fucked. As you said, we have an elite who is about to become a C-rank hunter once she levels up, and then the rest of us all are seasoned D-rank hunters. There's no way you two stand any chance." "Ha ha ha." David let out a burst of laughter, feeling confident. Based on the quest's difficulty, it could only mean that even if some demons arrived to fight them, they wouldn't be that strong. Bolo only died because he never saw them coming. "You two, shut up. Why would you tell our enemies about our strength level?" Jack reprimanded them with curled lips. "It doesn't matter, a Broken Bar he knows. All of you don't lower your guard. He isn't weak. I can't see through him at all," Rachel whispered to them, making all of their eyes widen. Was he really stronger than Rachel? No, he can't be stronger than Rachel. Maybe his intelligence must be really high. That is why we can't see through his mana circuit. Otherwise, the quest difficulty will be really bad. "Don't lose heart, guys. I am almost done," Sarah told them through her comms while trying to quickly figure out the pattern in the gazebo. A demon specializing in intelligence, a Broken Bar, that could only mean his other stats are weaker. "The demon woman beside him is a level 7, so we are good," Jack said, no longer feeling as tense as before. Asher could clearly gauge their levels since his INT was higher than every single one of them, but he could see why this quest had an insane difficulty. Rachel was the strongest at level 10, at the peak of the D rank, and would soon become a C rank. The one named Jack the Survivor was a level 9 and seemed to be their leader. The two idiots standing behind were level 7 and level 6, and as for the woman in the gazebo, she was a level 7. Asher wasn't worried about these level 6 and 7 people. He also knew the level 9 guy won't be a threat as well. The only one he had to be slightly careful against was obviously Rachel. She had the potential to really deal serious damage to him. Beat her Broken Bar only if he never had the experiences from his previous life. He looked at Marina and tilted his head as her eyes glowed with a dark light, and the next moment a mist of unnatural darkness began to spread out from her hands. "Stick together," Jack shouted upon seeing this eerie mist surrounding them. "Crap, I can't see them anymore," David shouted as he got scared, not expecting her to suddenly blind them with such a mist. "Keep waving your weapons in front of you. Don't let them attack you by surprise," Kara shouted out as she began to spam mana bullets in the space in front of her. She realized this must be how Bolo died after getting taken by surprise, but too bad for these foolish demons. She had guns that would hold them at bay, but her eyes widened when she suddenly felt an intense scorching sensation along the back of her spine before getting blasted off to the front by a few meters. "Kara!" Rachel shouted with widened eyes upon seeing Kara being sent flying, her back scorched and bleeding. She didn't waste any more time and raised her spear high before striking it heavily down on the ground, releasing a wave of bright blue light that dispersed the unnatural dark mist that had surrounded them. Marina was caught unawares as Rachel's pure light affected her the most since she was weaker and the one who released the mist of darkness. Light and darkness would never mix, just like fire and ice. They were completely opposite in nature and will be dangerously effective against the other depending on who had the higher strength. And since Rachel was way stronger than Marina, her darkness succumbed to Rachel's light, making her stumble back and cough out blood. Seeing how they finally regained their upper hand, Jack glanced at the barely conscious Kara and looked at Rachel. "Rachel, go and stabilize her wounds. I will hold them until then," he said in a frantic tone, though Rachel had already rushed towards Kara before he finished. "You're broken bar, yeah, broken bar, I can't feel my legs, a broken bar, help, a broken bar," Kara incoherently mumbled as she continued to lie on the ground, face down, her back severely scorched and still bleeding, making her health plummet drastically. If Asher didn't use his resentful slash, she wouldn't be bleeding this badly. Rachel saw that Kara was going to bleed to death any second. "Hold on, Kara, I won't let you die. Drink this potion first while I try to heal you." Rachel helped her drink a health potion, restoring some of her health, but she frowned, seeing that it wasn't much effective since she lost almost her entire health, and it was still decreasing since her injuries were too severe for a potion of this level and grade to fix it. Seeing no other choice, she decided to heal her using her own abilities. She placed her hand on her back, and bright blue energy began to encompass her body. "Drink up your health potion and get rid of him. I will take care of these two," Asher said as he looked at Jack, who was looking at him with killing intent. Marina took out a health potion and quickly gulped it down as she got up. David lustfully sized her up, especially her big, round melons, which were hidden within her armor, before looking at her. "In my time as a hunter, this is the first time I am seeing such a sexy demon like you. Too bad you happen to be a demon, otherwise holy shit." David's eyes widened when the shadow maid suddenly lunged toward him like a frenzied beast, but he curled his lips as he shouted, "Fire shield!" Marina frowned when a shield of fire surrounded David, blocking her claws even though his feet were pushed back by a foot. However, it didn't end there as the shield absorbed the power behind her attack, and he counterattacked at the same time with a blast of flames, making her fall to the ground with a groan. "Haha, even if you are a level stronger than me, I doubt you can keep up with my spells. I specialized in intelligence just for it, and a wild beast like you won't stand a chance, especially after getting weakened by Rachel's holy power," David said with a smug smile as his eyes gleamed. Marina's eyes glowed with a wary glint, especially since her health was at 302 out of a total of 605. She had yet to fully recover from Rachel's attack, which also temporarily decreased her defenses by 20%. The health potion she drank had limited effects as well due to Rachel's attack. This made the counterattack from someone weaker than her take away a good portion of her health as well. On the other side, Jack wielded his two-handed axe as he looked at Asher with a seething expression and said, "Your bloodthirst will stop here, demon. You are going to pay for what you did to Bolo and Kara. Don't be too hasty. You have yet to see what I am going to do to the rest of you, or maybe you won't," Asher said with an ominous glint in his eyes. "Don't get arrogant, demon." Jack let out a battle cry as he charged at Asher with his axe. Asher didn't charge toward him, but instead, he jumped backward and threw his blade of damnation in a spinning motion at him. Jack grunted as he swung his axe towards it to block it, expecting this flimsy thing to get thrown off. Clash! Ugh! Jack was shocked when he got pushed back by this ring blade by a few feet and grimaced as his arms shook under the brunt of blocking Hellbringer's blade. He managed to stop the blade from cutting his skin as it fell down to the ground, but his arms were visibly shaking from the shock of blocking the attack. He lost 120 horsepower even after blocking it. This made him sweat as he realized that not only this demon had abnormally high intelligence, but his strength was also on the higher side. Was he someone whose mana circuit specialized in intelligence and strength? He felt relieved upon realizing this as he realized that this demon's defense and dexterity must be on the weaker side to compensate, so all he had to do was use his advantage of speed to dodge his attacks and keep attacking him till he got hacked down. Endurance boost. Jack used one of his skills that temporarily increased his strength and defenses as he charged at Asher again. Asher could see how his body briefly glowed for a moment, which could only mean he used some skill, but he didn't care and summoned his ring blade back with just a wave of his fingers. Jack had a confused look seeing this demon simply standing in front of him and waving his fingers. He can't be stupid enough to not even put some distance between them. But his eyes widened when he heard the sound of the air behind him getting cut by something very sharp. Shit, Jack saw the ring blade magically shooting towards his back, threatening to slash his flesh. How could a weapon fly on its own? He was shocked, to say the least. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and managed to dodge to the side but not without suffering a cut on his arm which threw off his momentum. Even if the blade didn't even fully strike him, it left a deep cut on his arm that took away 200 horsepower from him just like that. His heart was pounding against his chest, realizing even more how dangerous this demon was with his high strength and his deadly ring blade, which could fly on its own. Asher didn't even let him catch his breath as he sent his ring blade shooting towards him again. Resentful slash. Jack steadied his posture, but seeing the ring blade shooting towards him again with dark green flames surrounding it, he quickly raised his axe and shouted, "Force barrier." A barrier of energy emanated from his axe, and the next moment the ring blade struck against it, causing a fiery explosion that pushed his feet back by a couple of inches, making him feel like the bones in his fingers were rattled. But he managed to minimize the damage by a lot to the point he only lost 40 horsepower, though in this situation, he would rather not lose a single HP. Asher let out a tired sigh as he decided to stop toying with him after feeling bored. Jack saw Hellbringer magically summoning his blade back for another attack. However, this time Jack was frustrated enough as he leapt toward Hellbringer to cut off his neck. Asher scoffed in amusement as he simply jumped back and sent his ring blade whizzing through the air. Jack was fully prepared to deflect away the ring blade instead of blocking it head-on to not lose his momentum. However, his brows raised upon seeing the ring blade fly past him without even hitting him. "You missed, demon," Jack said as he reached near Asher, and with killing intent, he raised his axe high to slash at him. "Did I?" Asher smirked. Jack frowned as he heard the air on his right side getting cut and immediately realized what it was. He swiftly turned around to see the ring blade had bounced off a tree and was whizzing towards him directly. "Fuck off." Jack was fed up with dealing with this annoying weapon as he gathered all the strength in his arms to deflect it away, but his eyes widened when he saw Hellbringer leaping towards him with a fist burning with dark green flames. "Too bad you got too close to me," Asher said with a curve of his lips. Jack's eyes shuddered as he realized he had put himself in a tight situation, but he didn't falter as he shouted, "Force barrier." With his barrier up, he can throw off Hellbringer while using his axe to deflect the ring blade. However, Asher's expression didn't change despite seeing the barrier, and he let his flaming fist strike it with all his strength. "Your barrier is too weak, just like you." "No." Jack's eyes widened when he saw his barrier crumble under the might of Hellbringer's flaming fist. It barely slowed down his fist, and he couldn't even put up another barrier before the cooldown. Arg! Jack could only helplessly look as the flaming fist struck his jaw with a force that shook every bone in his body, temporarily making him lose control of his arms as well. This prevented him from defending himself from the ring blade as well, which slashed at the side of his neck, lodging itself into his flesh. "Thwang, exclamation mark. Who the fuck are you? A broken bar? Jack asked with widened eyes. Even if he knew he was going to die, he wanted to know who was going to take his life. This was the first time he felt like he fought someone who didn't even consider him a worthy opponent but toyed with him like a child. Asher curved his lips and said, "You already know my name, but the people here also know me as the husband of the Demon Queen." Jack's eyes shuddered before his expression loosened up as he felt that it was only natural he was going to die like this. Who would have ever known he would be dying at the hands of the Demon Queen's husband? He didn't even know she had a husband. His eyes became languid as the axe in his hand dropped to the ground before his legs began to wobble. "Jack, no." Rachel cried out as she turned around after hearing the sound of his heavy axe dropping to the ground. She was so focused on healing Kara she didn't realize things had taken a bad turn for Jack this quickly. How could that be possible? When Jack was almost at the peak of D rank, he was the second strongest in the team, with sufficient battle experience as well. She pressed her lips together as she saw him squirming on the ground, his neck profusely bleeding. She had almost healed Kara, and so she rushed towards Jack, hoping to save him just in time. But when she reached him and turned his body around, his eyes were already lifeless, making her chin quiver. She was the strongest in the team, and yet she let two of them die on her watch. Never before had she been in such a situation nor ever felt this much anger and disappointment. They depended on and trusted her, yet she let them down. Bolo and Jack may not be an elite like her, but they were trustworthy people whom she had relied on so many times in the past. Only she knew how hard it was to come by such good people. You demons are the worst. A broken bar. All of you deserve to be punished by the heavenly power, she mumbled in a quivering voice as she slowly looked up at him, her bright blue eyes quivering in resentment. TSK, you have no idea how horrible humans can be, especially the ones around you. You are too blind to see it, but perhaps I can help you open your eyes, Asher said with a curve of his lips. Ah! Kara's cry startled Rachel as she turned around and saw Marina dipping her claws into Kara's back and damaging her spine again with a vicious look. However, she didn't finish her off. How could you? Rachel got up as her hands glowed with a bright blue light. How could she not get angry after seeing her efforts to heal Kara go down the drain? Didn't this mean that it was pointless letting Jack fight on his own while she was healing Kara? But she didn't dare turn her back to Hellbringer and realized that it was only her and Sarah left now. Relax, my maid won't kill her, Asher said as he gestured to Marina to leave Kara and take care of Sarah in the gazebo. Marina had splotches of blood all over her body and face as she nodded firmly. Her claws were dripping with blood as she walked past David's mauled corpse. Rachel had a confounded look as she asked, "What are you up to?" She knew there was no way a demon would be merciful. However, she saw Shadow Maid walking towards Sarah and warned her to look out. She wanted to protect Sarah since this quest couldn't be completed without her, but at the same time, she knew she couldn't do it without first defeating this demon before her. "I'm giving you a chance to save her. Defeat me, and you all or whoever is still alive can go home," Asher said with a subtle smile, making Rachel furrow her brows. "Then I shall do just that by drowning you in this filthy soil." Saying so, Rachel brought forward her spear as she thrust it right towards Hellbringer's chest with a blast of blinding blue wave of water. She has to quickly get rid of him and then help Sarah and Kara. Asher narrowly dodged her spear thrust, though a few drops of water from her spear fell on his shoulder, scalding a part of his skin. Not a bad move, Asher subtly smiled as he patted his shoulder. As expected, light magic was the bane of all demons, just like how dark magic was the bane of all humans. Rachel was surprised he actually managed to dodge her attack even though she was sure his dexterity was lower than hers. It was as if he saw her attacking coming a mile away. Otherwise, there was no way someone weaker than her could dodge that. Ha! Rachel stopped thinking about it as she rushed towards him to attack again. But Asher laughed as he retreated back towards the forests, away from the open area. Rachel thought he was scared of her and was trying to run for his life. Still, she decided to take him down first since she didn't want him backstabbing her later. It was not like he could outrun her anyway. Asher stopped running just as he entered a few feet into the forest and turned around to look at her. "Playtime is over, girl," he said with a smile. "Rot in hell, demon," Rachel said with killing intent as she aimed her spear at him, and it began to get charged with her glowing blue mana. She was sure he won't be able to dodge her spear throw and will die once and for all. "I am way past that," Asher said as he clenched both his hands, making Rachel frown upon feeling something crawling over her feet. She looked down, and her eyes widened upon seeing dark tendrils emerging from the shadow underneath her and binding around her body quickly. "Ugh, get off me," she shouted with a flustered look as the tendrils wrapped around her limbs, her neck, and over her chest, immobilizing her to the point she couldn't even release her spear at Hellbringer. Rattles's body shone with a bright blue light, weakening the dark tendrils wrapped around her. Just a second or more, and she would be able to break herself free from these disgusting things. Too late, but her eyes widened in shock when she heard Hellbringer's voice behind her and could feel the air behind the bottom of her spine getting pushed away forcibly. This could only mean he was trying to punch her back, and she immediately gathered her mana to use a defensive spell, SPLKTCH. Her eyes shook when she felt the claws of a beast digging into her back, but it was not the pain that shook her since the claws didn't even go that deep. Instead, it was the fact that she was unable to draw upon even a wisp of her mana that made her heart tense and her mind thrown into confusion. However, before she could even think of her next move, she felt a burning fist smashing against the lower half of her spine, throwing her body into shock. Since she couldn't even use her mana to defend herself, the damage she took was too much, making her legs weak and numb as she collapsed on the ground. "Good job, Marina," Asher said, not because she helped him immobilize Rachel but because he noticed that Marina had already incapacitated the hunter girl in the gazebo despite the fact that Marina was not in top shape. Marina nodded with a respectful smile as she bowed. "This slave will do better next time." "A broken bar, what a broken bar happen at a broken bar?" Rachel came out of her stunned state as she weakly opened her eyes only to find herself lying on the ground. She felt as if her entire body was numb and grimaced hard as she tried to put some strength into her weak legs and get up, but what shocked her the most was that she was still unable to gather any mana. "Don't push yourself, Rachel. I temporarily blocked your mana circuit, which also caused your body to go into shock. But don't worry, you will be alright within a couple of hours," Asher said as he crouched before her, looking down at her teary blue eyes. Rachel felt her heart drop, realizing what had happened to her because this meant she was at the complete mercy of this demon. Even if this despicable demon doesn't do anything to her, the heavenly immunity will soon be over, and she will suffer and die a horrible death in this hell. The only escape was through the gate they came from. But that gate will close shortly after the heavenly immunity becomes no longer active, and there was no way she was getting to that gate without going through these two dangerous demons. However, hearing him call the Rachel, she didn't know why it felt as if he wasn't seeing her for the first time. The tone in which he was addressing her and the way he was looking at her seemed as if he knew her already. Did she fight him in the past? She couldn't remember fighting such a cunning demon like him in the past. She would have surely remembered since he didn't look like any ordinary demon. "Marina, keep an eye on her. By the time I return, she should be able to stand up," Asher said as Marina nodded. "Yes, Master." "And no a broken bar, wait a broken bar," Rachel weakly called out as she saw Hellbringer walking towards the gazebo where Sarah was squirming on the floor. She knew Sarah's life was in danger and wanted to stop Hellbringer desperately but couldn't. "Stay still unless you want to anger my master even more," Marina said in a fierce tone as she looked down at her. "Master?" Rachel couldn't help but wonder who this Hellbringer really was to have a werewolf woman like Shadow Maid be his slave. She could only worriedly twist her neck around weakly to see what Hellbringer was going to do with Sarah. "Fuck a broken bar, that vicious demoness, a broken bar." Sarah was moaning in pain as she laid on the floor, her legs bleeding. Shadow Maid crippled her legs, making it impossible for her to escape while keeping her alive for God knows what. However, suddenly she heard steady footsteps and saw the legs of a tall demon entering the gazebo. "Stay away, broken bar, we can make this go two ways. I am going to ask you a simple question, and you answer me, and then we both can go home happy. The second way is when you don't answer me, and I become unhappy, which would force me to kill you. So what is it going to be?" Asher asked with a simple smile as he gently placed his palm on her head. Sarah's lips quivered as she looked at his dangerous dark eyes, her heart thumping against her chest. "We're broken bar, you are going to kill me?" "Away, I broken bar." She was sure no demon would be kind enough to let her go. Asher sighed and said as he patted her head, "Silly girl, I find no pleasure in killing an unarmed girl like you who doesn't pose any threat to me. All I need is the patent and unlock these runes, and I will let you go, I promise. It's either that or you die anyway." Are you really going to deny yourself the chance to live? Yeah, broken bar, I don't know the pattern. I didn't get enough time to figure it out. Too bad. I guess I have to kill you since you are this useless. Saying so, Asher's hand blazed with dark green flames, making Sarah's eyes shudder. Wait a broken bar. Yeah, broken bar, I think I figured it out. I will tell you, but you have to let me go after, Sarah said as she continued to take short, deep breaths. Sarah felt that his words made sense, and he also didn't kill Kara, who was still breathing while lying on the ground. Maybe he was the kind of a demon who doesn't like killing those who don't pose a threat to him. In her desperation to live, she didn't want to let go of this chance. Asher nodded and said in a reassuring tone, "Of course I will." Now, the pattern a broken bar, Asher said as he looked at the 6 glowing runes on the floor of the gazebo. He knew these runes were special kinds of runes that served as a password, though he wondered what was hidden here that even Rowena didn't know of. Sarah had figured out the pattern, but before she could check out what was hidden beneath the floor, Shadow Maid stopped her. Now she reluctantly revealed the pattern to Hellbringer, knowing that she would fail the quest by doing so, but it was worth it as long as she could get out of this hell. How could she have known such an easy quest would turn out to be a nightmare? Clack. Good, it worked, Asher said as he saw the tiles on the floor shift backward, revealing a hidden pocket. Sarah endured the pain as she weakly extended her neck to see what was hidden in the floor. Since she went through so much trouble only to put it in the hands of a demon, the least she could do was find out what it was. Hugh broken bar. Asher had a blinking expression upon seeing a piece of velvet fabric wrapped around something. He put his hand inside and took it out before unwrapping the cloth with a curious gaze. "This is unexpected." A broken bar, Asher mumbled as he took out a beautiful necklace with a gleaming pear-shaped crimson gem attached to it. He could see a drop of fiery blood inside this gem and wondered what kind of necklace it was. Item name, Crimson Heart. A crimson gem carved with the magic of a mother's love for her daughter. Wear this necklace so that I can always be with you and protect you. Grade, Legendary. Level, 34. Effect, absorb any life-threatening attack completely and reflect it back. Activates only once. Status, unlinked. Damn a broken bar. This is a broken bar, a worthy treasure. Asher wasn't expecting to find something like this by coming here. A powerful necklace like this was priceless. Based on its level and grade, he was sure this was one of the strongest artifacts to ever exist, and that meant it could absorb the attack of any strongest being in the demon realm or anyone on Earth. Even if it only activates once, it was something that could decide the life and death of a person. The fact that it reflects the attack too only makes it even more powerful. Based on the description, it seemed that Rowena's mother, whom she never talked about, left it for her. He knew Rowena's mother died during a quest right when Rowena was just a few years old, though he wondered how come Rowena didn't know about this necklace. Maybe her mother died before she could tell her about it. Still, it was a surprise that not even her father told her about this, since it seemed that the two used to frequent this place unless in the off chance he didn't know about it as well. Whatever it was, he could see that this necklace could only bind to a single person. Since he found it first, he can bind it to himself, but he held back his temptation and put it into his damn dimension. A necklace? Why does fate have to be so cruel? A broken bar. Sarah lamented upon seeing that it was just a pretty necklace. Still, she didn't care about it and only wanted to go home. You got what you, a broken bar, wanted. Now, let me go, a broken bar, please. A broken bar, she begged upon seeing him put back the necklace. Asher sighed as he raised her chin with his fingers. About that, a broken bar, you see, I really meant it when I said I don't take any pleasure in killing you, beauty. Broken bar, I do need the rating points I would gain from your death. Saying so, Asher grabbed her head with both his hands. No, Sarah cried in horror as she couldn't believe she was so stupid to believe the words of this psychopath. Crack, but before she could even try to grab his arms, Asher twisted her neck, rendering her body lifeless. No, why? Exclamation mark. Rachel screamed with a saddened look as she looked at this villain killing a helpless woman. Why are you overreacting, Rachel? You aren't that ignorant to ask such a question you know the answer to, right? Asher asked as he came out of the gazebo and walked towards Rachel, who had somehow gained the strength to stand on her feet, but she still was unable to use her mana and had given up on escaping. Rachel's expression became pale as her chin quivered, her eyes were reddened as she hatefully stared at him silently. Why, you will pay for these a broken bar even if you kill us all here. My father will destroy you, just like how he destroyed the corrupted prince for his sins, she said as she spat out some blood with a bitter look. Asher's smile stifled as his expression gradually darkened, his lips then arched into a cold smile, making Rachel feel goosebumps, wondering why the air around him suddenly changed color drastically. Asher didn't say anything but walked over to a barely conscious Gara and searched her pockets. Hey, what are you doing to hear a broken bar? Rachel asked weakly upon seeing him searching Gara's body, while Marina also wondered what her master was planning to do. Got it, our broken bar, Asher mumbled with a smile as he took out Gara's phone and unlocked it by using Gara's fingerprint. Why broken bar? Rachel was confused, and it felt strange seeing a demon taking a human's phone and trying to use it. How did he even know how to unlock it? Or maybe he must have learned after trying to possess some humans back on Earth. Marina had a blinking expression and wondered if her master learned to use that strange artifact when he took the reaping trial. As expected, pretentious girls like her do love to carry around their phones everywhere, Asher said as he closed the gallery on the phone after briefly checking it out. Rachel had a confounded expression as she shook her head slowly, unable to predict what he was going to do. Still, she only became even more pissed as she said with a sharp glare, "How shameless are you to look up personal photos of an unconscious woman? Are you not even satisfied after killing good people? Is there no end to your villainy?" Asher walked up to her slowly and curled his lips as he clutched her hair and pulled her head backward. "You have the gall to accuse me of being shameless after invading my home, especially my wife's special place, intending to destroy it and steal a treasure that doesn't belong to any of you?" he asked with a sneer, his expression frighteningly dark. Marina clenched her fists, feeling how right he was. She would have slashed this self-righteous hunter's neck if not for her master. Rachel's face grimaced and became discolored as fear gripped her heart under his frightening gaze and words. But what she was most shocked to hear was this demon addressing the demon queen as his wife. "You are a hypocrite just like your father, and now I am going to make you prove to yourself how shameless you can be," Asher said with a dangerous glint in his eyes as he let go of her hair. Rachel felt a very bad feeling creeping up her back as she asked with a deep breath, "What area broken bar are you talking about?" She just couldn't make sense of what he was planning after hearing his words. Asher opened the camera app on the phone, and he calmly said with a smile, "It's going to be very simple for a woman like you. Strip for me." Rachel felt her heart pound as she stammered, "What a broken bar did you just say? Are you deaf?" Asher asked with a tilt of his head and added, "Strip for me. I will go easy on you and let you keep your underwear on." "No, you despicable, perverted, vile demon. I would rather die than let you take advantage of me," Rachel strongly said even though her legs began to tremble. She had never been put in such a situation and her mind was in chaos, screaming for somebody to save her from this villain. She could only think of her father to help her. If only he was here, then this vile demon would be begging before his feet like a scared hyena. But unfortunately there was no way he can come and rescue her. Asher's expression didn't change as he said, "Is that so? Then go ahead unless you want to be responsible for your friend's death as well. The only reason I kept her alive was to give you a chance to save her, but if you are that selfish to die and let her die as well, I wonder what the world and your father would think once I send this recording. As a daddy's girl, would your father feel relieved or heartbroken to see his daughter die and endure the shame of seeing her choosing herself over her dying friend? Maybe the people in your world would have an interesting reaction as well." Asher very well knew that Derek considered his daughter to be most precious. He never missed a chance to pamper and protect her. He also knew that even if Rachel inherited half of her genes from her father, she also inherited the rest from her mother, who was known to be quite a kind soul. Reality suddenly dawned on Rachel as she thought about her further and looked at the barely conscious Gara, who was still desperately mumbling for help. She also didn't realize this villain was recording her already. Her father had always told her to protect herself first no matter what happens, but at the same time, her mother taught her how she should be a virtuous and upstanding hunter who would bring them pride and glory to the world. Her mother also told her how a valiant hunter would never leave behind her teammates. Nonetheless, they would be shattered if they saw a shameful recording of her, especially when the world might blame them for not teaching her to be an upstanding hunter by letting Gara die. It would be even worse if the world saw it and condemned her family because of her. As an elite family, there was a lot to lose and be careful about. She also didn't want Gara's death to fall on her head. 4 of them already died because of her not being capable enough. She at least wanted to save her, as the guilt within her was stressing her chest. However, if she listens to this villainous demon, then not only can she save Gara, but nobody else will know what happened, including her father. All she has to do was simply take off her armor and then go home while believing this never happened. She could discard this shameful memory later as a nightmare, but there was also the thought that he was lying to her about letting her go after this. However, she felt he would have forced himself on her if he was really lying instead of proposing a deal. So after a lot of painful hesitation and reluctance, she slowly raised her head to look at him with teary eyes. I will do it, Buta Broken Bar. You have to put down the phone. She didn't want this villain to keep recording her while she stripped, and God knows what he would do with it. Asher chuckled and said, "Silly, I only plan to take a few pics so that I can later admire the pics of a beautiful hunter like you. It's not like I get to gain anything by using these pics for something else, do I?" Why were Broken Bar? Rachel clenched her jaw, seeing how he was even more perverted than she thought. She didn't like such sensitive pictures of her to be in the hands of anyone else. But as he said, she couldn't think of any other reason he would use those pics for. He also won't be able to use the phone for longer since it can't be charged in a hellish dimension like this. And so, with a flushed face and trembling chin, she began to remove her armor while trying to hold in her tears. She didn't want to appear weak before a demon by crying. After removing her armor, Asher raised his brows subtly upon seeing the pair of round, ample mounds poking from within her shirt. She always wore conservative clothing and he never paid much attention to her physical appearance, because of which he never noticed she had such a tempting rack. Or maybe it could be that she had some development in that area after becoming an adult. Rachel felt his lustful gaze on her, making her wrinkle her nose, though she didn't want to waste any more energy by trying to scold him. At this point, he will only get amused seeing her getting agitated. "Don't waste my time. Get rid of your useless shirt and pants. As I said, I want to see you in your underwear," Asher said while keeping the phone's camera pointed at her. Rachel felt her skin tighten as she removed her pants, revealing blue panties with flowery patterns. "How cute," Asher chuckled upon seeing a woman like her still wearing kiddie panties. Rachel's face reddened even more as she squirmed her legs together as if to try to hide her panties. She felt her muscles becoming loose as she removed her shirt, revealing her half-naked fair torso and the delectable sight of her ample soft breasts tightly restrained by her blue full-figure bra. Asher couldn't help but finally look at her as a woman when previously he only looked at her as his best friend's daughter. She had quite a gorgeous appearance with long blue hair that fell in soft, silky waves to her waist. Her eyes were a light blue, almost silver in color, sparkling with an attractive purity. She had a cute heart-shaped face with delicate features, a small nose, and full pink lips that were firmly pressed together. Her fair skin was smooth with a subtle glow to it, giving her an elegant appearance. Her complexion was even and her skin had a delicate texture, giving her a fresh and youthful look. Her body was toned and athletic, with curves in all the right places, and despite having a delicate appearance, she exuded strength and determination. She covered her breasts with her arms and said in a peaked tone, "Are you satisfied now, demon? Now a Broken Bar, let me go with Gara as you promised." Her feet were continuously scratching the ground as she hugged her body, the cold air making her naked skin have goosebumps. She had never stood half naked before a man, let alone a vulgar demon like him. "Not so fast, girl. There is one more thing you have to do and I will let you go, I promise. All you have to do is kiss me and pose with me for a few pics, which my maid will shoot," Asher said as he handed over the phone to Marina, though Rachel's eyes widened and shook. "You villain. I am not going to kiss a despicable demon like you. I already have a boyfriend and I won't betray him or my dignity as a hunter." Rachel couldn't believe he was trying to make her kiss a demon like him. Not even in her nightmares did she witness such a scenario. It was no less disgusting and sinful than asking to kiss an evil monster. Asher chuckled as he said, "How cute of an excuse that is. I never said I promised, and it's not like your boyfriend or anybody else is going to know, are they? It's just a simple action of pressing our lips and skin together. Why are you making a big deal as if I am going to fuck you? Or is that what you want?" Asher could guess who her boyfriend was since Derek always bragged to him about how he had already picked a nice boy for his daughter who would cherish and love her with all his heart. No, a broken bar. We had a deal that you were going to let me go after I strip. You can't break your words," Rachel said as her lips quivered. She felt her ribs squeezing, just thinking about getting her lips defiled by this demon. She hadn't kissed even her boyfriend, who was such a gentle and understanding man. What would he and her father think if they knew about this? As someone coming from a good family, she was taught to be loyal to the person she was going to spend the rest of her life with, even if they won't find out. How could she face them after she comes back or even beg forgiveness from the angels for her sin? Maybe they never will. Asher let out a lazy sigh as he said, "I don't have time to listen to your complaints. I am going to kill the two of you in 5 seconds. The choice is in your hands, to waste 2 lives and bring shame to your family, or survive and live as if nothing happened." Asher began to fold his fingers up as if he was counting down 5 seconds, making Rachel rapidly swallow her saliva. Unrelated to this chap, I just learned from a reader that Sabina's age was ridiculously high. Her real age is 100 and not 500. Sorry for the mistake. Rachel felt as if her chest was caving in, and her thoughts were thrown all over the place. Her chest was heaving up and down in sync with her rapid, nervous breathing. She could already feel her palms becoming sticky from sweating more due to the situation she got trapped in. She wished she could wake up from this nightmare, but when she saw Hellbringer's fingers counting down, she realized there was no waking up from this. 2.1 Asher continued counting as he folded his fingers one by one, and just as he was about to fold the last one, I will do it," Rachel shouted in a trembling voice. Asher smiled as he gestured to her to come near him. "Good girl, you chose wisely. Now let's get this over with, unless you want your friend to bleed to death." Rachel realized she couldn't risk Kara dying by hesitating anymore. She will just get this over with quickly instead of thinking about it more and causing herself more vexation. She reluctantly walked towards him with a wary gaze, but the moment she reached near him, Rachel unconsciously shrieked when he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her towards him, making her body stick to his body, which felt firm and muscular. Were the body of a man supposed to feel this tough, or was it because he was a demon? His hand was large and hot and stroking her stomach, his fingers dangerously circling just above her panties. She felt her skin tighten and become hotter under his vulgar touch and didn't know why she was feeling weird sensations. "Marina, figured it out?" Asher asked as he continued to stroke the smooth skin of Rachel's flat navel. "Yes, master, I'm ready," Marina said, as by now she figured out how to take pictures based on the instructions he conveyed mentally. She wasn't least bothered by what Rachel was going through. In fact, she thought this hunter woman was having it easy since she wasn't dead yet. Asher grabbed Rachel's chin and made her look at him. "Since we are in front of a camera, I want us to look good, so when we kiss or take any pose, I want you to smile for the camera or make it seem like we are really a couple posing for a few pictures." Rachel's eyes widened, unable to believe this villain was being serious. "Why, you don't have any decency? I already did enough. You can't make me do that too," she said in an indignant tone, her expression hateful. Asher scoffed and pinched her chin. "I wasn't asking. Otherwise, we will have to keep on retaking poses till I feel you are in the mood to smile." So it's your choice whether you want this to end quickly or not. Rachel's eyes continuously twitched as she said in a bitter tone, "You are too wicked. Blame my luck. It's not every day I get to spend time with a beautiful and blessed daughter of the angels like you." Asher spoke in such a way since people like Rachel who could use light magic were said to be daughters or sons of the angels just so that people could flatter them by saying this. Rachel pursed her lips, hearing his words, and said with a reddened face, I will do it, but you have to tell me how many poses you are planning to take." Rachel wanted to make things clear in case he tried to trick her again. Asher smiled and said in a reassuring tone, "Relax, I only plan to take 4 poses, and we all can go home." Rachel winced, wondering what kind of poses she would have to endure 4 times, but she relaxed a bit since the number was way less than what she expected from someone like him. "You have to promise you won't go beyond 4, Rachel stressed strongly. "Pinky promise. What happens here stays here," Asher said with a wink as he made her put her stiff arms around his neck, making her look at him with a hint of confusion. "Don't tell me you don't know how couples should kiss? I thought you had a boyfriend," Asher asked, seeing how awkward and confused she was when he tried to make her hug his neck. Rachel's face puffed up as she said indignantly, "That's none of your business. I am not used to hugging villains like you," Rachel said as she reluctantly hugged her arms around his neck while looking at his annoyingly charming face up close. His piercing dark yellow eyes seemed to contain an abyss of darkness she couldn't fathom and threatened to pull her into it, making her pulse race. She never knew demons could be this dangerously handsome, not that it reduced her hate and anger toward him. But she came back from the reverie when he suddenly grabbed her slender waist and stole her lips before she could blink. MMNN. Tilda Rachel unconsciously let out a muffled shriek as she raised her hand to slap him, but before her hand could reach his cheek, he grabbed her wrist and clutched her neck. "There are 2 lives at stake, and you think you can still fool around? Now we will have to retake the shot and try again," he said as he let go of her neck. Rachel rubbed her neck with teary eyes and blamed herself for acting without thinking. It just happened too suddenly that it overwhelmed her, and she acted without thinking. Now she had to do it again, and this time she took a deep breath to calm herself down. She remembered her hunter training, especially when her father told her to always act calmly no matter how tense or dangerous the situation was. In his words, "A person with a calm mind will prevail in a storm." So she once again took a deep breath, wiped off the drop of sweat on her forehead, and hugged her arms around his neck with a determined gaze. "Just do it already," she said with a fierce light in her eyes, deciding to make herself appear strong before this demon instead of letting him prey on her weak state. "Those are the eyes I like to see," Asher said with an impressed look and said, "Now you should take the initiative to kiss me. I don't want you trying to slap me again and waste both of our time." Rachel blamed her fate for making things difficult for herself. She inwardly apologized to her boyfriend and family for a moment for going to do something disgraceful and unfair to them, and with her eyes gradually closing, she raised her feet and hugged his neck just like he made her do last time. Asher chuckled upon seeing her pretty face coming closer and laughed inwardly. "Derek, I wonder what kind of face you would make upon seeing your precious daughter being so eager to kiss me." Asher felt Rachel weakly pressing her soft pink lips against him and chuckled inwardly, seeing how she really had no idea how to kiss, as expected from the daughter of an overprotective father. However, this didn't mean that Asher was going to be satisfied with this. "This is how you kiss a man," Asher said as he hugged her closer and sucked her sweet pink lips into his mouth, and began to kiss her erotically. MWCCHNM. MHNNM! Tilda Rachel was overwhelmed by the way he suddenly sucked in her lips and his wild kissing. She felt the impulse to push him away, but this time her mind was firm and determined just to endure it and not make things any more difficult for herself. She consciously put great effort into making sure that her body language stayed consistent, just like he wanted, though his kissing was making it hard for her to maintain her thoughts. His lips were hot, making not only her lips but her face hotter as well. She felt as if she got swept away by a huge storm, making it hard to stabilize her thoughts. But the moment she felt his hands slipping down towards her buttocks and squeezing them, she came out of her daze and tried to push him away. Asher took one last good squeeze of her soft, firm ass before breaking the kiss with a smile. "That wasn't too bad, was it?" Rachel hatefully wiped her lips and pointed her finger at him. "You cheat, you kissed me for too long when all you talked about was posing." Asher guilelessly shrugged and said, "It isn't a pose if you can't capture the mood. Did you seriously think simply pressing our lips together was enough for a good picture? Consider our little session as a serious photo shoot where we are professional models who shouldn't care about silly details." "Photo shoot my foot." Rachel glared at him and coldly harumphed, though she took relief in the fact that she endured the hardest pose. The rest shouldn't be that troublesome. Still, she felt like her lips were on fire and her face warmer than ever. She had never felt like this and blamed it all on this villain. Not in her dreams did she think her first kiss would be stolen by a vile demon. She had always imagined it to be very romantic and warming, especially with a certain someone, though she shook away that thought right away. "Next pose is simple. You have to make it seem like you are a caring girlfriend cuddling her boyfriend," Asher said with a curve of his lips, making Rachel clench her jaws. "I can't possibly do that with someone who is too vile and despicable to be my boyfriend," she indignantly said with her lips pressed together. "What else did you expect for a photo shoot with a demon?" Asher scoffed, making Rachel stomp the ground with a vexed look. Asher made her stand in front of him before crouching till his head was facing her ample rosy breasts that were glistening with her sweat. He could see her nipples slightly sticking out from underneath her bra. "You villain," Rachel feebly muttered as she realized what kind of pose he was going to do. Her face reddened just thinking how her partly naked breasts were going to touch his face. "Don't be shy, come here, HMNN," Asher said as he pulled her closer and nuzzled her cleavage with his face, letting out a relaxed sigh upon feeling two soft mounds sandwiching his face. "Stop fidgeting unless you want to mess up our posing again," Asher scolded her as he made her hands embrace his head, making it seem like she was cuddling him. "I hope you rot in hell," Rachel cursed bitterly as she reluctantly embraced his head, though she felt her chest getting tickled upon feeling his hot breath brushing against her skin. "Too late to say that," Asher chuckled as he hugged her waist and relished the supple feeling of her breasts and the scent of her sweet sweaty skin. He showed a thumbs up at Marina to take the shot. "Don't forget to smile like a caring girlfriend," Asher said, making Rachel take a deep breath and force a sweet smile on her face while making her mind blank. If she gets distracted by any thoughts, she might mess up her expression, and this villain will use that as an excuse to redo the pose. Marina carefully aimed the camera and took the shot at an appropriate angle. She lightly smiled after looking at the picture she took, feeling satisfied that she did a good job and hoped her master would be satisfied as well. "Enough, let's move on to the next already." Rachel pushed him off as she looked at him with a mean glare. She couldn't believe she was going through all this. The only relief was that the photos would become useless once the phone became dead. "Somebody is too eager, eh?" Asher chuckled, making her wrinkle her nose in displeasure. "Okay, second last pose, come here." Asher pulled her towards him by her wrist and made her stand in front of him. He then hugged her slender waist from behind and parted her blue hair towards the other side, revealing her smooth fair neck. Rachel squirmed as she wondered what kind of vulgar pose he was going to make her do now. Asher made her raise one of her arms and put it around his neck. Rachel's face became red to her neck as this seemed the kind of sexy pose models does for magazines or in movies. But what made her eyes widen was when she saw his demonic hands crawling over her underarms and suddenly pulling down her bra, making her fair rosy jugs pop out with a jiggle. "Hey, what? SHH, this is the pose we are going to do. Stay still, or we have to stay like this longer," Asher whispered in her ears as he let his fingers dip into her firm slippery breasts deeply. Rachel winced as she felt small jolts of electricity spreading all over her chest. "Stop. You told me you won't remove my underwear." she bitterly said with a beet-red face, and couldn't even gather the strength to remove his dirty claws from her breasts. Other than feeling humiliated by letting this demon grope her naked breasts, she was feeling anxious about the weird sensations he was making her body feel. Asher chuckled and said, "Your bra is still on your body, so it's not like I broke my words, did I?" As he said this, he squeezed her slipey breasts together. Tilda knew Rachel suddenly let out a sinful moan that seemed too naughty even for her. She couldn't believe she was making such indecent sounds in front of him. She felt ashamed that an elite hunter like her couldn't even control her own body. She gathered all her willpower to not let out any more sounds while enduring the tingling sensation in her chest. She squeezed her brows and said in a shaky tone, "Jay, just take it already." She knew he was taking advantage of her in the name of posing, but since this was almost over, she decided to harden her mind to get through this. However, the feeling of his hot hands squeezing her breasts made her feel like something was tingling in her nether region. She prayed for her body to stop acting weird from his touches and wished she could just feel numb to all this. "As you wish, princess." "Say cheese for the camera with a peace sign," Asher said as the corners of Rachel's lips twitched before she forced a smile and posed her fingers with a V sign, her feet digging into the ground. However, right as Marina was about to tap on the capture button, Asher suddenly pinched her erect nipples and twisted them. Rachel was startled as she unconsciously let out a sweet, sensual moan. Though she failed to notice Shadow Maid taking a photo at the same time, she also had no idea that her expression seemed way different than how she imagined it would appear in the photo. "You rascal!" Rachel pushed him off as she tried to slap his chest by flailing her hands at him. She couldn't believe she had again let down her guard before him. "Don't be so mad. That was part of the posing. As I said before, I had to make sure you would look natural in the photo," Asher said with a smile as he grabbed her wrists together. "You." Rachel felt like pinching him to death and shrugged off his hands from her wrist as she said with a harumph, "HMPH, let's do the final pose and get this over with." "As you wish, princess," Asher chuckled as he unzipped his pants, making Rachel's brows wrinkle in confusion before turning away her face. "Ugh, what are you doing? This isn't part of our deal." Rachel wasn't expecting him to start removing his pants suddenly and wondered if he was really planning to. "You are naughtier than you look to misunderstand me. If I wanted to fuck you, I would be honest about it, but since you are such a good girl, I won't bully you," Asher said as he let his pants fall down. Rachel still had her head turned away and asked skeptically, "Then why would you remove your pants? Men only take them out to do the thing." She felt a sense of uneasiness creeping up her nerves despite hearing his words. "Who put such wrong ideas in your head? Your mother or your father? Men like me can do a lot of things with this harmless thing, so turn around and come here. We are going to do the final pose. Time is ticking." Rachel clenched her fists as she slowly turned her head back to look at him. However, her eyes widened upon seeing a one-eyed monster that should never exist. She had accidentally seen the pictures of men's manhood because some of her friends tried to tease her by making her look at them. However, none of those men had such a monstrous-looking thing down there. Unlike this demon, its skin was gray and smooth with an inner glow and bulging veins running all over it, making it seem like it was angry. The tip of his thing was red, its texture shiny and smooth like an apple, making it look like a delicious thing. However, she shook her head, scolding herself for letting her mind wander after looking at something so vulgar, but before she could collect her thoughts, Asher made her crouch down before him as he said with a smile, "This last pose is going to be very simple. Imagine my harmless thing is like a popsicle you are going to put in your mouth, then we click the pose of a woman enjoying my popsicle, a popsicle advertisement, that is all." Rachel's mouth became agape, and as if she had misheard, she asked with a shake of her head, "You have to be joking." A broken bar. The fact that his demonic thing was hovering right above her face was enough to make her feel gross about putting something like that in her mouth. How can someone be this vile? Asher crossed his arms and asked with a tilt of his head, "Do I look like I am joking? It isn't as gross as you think." Since you have no experience in these things, let me tell you that women like to suck on this like a lollipop. Ask my maid for proof." Asher gestured towards Marina, and she readily nodded. "Your manhood really tastes a broken bar delicious, master," she shyly said with a faint blush on her cheeks. Rachel couldn't believe what she was hearing and wondered if these two were trying to fool her into doing something disgusting. However, based on her expression, it seemed like this demoness really liked sucking on something that grotesque. She also saw something white and slimy, slowly coming out from the tiny hole on the head of that thing. "See that milk coming out? That is what makes my popsicle even tastier for women. It's even more delicious than the milk you normally drink," Asher explained as if he was trying to enlighten her. Rachel harumphed harshly and said with an irate look, "Nonsense, don't try to fool me. I'm grown up enough to know what that is, and I also know its true purpose." She knew this slimy thing helped to make babies. How stupid does he think she was to believe his nonsense? "You are right, but not many people know its second hidden purpose, which is being a delicacy for women. But that all doesn't really matter here. All that matters is whether you are going to put this popsicle in your mouth or are you going to give up after coming all this way?" Asher asked with a curve of his lips. "This isn't even a real pose, you are just trying to take advantage of me," she said in an indignant tone. "You have never seen lollipop ads where the woman poses while sucking on it? We are going to do the same thing with the difference that this lollipop is a tad different than the one you know but better," Asher said with a chuckle. Rachel could smell the scent coming from his so-called popsicle. It smelled earthy and wild, with a hint of sweetness that made her think of honey. Was he really serious when he said this thing tasted better than milk? Taking relief in the fact that it may not taste as disgusting as she thought, she timidly opened her mouth as wide as she could and closed her eyes shut before reluctantly taking the girth of his popsicle into her mouth. Asher had no patience to see her taking her own sweet time, so he grabbed her head and plunged his fiery thick cock into her soft, moist mouth. "Don't let your teeth touch it, or I will have to do it again." MMPFFFF exclamation mark tilde. Rachel was startled upon feeling her mouth suddenly getting full with something hot and thick. She felt her mouth getting stretched as it slid in deeper. However, hearing his words, she immediately made sure not to let her teeth scratch it lest she had to do it all over again. But her heartbeat raced as she felt like she couldn't breathe after getting her mouth filled with something this big. Her eyes already became watery as she slapped his thighs, indirectly telling him to take it out since the pose was already done. Asher chuckled as he looked at her flustered expression and said, "Don't get hasty. Now I have to rub this in and out a few times to find the correct position to pose it. You have no idea how hard it is to get a perfect photo." Rachel's eyes shook as she slapped his thighs again. MMMFFF, Yokoffant a broken bar. She couldn't believe he was tricking her yet again with stupid excuses. If only she had known this earlier, she would have protested against this vulgar pose. "Hey, stay still. Remember, if you interrupt, we have to do this again. Are you really going to waste time instead of going home?" Asher said, making Rachel slowly stop slapping his thighs. For broken bar. Rachel let out a muffled sound as reluctant acknowledgement. She just wanted to take this monstrous thing out of her mouth as soon as possible, so why would she interrupt? She also saw that heavenly immunity was going to run out of time very soon, so she had to finish this before that happened. "Na broken bar, it's so hard to find the right position," Asher grunted with a troubled look, though inwardly, he was relishing in the pleasure of her warm mouth slipping over his cock to and fro. But what gave him the most satisfaction was the fact that Derek's daughter was doing this. Slorp slorp. Rachel didn't know why these weird noises were coming out of her mouth as he made her suck on his popsicle. She didn't want to suck on it, but since it was too big, her mouth was doing it on its own. She felt the warmth of his veiny popsicle on her tongue, rubbing over it and making her head spin for some reason. She didn't know whether to be surprised or not upon realizing that it tasted the same as it smelled, making her feel relieved since, otherwise, she had no idea if she would have been able to endure this. But right as she wondered how long it was going to take him to pose, he suddenly began to bob her head over his popsicle faster, making his hot popsicle draw deeper into her mouth. She felt her body heat rising and her muscles tensing up all over her body while profusely sweating. The more he made her suck on it, the harder and longer it got. The sour honey-like taste and smell was also filling her senses, making her feel like she was really sucking on a lollipop. How could a demon's grotesque thing taste this good? NNNGH, your mouth is too slippery to make this posing any easier. Asher grunted as he thrust his hips into her mouth again and again, making Rachel struggle to keep up with his pace while her naked breasts began to dance in sync with the rhythm of his thrusts. She couldn't believe he was blaming it on her for taking this long to pose his stupid popsicle, and what was making her weird was something getting wet down there. She couldn't believe she was leaking in a situation like this. How humiliating. The intoxicating scent of his popsicle muddled her senses the faster he kept thrusting it into her mouth. Sluck exclamation mark tilde sluck exclamation mark tilde sluck exclamation mark tilde. The sound of Asher's hot cock plunging in and out of her wet mouth created sensual-sounding echoes. Marina unconsciously swallowed her saliva with a blush as she kept filming this on the phone. Rachel's eyes became hazy as she felt like she was losing control over her senses under his relentless thrusts. No, a broken bar, she can't make her succumb to him. A broken bar, she has to hold on and prevent him from trying any more tricks on her. How a broken bar? Do you know how lovely your face looks right now? Asher softly chuckled upon seeing her face, which had become red as a strawberry. Rachel weakly dug her nails into his skin in protest, though her eyes were hazy as if her senses were swept away by something. MMNNN tilde, I think I found the right pose, so let's do this. Saying so, Asher flexed his buttocks and thrust his cock deep into her throat. Rachel was relieved to hear that, but her eyes widened when he suddenly thrust his popsicle deep into her mouth till she gagged hard and loudly. But before she could even regain control, she felt his hot popsicle throb in her mouth, and something warm and slimy liquid exploded like a dam. Her eyes rolled up as she choked on his popsicle, her mind blanking in and out. Her cheeks puffed up as this liquid filled and painted the walls of her mouth, while the rest of it she accidentally swallowed as it went down her throat. Was this the milk he was proudly talking about? It tasted a bit salty yet was sweet like honey as well, even more stronger than before. But how could his thing shoot out so much milk? She felt like a glass full of it was emptied into her mouth. Some of his milk already began to drip out of her mouth. Phew, we are done with the photo shoot. Marina, you got it all, right? Asher asked as he took his cock out of her mouth, making Rachel cough and spit out the rest of his milk that had flooded her mouth while some of it fell on her glistening breasts. Yes, master, I recorded it all. I hope it will be to your satisfaction, Marina said as she respectfully handed over the phone to her master. Asher smiled as he went through the recordings and nodded as he patted her shoulder. Not bad. You have the potential to be a great photographer. Asher's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, knowing how useful these photos were going to become for him. Marina smiled with a blush upon getting a compliment from him and was relieved he was satisfied with it. Rachel felt like her mind was spinning, but somehow she was able to stand on her feet and wipe her lips with a pissed look. She couldn't believe she had lost control over her mind for a brief moment. How disgraceful and humiliating it was for an elite hunter like her to have done all these vulgar things. She was now even more determined than ever never to speak about this to any other soul, especially not her boyfriend and her parents. She bitterly glared at Hellbringer, and never before had she ever wished for a demon to pay for his sins so badly. You are free to go, Rachel. I have to thank you for posing so well. You are a natural, Asher said with a smile as he put the phone in his pocket. Rachel felt relieved that it was finally over, though she just couldn't get rid of the honey-like taste on her tongue. She will just try her best to forget this day never happened. After getting back home, she put back on her clothes and armor and dragged herself over towards Kara to pull her up and go home. Kara, broken bar, let me help you get up. Her broken bar, we can finally go home, she said as she turned over Kara's body. But her eyes shook upon seeing Kara lifelessly staring at the skies, her face pale as a corpse. No, a broken bar, no, a broken bar, Kara. She immediately got up and turned towards Hellbringer, You wicked demon, you broke your promise by killing her. This wasn't the deal. Asher subtly scoffed as he stepped forward and said, I broke my promise. Take a look again and see how she died a broken bar. She died by bleeding to death because you wasted too much time fooling around. I warned you 100 times, but you never listened. Now, look at what you did. A broken bar. TSK, what a pity. Well, at least you get to keep your life. Now go on before you get stuck here forever. Rachel's body visibly trembled as she clenched her fists, her expression dejected. She couldn't believe she had failed to save Kara after enduring all that. She felt as if she had failed as a hunter in every way. Everyone in her squad died except for her. How will she face the people after getting back? What will she tell when they ask how they all died? Why such a long face? Isn't it good she died rather than let her go back and tell others what you did to keep her alive? Asher asked as the corners of his mouth turned up. Rachel suddenly turned her head towards him as she felt some release of tension, realizing that he was right. Maybe it was not a bad thing she died, since as the sole survivor, whatever she tells the world will be the truth about what happened here. No, what am I thinking? A broken bar. Rachel pressed her lips into a tight, flat line, unable to believe that such a dishonorable thought passed through her head. One day, you will be forced to pay for your sins. A broken bar. Hellbringer. She glared at Hellbringer for putting such a thought in her head and immediately began to run towards the gate. She didn't want to stay anywhere near this villain any longer, feeling that she might lose her sanity and more of her dignity. Asher's lips curved into a cold smile as he looked at her disappearing figure. You will be surprised who all are going to get judged on that dire broken bar, he mumbled with a dark glint in his eyes. Quest successfully completed. Rewards received. Greater than 215 rating points, +2 talent points, +2 skill points. Difficulty bonus, greater than +107 rating points. Rating increased, 0, greater than 322. Next level up at rating, 688. Asher had a satisfied smile upon seeing how he was almost halfway through level 8. He realized how it was easier than he expected to progress with his past life experience when any other person in his shoes wouldn't survive a quest of this difficulty. In total, he gained this much by killing 3 hunters while Marina killed the other 2. He then saw Marina giving him meek glances and asked, "What's up with you? Do you have anything to ask me?" At the same time he walked towards Kara's corpse and used his ring blade to cut off her dominant hand. Marina parted her lips with a look of hesitation, but feeling his glance, she asked in a low voice, "Yeah, broken bar, I was just wondering why you let that hunter go? If Master had killed a powerful hunter like her, you could have gained a good amount of refined mana." Marina had never seen any other person let go of a hunter when they could have killed them for sure, especially if it was someone stronger than them. Letting go of hunters was equivalent to throwing away one's wealth since refined mana was too valuable. She also personally wanted to watch her die. Asher curved his lips and said as he tucked away the severed hand into the damned dimension, "Because I am not done with her. Death will just be too easy." He would have contemplated keeping her with him only if he had a way of keeping her alive here. Still, he felt that it was better this way. Marina had a hint of confusion, wondering why her master seemed so fixated on that hunter girl. Did he meet her before? She could only guess. However, she had no doubt that this hunter girl was unfortunate to not have died here since her master had his sights on her. That made her feel better. I suppose a slave crest wouldn't be good? Marina felt it strange her master didn't turn that hunter into a slave if he wanted to punish her while keeping her alive. He could also make good use of a powerful slave like that. Asher subtly chuckled as he shook his head while looting Bolo's level 10 armor. Don't underestimate the humans. They can sniff out a demon's mark on a human from anywhere in the world, especially someone coming from a powerful family like hers. He went through the stuff of the other corpses and realized there wasn't much to loot other than some inferior potions. Oh, our broken bar, that's true, a broken bar. Marina felt dumb for not thinking of that. She was astonished her master knew better about humans for someone of his age and experience. The queen must have thoroughly taught him about these things. Let's get back to the castle. Teleport, Asher said as Marina stood near him. but nothing happened, making Asher and Marina look at each other with confused looks. What is going on? Why aren't we able to teleport? Yeah, broken bar, I don't know. I have never taken a quest too far from me before, Marina said with her head lowered while feeling anxious, wondering if they had to travel back to the castle on their own. Sheet a broken bar, why am I not surprised? We are trapped out here. Asher realized the devils fucked them over yet again by fooling him into thinking they would teleport them back. Of course, just like Marina, he also had never taken a quest too far away from him, because of which he assumed things wrongly. He wished he had known this before, though he would have still accepted this quest. How far is our kingdom from here? Asher asked while looking at the hundreds of miles of land and forests stretching over the cliff. Marina had an anxious look as she answered, "It is quite far, Master. We may have to get on a carriage from the nearest town, but the biggest problem is a broken bar." "What is it?" Asher asked with a squint. Marina took a deep breath and said, "We can't get to any safe place without going through dangerous territories." "By dangerous territories, do you mean enemies of our kingdom?" Asher asked with crossed arms. Marina had a troubled and anxious look as she nodded. "On our way, we will probably come upon a territory of one of the werewolf clans, a broken bar, my old clan. We would be stepping into enemy territory, and they would definitely try to kill us, especially since Master is from the Bloodburn Kingdom." Asher let out a tired sigh as he realized they were fucked. There was no way he could bulldoze his way through those hostile territories. Things were even more difficult because these werewolves loathed the Bloodburn Kingdom with every drop of their blood. There was no telling what these animals would do to their enemies. He had heard of how werewolves were fiercely territorial and will tear apart anyone who even stepped a foot into their territories. He felt as if he got trapped in a very tight situation. "But since you were once part of their clan, you know how to avoid the dangerous places, right?" Asher asked with crossed arms. Marina nervously pinched her lips and softly nodded. "I do know, but a broken bar, it will take days at least, which will be trouble for us because of the problem of food and sleep. I also apologize for not being able to guarantee if we will make it through safely." Marina felt that in the middle of dangerous territories, how can one peacefully sleep and safely procure food? It also had been years since she ventured out to these places and was not confident of how things might have changed. "It's not like we have a choice. Let's move before it gets dark," Asher said as Marina followed him behind while feeling worried if she would get to see her children again. A broken bar. For hours Asher and Marina walked by foot, with Marina carefully scouting the way ahead while Asher followed her to avoid any dangerous places. It was a good thing he brought Marina along, otherwise, he would have had a lot of trouble finding his way back in the middle of nowhere. He also had the magical mask to disguise himself as Lagu and lend a spare one to Marina to make sure nobody would recognize her and inform her old clan about her presence. As a werewolf, she knew how to avoid any obvious red signs, though they did come upon a few weak demons whom Asher took advantage of to extort some food and whatever life crystals they had, even if it was not much. How could they have known that they would get looted by the very people they tried to loot from? Asher realized how relatively more dangerous and unorganized things were outside the kingdom. Without strength, no demon would even survive a few minutes out here. Even the nature around him was not to be underestimated. He came upon some demonic plants that could even swallow an elephant easily. The most dangerous part about such kinds of plants was how they were hidden in plain sight, and he would have got trapped if not for Marina having knowledge of such things. She led him through these paths since most demons would avoid such areas due to these dangerous plants. Because of that, they didn't come upon any strong demons. Fortunately, he realized how comparatively easy the demons back in the kingdom had it. There was a stable system and society, unlike how it was out here. Marina saw the moon rising up and hiding behind the dark clouds. She looked around with a vigilant gaze before looking at her master and saying, "Master, I think we should camp for the night before proceeding further. It wouldn't be good to keep traveling in the dark." Asher didn't mind since she knew the best and said, "Fine. Let's eat and sleep out here. Asher used the skin of one of the dangerous plants he had destroyed earlier to put up a small tent-like structure. It was flimsy but good enough to last for the night. With the help of his flames, he cooked the meat he and Marina had collected on the way as the two ate it to fill their bellies. Asher looked at Marina gorging up the meat, though he wasn't surprised since she had been seriously injured before and had been scouting the way ahead without rest. Marina felt her master's gaze and then looked at her meat as she timidly offered to him. "Do you want my share, master?" Marina asked, wondering if he was still hungry. She knew the only reason they completed the quest was because of her master. She stood to gain a lot from it and again got to experience how good it felt to kill hunters, which she missed more than she realized. By now, she was growing fond of serving him. Asher felt that for an older woman with beastly instincts, she surely was too innocent at times, or maybe trying to curry favor with her master. He shook his head and asked with a squint, "I was wondering why you ran away from your clan. You surely must have been desperate to seek refuge with the enemy kingdom." Asher was always curious about this face, and now since he had time to spare, he decided to ask her. Marina's expression suddenly became taut as she looked away and stopped eating. Her fingers were tightly folded, but then after a few moments of silence, she parted her lips to answer, "I come from the Dark Moon clan, which has an alliance with the Moonbinder clan. Because of this alliance, I got married to a man from the Moonbinder clan since my pack died to the hunters, and I was too young to take care of myself. The elders in the clan decided it was best I did that." Asher had learned more about werewolves from her, especially how their societies generally worked. There would always be an alpha who would be the strongest and the most respected member of the clan, and then, there would be smaller groups among the clan known as packs, comprised of several families. Each pack looked after themselves, while at times, they would hunt or fight together with other packs. So now he realized why Marina got married off. Since everyone in her pack died, she must have been considered a liability by the other packs, refusing to take her in. The only thing they could do was marry her off to another pack while strengthening their alliance with the other clan. "I also sought strength to make the humans pay for what they did to my family. I thought by marrying into the strongest clan, I would be able to achieve it," Marina said as her fingers curled up into fists. Asher narrowed his eyes, realizing why she always killed hunters in a way that seemed personal. She must still be carrying a strong grudge against them for killing her family. Not that he minded. "So what happened after your marriage?" Asher asked as he leaned back. "My late husband was a powerful warrior who served the Mnsea, the alpha of the Moonbinder clan of that time. Because of that, I became a maid of the Mnsea's family as well, who were really kind people, and I couldn't focus on getting stronger due to my duties." Her expression became pained as she continued, "But one day, it was brought to light that the Mnsea betrayed the clan. My late husband was very loyal to him and stood by him till the end, but they were publicly executed for being traitors to their clan, including a broken bar their families as well." As Marina said this, her eyes welled up as a drop of tear dripped down her left cheek, which she quickly wiped. "So before they could execute your family, you ran away with your children, right?" Asher could see now why she was desperate enough to seek refuge with the enemy kingdom. She and her children were going to die anyway, so why not take a chance? He was surprised the Demon King let them live and even gave her a job in the castle. She brought nothing of value except burdens. Again, who knew what that cunning old asshole was thinking? However, hearing how even the alpha of a werewolf clan was publicly executed along with his family, he felt that the structure of these clans was decentralized, where the leader doesn't necessarily hold that much power over the rest, unlike the structure of the Bloodburn Kingdom. And seeing Marina being sad, he felt she must have been really attached to the Mnsea's family whom she had served. Still, he felt her husband was an idiot for siding with the traitor despite the danger of losing his and his family's life. Some people were just too loyal for their own good, not that he had any complaints about it. However, he found it funny how someone embraced death for someone else who wasn't even family, while his own ex-girlfriend didn't even have a fraction of such loyalty. But suddenly, an idea struck him: a broken bar. Maybe it was good that such people existed so that he could take advantage of said people. He tucked away this thought and glanced at Marina before rubbing his hands together loudly as he said, "Tonight, we stand watch with turns. I will do the first watch while you sleep and heal. I want you in top shape by the time you wake up." Marina composed herself as she nodded. "Yes, Master." Marina didn't waste any time and went to sleep right away to not let down her master. 3 days passed, and by now, there was some kind of unrest in the Bloodburn Kingdom. Most of the people in this kingdom were gossiping and discussing only one thing: a broken bar, the sudden disappearance of the royal consort. On the first day, nobody knew much. However, by the second day, rumors had already traveled that the royal consort wasn't even in the kingdom and that he had left for a quest outside the kingdom and had yet to return. Nobody knew where he went, but the fact that the royal consort hadn't returned even after 2 days made them feel that the worst might have happened. This caused some kind of unrest in the kingdom since the people were excited that someone with an immortal bloodline was a part of their kingdom. Even if he wasn't strong now, they were eager to see him grow to his full potential and make their kingdom as prosperous and powerful as it could be. So the rumors of him not making it back left them despondent. Their kingdom had yet to recover from the loss of their late king, and now their hope for a better future also seemed to have perished. They couldn't understand why the royal consort would take up a quest outside the kingdom. Any quests outside the kingdom shouldn't matter to him at all. They considered it suicide to take up a quest outside due to how dangerous it was. However, some of them didn't want to make any assumptions until they heard an official statement from their queen. "Your Majesty, the rumors are already circulating among the people. It would be wise if you were to release an official statement about a broken bar, the royal consort," Saran said with a serious look, sitting before the queen in the royal meeting hall. As always, the rest of the royal members were present as well, sitting around the large table. "That's right, we have to calm down the people before they assume the worst. We don't want our enemies thinking that we lost such an invaluable member of our kingdom," Rebecca said with a low sad sigh, though inwardly she couldn't help but smile ear to ear. "Serves him right, his corpse must have been eaten by some wild beasts by now after being out there for 3 days. Even the devils are on my side." Oberon was somehow containing the feeling of elation he was feeling upon the realization of how the annoying vermin was dealt with without him raising a single finger. However, none of them could really tell what Rowena was thinking since her expression was unmoving as a stone. "Your Majesty, may I?" Sati, who was standing behind the queen, suddenly asked respectfully. Rowena briefly raised her head and nodded, making Sati pinch her lips together as she said, "I wanted to suggest that we should send some secret search parties outside the kingdom or try and contact our spies outside to see if they heard any news of the royal consort's whereabouts. Then, after all that, if we still have nothing a broken bar, your Majesty can consider releasing a statement." As she said this, Sati had a hint of restlessness and worry in her dark blue eyes. How could she not feel concerned when her mother was forced to tag along with the pervert consort? She never had to worry for her mother's well-being since she was always in the castle, in a silent corner where she was perfectly safe under her watch. But now, for the first time, she was out there in dangerous lands and hadn't heard anything from her for 3 days. Rebecca and Oberon inwardly frowned upon hearing her words. How dare she suggest that when they were this close to convincing the queen to put an end to this matter? Rebecca immediately forced a smile as she said, "No offense, Battlemaster Buter. I think the Battlemaster is right. It wouldn't be right for us to not try and see if the royal consort is still out there and if he needs our help." Sylvan suddenly spoke up as he looked at Sati with a gentle smile. Sati had a look of gratitude seeing Sylvan supporting her and gave a nod in acknowledgement. Rebecca turned her neck around and gave a stern look at Sylvan for putting his tongue in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oberon also had a cold glint in his eyes as he glanced at his brother, wondering why he was acting against them. Was he that blind in love with that werewolf bitch? Saran had a stiff look while ignoring Rebecca's hidden glares. Rowena finally parted her lips as she said calmly, "I already sent search parties and communicated with our people outside." Her expression slightly became taut as she continued, "But as of now, I have yet to hear any good news. Still, I will wait for one more day before I officially say anything on the matter." Oberon inwardly smiled, realizing that he had nothing to worry about at all, though he felt a pulling sensation in his gut upon seeing how Rowena took all these measures for that alien. Rebecca had her brows subtly raised as she said, "But if we haven't gotten any news for 3 days, it could only mean a broken bar." Rebecca hesitated for a second before saying that waiting longer wouldn't change anything. "We should instead focus on how to deal with this unfortunate development. That decision is up to me," Rowena suddenly stated as her cold, deep gaze shifted towards Rebecca, who suddenly felt something getting stuck in her throat. Rowena then looked at everyone before the table and said, "He is my consort, and I will decide when it's time to release a statement." Saying so, Rowena suddenly got up and left the hall along with City and the 4 bloodborne guards. Rebecca clenched her fists as her lips flattened, unable to believe that her completely logical words were turned down by Rowena. This was the first time she felt a hint of displeasure in her tone toward her. Was she that concerned about that arrogant bastard? Seren sighed as he shook his head and glanced at her. A broken bar. Right after the meeting, Seren and his family entered their family mansion. "Rebecca, what were you thinking by saying to her that it was pointless to wait anymore? You just indirectly told her that her consort must have died. How could you act without thinking?" Seren couldn't help but vent the thoughts that had piled up since the meeting ended. Rebecca let out a sharp scoff with her hands on her hips. "HMPH, don't make it seem like I said something stupid. We all know how it would be a miracle if that brat survived even an hour outside this kingdom, let alone 3 days. It is a fact he is already under the ground by now. It's not my fault that our queen is too young to listen to the voice of reason. I can't believe she is that eager for him to return." Oberon let out a light snicker. "We all know how Rowena, as a queen, cares about this kingdom more than anything, so it's more like she doesn't want to lose the only bearer of an immortal bloodline. Other than that, she doesn't care about him in the least," he said in a confident tone, though inwardly, his thoughts weren't as confident as his tone. Seren rubbed his forehead as he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter what's logical or not if Rowena doesn't take it kindly. I was trying my best to redirect her, and you just had to butt in. You should let me do the talking from here on. I am her royal advisor, not you." Rebecca felt infuriated as she pointed her finger at him with a glare. "HMPH, you don't get to say when I should talk or not. Look at where all your advice towards her has brought us. If only I had acted earlier, we could have gotten rid of that brat before he raised his tail. The Demon King wasn't even there to interfere, and before you try to talk me down, why don't you reprimand your son for supporting that werewolf rat?" She immediately turned her head to look at Sylvan. "Sylvan, next time you support that scab in front of us, you better forfeit your last name." Oberon also nodded with a cold glint as he grabbed Sylvan's collar. "You heard my mother, right? You better watch yourself, brother, otherwise, it's hard to say whose side you are on, and I won't be kind to those who aren't on our side." Sylvan narrowed his gaze as he calmly said, "It had nothing to do with me supporting her, even if it seemed like that. City had already made her point and it seemed as if the queen would agree to it since we never got any proof that something happened to him and he is still her consort, so I only supported her words to show our concern for the royal consort instead of making it seem like we want him dead unless we want the queen to suspect us of perfidy, do we?" A broken bar. Rebecca clicked her tongue in annoyance as she couldn't help but feel as if his words made sense. "My son did the right thing. Stop scolding him for no reason, Oberon. Let him go," Seren said in a strict tone, making Oberon coldly smile as he let go of Sylvan's collar and patted his shirt. "Sorry for that, brother. It seems like we misunderstood you. I can understand. It's all right, brother," Sylvan said with a slight smile and brushed his collar the moment Oberon turned around. "By arguing amongst ourselves, we are forgetting to ask the most important question," Seren said as Rebecca narrowed her eyes. "What kind of quest would make that boy take the risk of letting go of the protection of the kingdom by going outside? It seems like Rowena knows something she isn't telling us. It's surprising that someone who is as decisive and rational as her is still waiting for his return. Unfortunately, none of us will know as long as she remains tight-lipped, Seren said as he rubbed his chin. Oberon subtly furrowed his brows as he also felt that something seemed odd about this whole thing. However, he didn't care since, no matter what, Asher wasn't coming back. A broken bar. Elsewhere, in the Queen's private study, Rowena was sitting at her desk, though her eyes were glazed as they stared out the window, lost in thought. The usually impassive look on her face was replaced by a subtle frown, and her eyes clouded with certain emotions. She came here to distract herself with her work, but her mind continuously drifted back to Asher. He had always been near her for more than 14 years, even if he was soulless for those years. She never expected that him suddenly not being near her would make her feel distracted like this. Did she make the wrong choice by letting him go? Still, she can't go back against her word. The only good news she got was that Crimson Grove was untouched and that they found bodies of dead hunters. This only meant that Asher succeeded just like he said, no matter how astonishing it seemed for him to survive against so many hunters. This was the only fact that made her believe that he was still out there, but the fact that she didn't get any word from her contacts about his whereabouts made her feel a sense of uneasiness. He had willingly taken up a dangerous quest on her behalf, risking his life to protect and successfully secure it, and so, after 3 days, her mind couldn't help but race with worst-case scenarios. She tried to push away these thoughts, trying to focus on the stack of reports and petitions in front of her, but every time she closed her eyes, all she could see was his confident smile, the twinkle in his dark yellow eyes, and every time she opened them, she was drawn back to the window, to the endless expanse of her kingdom and the question of his safety. "We are almost out of the dangerous lands, Master. We just have to be careful for a few more hours, and we will be able to get to a neutral town," Marina said with a hopeful smile as she wiped off the sweat trickling down her temples. The hellish yet dark red sun was shining brightly in the skies as Asher and his maid set out again in the morning to continue traveling back to the kingdom through the safest paths Marina could find. Asher nodded as he took in a deep breath. "Good, a broken bar. I feel like I have been on a damn pilgrimage for the past few days. Who knows what is happening back in our kingdom after I am considered missing for days." Asher was worried that certain people would take advantage of his disappearance. If he had a choice, he would have reached the kingdom earlier. However, Marina was also equally eager to return since she was anxious and worried about seeing her children again. Those two must be really worried after not seeing her for these days. Elsewhere, a red-skinned young man was busy comfortably sleeping in the royal consort's bedroom, in the absence of the royal consort, who was going to care who slept in this room. He continued to snore with his mouth wide open, drool dripping out as he dreamed about blossoming a peach. "We have to be very careful when walking through this forest, Master. The muddy land is alive in some parts and may swallow us. This is why nobody lives in this forest, but we will be safe once we get past this place," Marina said in a tone of caution. Asher nodded and said, "I will be following your lead. Take your own time." Asher wanted to get back as fast as he could, but he didn't want to rush Marina and let her make mistakes because of that. He knew she wanted to get back desperately as well. However, he took a good look at this deadly forest before him, which seemed like a place of treacherous beauty where the line between the living and the dead blurred. The dense trees towered high, casting deep shadows that made the forest gloomy and dreary despite not being night. The ground was soft and spongy with a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves, muffling the sound of footsteps. As he carefully followed Marina, he noticed how the muddied land was not what it seemed, as certain sections of it appeared to be in constant motion, as if they were alive and possessed a malevolent will, just like Marina said. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Asher came across patches of muddy earth that seemed to bubble and writhe, a sure sign that it was ready to swallow anything that stepped on it. Some of the patches were so well hidden it was indiscernible to the naked eye. The thick mist that clung to the forest floor made it even harder to see these patches or any other danger lurking in the forest. He could now see why nobody cared to occupy this place. Rustle. Suddenly, Asher and Marina stopped walking upon hearing the subtle sound of something rustling in the shadows behind them. Rustle. Asher narrowed his gaze and immediately took out his ring blade upon hearing the rustling sounds again, but from a different direction. The mist was so thick any other person wouldn't even be able to see a few feet in front of him. However, Asher's sharp, dark yellow eyes were able to perfectly see through the darkness and saw a silhouette of a massive figure breathing in the shadows, their eyes glimmering with darkness. Russell. He turned around and saw even more of such similar-looking silhouettes. His eyes scanned his surroundings completely, and he counted 10 such silhouettes, but the worst part was he was unable to see through them at all. Just the aura from one of them was enough to make him feel that they were too strong, let alone the collective strength of them all. However, his lips curved as he let out a deep, guttural laugh. "Come out, little pups, hiding in the shadows like cowards. I expected more from the supposed rulers of the shadows." Saying so, Asher peeled off the mask from his face, revealing his true night elf appearance. "I thought the rumors about you being a genius were just a farce meant to intimidate us, but you seem to have a keen sense for danger. A broken bar even in this darkness, consort of the Bloodburn Queen." A deep, growling voice with a strong hint of menace echoed from behind as Asher turned around to see 10 shifting shadows revealing themselves before him, walking on 2 legs with monstrous appearances. The Dark Moon werewolves were a frightening sight to behold for any ordinary soul. Their fur was a deep, inky black that seemed to absorb all light, making them appear as shifting shadows within the forest. Their eyes glowed an intense dark blue, and their sharp, jagged teeth seemed to glimmer even in the darkness. Their massive 7 feet tall monstrous forms were covered in muscles, making them seem like living, breathing weapons. Each of them was wearing sets of armor that perfectly blended with their fur, and as they slowly circled around Asher and Marina, their bodies shifted and contorted in ways that seemed unnatural, as if they were made of shadows themselves. Asher felt that the werewolf who spoke seemed to be the leader of this pack of ferocious beasts. He subtly smiled and said, "I guess there is no point in asking how you tracked us." Even though he meant it, he also wanted to know how these beasts found them despite Marina taking so many careful measures. The pack leader let out a menacing grunt as his dark blue eyes shifted toward Marina. "The stench of a traitor can never be erased, no matter the disguise. It appears even the devils want you to pay for your sins towards your own people, Marina. Otherwise, we wouldn't be coming upon each other after so many years." Marina stood frozen, fear clenching her heart as she looked around at these familiar faces that surrounded her and Asher. She had hoped to never cross paths with her old clan again, but here they were, with piercing eyes that held nothing but malice towards them, especially her even after the passing of all these years. She looked at the pack leader with a quivering gaze. "Driven a broken bar. I never betrayed our clan. All I wanted was to protect my family from the injustice punishment the Moonbinder clan tried to force on us." "Enough, Myrna. No amount of words from you will ever help us get back what our clan lost. Our alliance with the Moonbinder clan is in tatters, the dignity and honor of our clan questioned by every near broken bar, all because you, the daughter of our late clan leader, broke our laws. It doesn't matter what the punishment was, you were supposed to accept it as your fate, especially since you married one of their men," Driven said in a deep growl, though if observed closely, one could sense the hint of bitterness and anger in his tone. Before Marina got married, he and she were quite close. He wanted her as his woman and thought he could marry her by inviting her into his pack, but Marina chose to marry someone from the Moonbinder clan in the name of helping her clan to grow stronger by strengthening the alliance through marriage rather than marrying someone within her own clan, and the reason she gave him was that she didn't want to become a burden to the clan, including his pack. This, coupled with the fact that she became a traitor to their clan, only left him with even more disgruntlement. However, inwardly he was astonished that even after the passing of all these years, she only became even more beautiful with such a perfect supple body and childbearing hips. This only made him feel even more bitter about how she slipped off his hands. Asher raised one of his brows as he only learned now her father was the leader of the Dark Moon clan before he died. He also noticed how Driven seemed to be quite passionate with his words towards Marina. Marina lowered her gaze upon hearing his words, She found it hard to digest the fact that Driven, who was like a friendly and kind old friend to her, was now speaking to her with such hostility. She looked around and saw the once familiar faces now twisted into snarls, baring their sharp teeth, ready to tear her down. The weight of the accusing gazes from her own people felt suffocating, making her feel small and vulnerable. She wanted to curl up into a cave and hide, to escape from the judgment and fear. She had some hope before, but now she was crestfallen to see how her own people wouldn't stand by her or believe her even after all these years. However, suddenly she felt these gazes getting swallowed by the protection of a tall and muscular figure. The anger you all hold is barely understandable. However, she is not just a traitor to your clan anymore but my personal maid, and I am not particularly fond of anyone trying to take away what is mine. Asher spoke in a voice that was calm but carried a hint of steel, his dark yellow eyes glowing with fierce determination. Driven's expression momentarily became unsightly, while the rest of the werewolves didn't know why they felt intimidated by the words coming from someone so weak. They were surprised that someone at his level of strength wasn't even feeling nervous in their presence. Even if someone weaker as him won't be able to gauge their strength, the sheer aura of their superior strength should be enough to make even an ignorant fool feel their spine shiver. Marina had a look of disbelief as she slowly looked up to see her master standing resolutely in front of her in the presence of all these powerful people. She felt a sudden surge of emotion upon seeing him standing in front of her like an invincible shield. She knew that her master must already know by now that all these 10 werewolves were stronger than him, and yet he didn't seem to falter. Despite knowing how much of a hopeless situation they were trapped in, Marina felt strangely comforted by the strength in his stance and the determination in his eyes. If her master was prepared to even shield his slave, then the least she could do was face this head-on. She no longer felt like cowering under these gazes, and with a fierce light in her eyes, she was determined to stand by her master's side, no matter the outcome. Since she was going to die anyway, she now only held hard feelings towards her own people for abandoning her while her master was prepared to stand by her in such a situation. Asher knew that even if all these 10 monsters jumped on him at the same time, he would live by simply escaping into his damned dimension, though Marina would be stuck out here to face imminent death. Not that it mattered to him much. The only trouble would be finding another maid as good as her. But he also knew he couldn't forever hide in the damned dimension and was worried if he could get out of this tight situation alive. These monsters won't leave him alone until they shred him to pieces. However, he wanted to test a few things and see if luck would be on his side. No matter how low the chances were, there couldn't be a better opportunity than this. And just like he expected, Driven let out a deep laugh, breaking the silence. Ha ha ha, look at you. I am not surprised. Sleeping for all these years, you must be too ignorant about the world outside your little kingdom. Take a good look around you and let the fact that you are no longer under your kingdom's protection sink in. We rule these lands, and you have yet to see what we are going to do to you. I am sure the Bloodburn Queen would be interested to know that her consort with the supposed immortal bloodline is in our hands, and if, on the off chance, she tries to make a compromise, we will set up a trap and kill you anyway in a way you can't even imagine. As Driven said this, his lips curved into a cold grin, his eyes glowing with a strong hint of hatred and anger. Asher's expression didn't change as he waved with his hands. Calm your balls. I know you are all stronger than me and that I am doomed, but I have always been curious to fight a werewolf and see if you all are as mighty and frightening as people say. So before I walk on the path of death, how about you allow me a chance to have a duel with one of you? So before I walk on the path of death, how about you allow me a chance to have a duel with one of you? Asher asked as if he was asking for a foolish yet harmless wish before his death. Driven glanced at his brothers and sisters just as they also glanced at him, wondering if the retarded consort of the Bloodburn Kingdom was still an idiot even after waking up. Was he trying to trick them into killing him quick so that he could escape a miserable death? Driven felt it was the latter as he let out a burst of growl-like laughter. Who do you think you are talking to, puny fool? No matter what you say or do, there is no escaping a very painful death for being who you are. You should have stayed in your little castle, not waking up at all. We of the Dark Moon clan have some pride. Unlike you and your people, we do not fight those beneath us, especially when even the weakest in my pack can break you like a twig." Asher scoffed and asked, "Don't tell me you are scared." Driven's expression didn't change as he said with a subtle smile, "Don't bother trying to provoke us because the words of a weakling will only seem like a joke to us." Asher realized that he misunderstood the mentality of these werewolves. They surely had huge egos and pride, but not in the way he expected it to be. However, that didn't deter him as he suddenly wrapped his right arm around Marina's waist and pulled her towards him, making her let out a startled gasp. Without even wasting a second, he grabbed her face and sucked her lips while using his other hand to slip into her dress and squeeze her juicy breasts. Marina had her thoughts thrown all over and had no idea what her master was doing by kissing her all of a sudden. Surely, he must know that this place and situation weren't exactly suitable for doing something like this, right? But being kissed like this in a situation like this made her heart thump against her chest, her face red as a cherry, her body was completely frozen, and she had no idea what to do other than get swept away by his intense kiss. All the werewolves standing around had their eyes go wide as saucers, especially Driven's, who felt a multitude of intense emotions wrecking chaos in his chest, making him feel like something was burning in the bottom of his chest. Msmcha. Asher sucked the lips of a confused and red-faced Marina before breaking the kiss with a loud echo of her lips escaping from his ravenous mouth. "So what does it mean when a weakling like me laid hands on one of your women like this? Does it still seem like a joke? Or maybe not, since she is technically not a part of your clan anymore, right?" Asher asked with a smirk while looking at Driven, whose dark blue eyes were glowing with fury, his fur standing on end. The other werewolves let out subtle growls since they clearly felt insulted by the actions of Asher, but by feeling the growing tension in the air, they knew the one who got most pissed off was none other than their leader. "Sigh, I'm amazed by how soft and tasty her lips were in my mouth. It's a good thing I get to fuck her every day," Asher said with a sigh of pleasure as he rubbed his lips. Marina covered her reddened face with her hands, feeling too embarrassed by his raunchy words, and didn't know what he was planning to achieve by saying such things. Enough. Driven could no longer hold it in as every drop of blood in his body was boiling with anger and jealousy. With a ferocious roar, he lunged at Asher, his claws fully extended and connected with Asher's midsection. Crack! The sound of dozens of bones cracking and piercing into flesh echoed as the force of the thunderous impact sent Asher's body flying like a broken kit till his body slammed into a nearby tree with a loud thud. Branches snapped, and leaves rustled as Asher's bloodied body hit the ground. "No, Master!" Marina felt something sinking in her chest as she cried out and rushed towards him, her face washed over with fear and panic. Marina broken bar Driven had his eyes shaking in disbelief upon seeing Marina rushing towards Asher with such an expression. It was as if she really cared about him. Why would she care so much for someone who is an enemy of her race and also treats her like a lowly servant? Someone with a background like hers should never have stooped to such a lowly position. It was not only a disgrace to them but also a disgrace to her, especially when she has to address him as master. He felt his nerves sting just by hearing her call him like that. But what strung his heart was how he had been so good to her in the past, and yet never did she once show such a face of concern towards him. Even after meeting her again after so many years, he always felt somewhere inside that she was just a poor woman who did what she had to do to protect her family. So despite the anger he had been planning to take her in and beg the elders to grant her mercy by promising them to make sure he won't let her do any more harm to the clan. But now his heart was completely engulfed in rage and indignation, especially upon seeing her shedding tears for an enemy. Master, why a broken bar? Marina didn't know why her eyes were becoming so warm. She had reached Asher's side and saw deep gashes across his chest and the pool of blood spreading around him. She couldn't understand why he would provoke Driven, but what she couldn't understand even more was why he tried to protect a slave like her. She dropped to her knees, feeling something gripping her heart tight after seeing his breathing was very shallow. She could see he was going to die any second now, but her eyes blinked in shock as a dark green light fell on her face. With her brows fully raised, she saw his skin and the flesh underneath disintegrating into ashes as dark green flames engulfed his entire body till nothing but his skeleton remained. Marina unconsciously smiled with an astonished and relieved look as she saw his bony hands digging into the muddy ground before raising his body up. She knew his immortal bloodline was very special, which also allowed him to magically transform into this skeleton form with flames shrouding his charred bones. She felt like she was not looking at just the royal consort but a being whose existence couldn't be comprehended by a mortal like her. In fact, not only her but the 10 werewolves gathered around, especially Driven, couldn't make sense of what they were seeing. Driven unconsciously lashed out with almost his entire strength. Even if, by some miracle, Asher didn't die immediately, there was no way he would survive a few seconds more, but he rapidly blinked in disbelief upon seeing a charred black skeleton getting up with hellish-looking dark green flames engulfing it entirely, casting an eerie light in the dark forest. He had never seen anything like it before, and for some reason, he felt his instincts scratching the ends of his spine. "Master, we're broken bar you area broken bar." Marina wanted to ask if he was really alright, but she just was feeling too overwhelmed to voice her words completely. Just a moment ago, he was on the verge of death, and now he was already standing on his feet without any problem. She never thought he could recover from such a fatal blow and get back up as if he was completely alright. She was confounded, to say the least. "Hide somewhere while I take care of these neutered mutts," Asher said in a deep, menacing tone as he looked at Driven and the werewolves behind him. Driven couldn't believe the rumors of the royal consort being able to turn into a blazing skeleton were actually true, which he originally believed to be bogus, just like anyone else. The past few days, most of the demons in this realm had been startled by the rumors of the previously soulless consort of the Bloodburn Queen suddenly awakening with an immortal bloodline. Most of them outside the kingdom, just like him and the people in his clan, discarded it as a stupid tactic employed by the fools in the kingdom to make them think that the Bloodburn Kingdom was not getting weaker, unlike what it seemed. But now a broken Driven felt as if they maybe have to rethink the truth behind these rumors. This was the first time him and his pack members had seen anyone shrug off a deadly attack as if never happened in the first place. However, for now, he was fully determined to crush this maggot before he could become a threat in the future. It didn't matter how great his bloodline was if his current strength was too weak, just like how weak any newborn of even a powerful race would be. And so he looked at his brethren and growled out an order: "Crush some of his debile bones to a paste and bring them to me." "Don't kill him though, I don't want him to go out easy," Driven said with a irate look, especially after seeing him touch Marina with his filthy hands. "What will make you fight me yourself? Should I fuck your mother next?" Asher asked with a shrug as if he was genuinely curious. Asher's words were like a spark that set off a dynamite in Driven's head. "I will tear you apart." Driven let out an earth-shaking roar as he charged towards Asher before any of his pack members could, his beastly eyes radiating with strong killing intent. Seeing how rightfully angry Driven was, they decided to step back to not come in his way. It was only better for their leader to crush Asher on his own, especially after all the humiliating insults were thrown at him. "Hey, I would like to see you try." Asher let out a menacing laugh as he stood there with his arms out, which only filled Driven with even more rage. With just a single lunge, Driven reached near Asher and grabbed his blazing skull with a roar, and smashed it against the tree behind him, crushing it before blasting it into smithereens. "No, Master." Marina let out a cry of anger and pain as she lunged toward Driven to attack him with all her strength. "Don't test me further," Driven growled as he swung his arm casually to the side and struck Marina, making her back smash against a tree before falling to the ground in a half-conscious state. Driven unconsciously held back most of his strength when he struck Marina, making him realize even more how much he cared about her. This only made him clench his jaw and regret killing this loose-tongued alien too fast, just like he must have wanted. TSK, how pathetic, so big yet so weak, your attack barely tickled me, a deep, sarcastic voice echoed from the side as Driven's eyes widened and turned around to see broken bones mending themselves rapidly, and within just a few moments, Asher's blazing skeleton was already standing before him, his head shaking side to side as if ridiculing him. No, a broken bar, you should be dead, a broken bar, Driven mumbled with a stupefied expression, his eyes visibly shaking, trying to understand what the hell was going on. The rest of the werewolves in his pack were also baffled and shocked to see Asher's skeleton intact despite getting crushed into bits and pieces just a couple of seconds ago. What kind of dark sorcery was this? They couldn't even make sense of his skeletal form, let alone the fact that he came back from the dead. Would possessing an immortal bloodline let a person have such strange and mystical powers? They began to realize now why some of their elders seemed greatly concerned that someone with the mythical immortal bloodline had awakened in the Bloodburn Kingdom. Marina, who began to regain more of her senses, slowly raised her head and had her eyes glow upon seeing her master standing up tall and mighty again. She knew in her heart that he wouldn't die so easily, and even if she couldn't make sense of how he came back, she was only worried if there was some kind of cost to his powers and if he could escape before he succumbed to any side effects. Asher scoffed upon hearing Driven's mumble, "They all say that, but in the end, they are the ones who die," he said, his hollow eyes and his tone oozing a sense of danger and finality that made Driven feel a strange sense of dread. But he came back to his senses and wondered why he was even getting bothered by the words of someone so weak. There must be a great price to his strange abilities, and all he had to do was About your mother, is she hot enough to handle my dick? Asher asked as his bony teeth looked like it was grinning at him. Driven's pupils shook with uncontrollable rage as he clutched Asher's bony neck and again smashed him into a tree. "I will make you regret every word you said." Driven crushed his spine as he saw the rest of his bony body fall to the ground, but just as he was about to think he was done for good, his eyes widened upon seeing Asher's spine reconstructing itself rapidly, and within the next few moments, he was already standing before him with flames blazing all over his body. "It's rude to attack someone who asked a genuine question," Asher said as he shook his head in disapproval. "Fuck you." Driven's frustration only increased as he punched Asher's skull with all his rage and hatred poured into it. He was beginning to wonder how many times he has to kill this weird fucking skeleton before he dies for real. Asher's skull caved in and broke into bits and pieces upon the impact of Draven's fist filled with his rage. "Will you be addressing me as your father once I am done with your mother?" Asher spoke in a tone of ridicule as his bony jaws reconstructed themselves. The werewolves standing around held their breath upon hearing his words since it also made them see blood in their eyes upon having their leader's pride getting insulted again and again. Their leader's pride was their pride as well. Driven felt a pounding in his ears as his blood flow increased to the extremities of his body. Growl. He let out a guttural roar as the air around his claws began to boom with dark mana, his eyes shining with killing intent. His muscles expanded as he drew every ounce of strength in his body towards his claws, making the ground beneath his feet shake as he launched his attack, the darkness of his mana spreading like an inky pool. Boom! Driven's claws struck Asher, sniffing out his flames forcibly, and his charred skeleton getting blasted into bits while the tree behind Asher exploded into 1,000 pieces under the sheer shockwaves of Driven's attack. In his rage, Driven used his special attack to finish this fucking alien once and for all, but right after a few moments, Driven gnashed his teeth upon seeing Asher's skeletal body coming together and standing before him again. "Ha, broken bar, I pity you, son, for being so weak. I will make sure your mother gives birth to a worthy one with the help of my seed," he said as he let out a deep, guttural laugh, the mocking and bitter sound echoing through the forest. "Just die." Driven threw away all thoughts of torturing this alien fuck since all he wanted was to make him shut up forever. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone had their jaws slack as they watched Driven gather his dark mana towards his hand to claw at Asher again and again, destroying his bones right as they began to regenerate. By now, more than anger, They were feeling a sense of uneasiness seeing the consort coming back again and again. They couldn't shake off this feeling that something was wrong, especially after noticing how Driven's attacks weren't having any effect on the consort other than temporarily killing him. They had never seen such an indestructible lich. They didn't even know if he was even a lich in the first place. Nothing just seemed to make sense. Marina didn't know if she was imagining things or not. She somehow found the strength to pull herself up and lean against a tree while watching her master provoking Driven every chance he could get, which only made Driven increase the intensity of his attacks each time. She couldn't begin to fathom how he managed to come back despite getting struck by such deadly attacks, but she also noticed how Driven seemed to be getting tired and weaker with every attack, as would anyone else upon attacking with all their strength non-stop. The surrounding trees were uprooted, rocks were shattered, and the very muddy earth was blasted away by the intense force behind Driven's relentless attacks. Did your sack get cut off as a kid? No wonder you could only watch as everything gets taken from you. Asher mocked him for the umpteenth time, making Driven take in a sharp breath, his eyes blinded with boiling rage. Groar! Driven let out the loudest roar in his life as he used both his claws to attack Asher with his strongest attack. Boo-oo! The earth shook as the few trees right behind Asher were blasted away in different directions as the powerful surge of Driven's dark mana spread through the air. Broken bar. Driven began to pant with a bent back as his fur became wet from the drops of sweat riddling his huge body. The cloud of rage in his eyes began to get slowly clear up as he regained some clarity of mind. His hands were still shaking after expending so much mana in a short period of time, and the fact that he had to expend himself so much for someone so weak only filled him with unrest. If this alien with an immortal bloodline was this troublesome to deal with, then how much more troublesome would he be after becoming even more powerful? Just the thought of that was enough to make him feel like it would be a nightmare, and he felt glad he was able to crush him before he could grow to be a dangerous force. Is that the best you got? A menacing, deep voice echoed behind Driven, making him feel a cold chill travel down his spine. With a look of disbelief, he slowly turned around and saw this blazing charred skeleton looking at him with crossed arms. Driven was actually scared more than he wanted to admit, since how could a man not fear what he couldn't kill? But he didn't want to admit this to himself as he channeled his rage towards his claws to strike Asher's face, but at the same time, Asher's hand moved like lightning as he used his bony fist to meet Driven's claw. Crack, grug! Driven's eyes widened in horror as he broke his own wrist after his claws made contact with an unyielding resistance, making him let out a roar of pain. His hand went numb from the impact, his bones shattered, and he felt like he had struck solid iron. But as if that was not enough, the skin on his fist was charred till his bones were visible, making it sting like hell. The others took in a mouthful of cold breath in terror as they witnessed this sight. With a trembling gaze, Driven looked at Asher, whose bones didn't even have a crack in the slightest despite his attack. But what made his legs weak was the intimidating and raging aura from his body, exuding raw power that was 4 times higher than what it was before. The very air around him seemed to warp and bend under the pressure of his eerie green flames, and a palpable sense of dread permeated the area. He felt as if he was in the presence of a being that was beyond his comprehension, as terror captured his senses. Do you smell that? That is the smell of fear coalescing in the pit of your soul, Asher said in a deep growl, sounding like a voice that came from the depths of hell. Driven heard the sound of his heartbeat thrashing in his ears as every instinct in his body screamed at him to run, but his eyes shook when Asher's aura crackled with intense energy as he let out a deep growl. In a swift and powerful motion, his foot shot out and aimed a devastating kick at Driven's chest. Thunk, howl. The sound of an earth-shattering impact and the resulting shockwaves echoed through the air as Driven's body was sent flying backward, throwing him dozens of meters through the air. His body tumbled end over end, crashing through trees and bushes, making them shake with the impact as they creaked and snapped. THLSH, Driven's mangled body fell to the muddy ground with a muffled sound. His once powerful and imposing form lay lifeless on the ground, twisted at an unnatural angle, and his chest caved in completely. His eyes were wide open as if they were still terrified of a certain someone, though the light within them was extinguished. The werewolves in Driven's pack stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock and fear upon seeing their pack leader kicked to death with just one move. Howl. However, one of them had been howling the moment Driven got kicked, and as if they all came to a sudden mutual understanding amidst their terror and shock, the rest also let out blood-curdling howls, echoing through the forest a broken bar, their voices combining to form a chorus of desperation and fear. Whiz. The sound of air getting cut by something very sharp and swift echoed around the werewolves as they saw with widened eyes a ring blade blazing with dark green flames curving through the air and slashing through the necks of their brothers and sisters. Since the werewolves were standing in a circular formation, the ring blade curved through the air, severing the necks of these werewolves in a clean and precise fashion as their headless corpses began to fall to the ground. The werewolf standing at the other end had her eyes widened upon seeing this ring blade cutting through the air and the flesh of her brethren at a terrifying speed. Growl. In her desperation, she stopped howling and lunged towards Asher to try and maul him with all her strength. Asher casually raised his hand upon seeing her coming. SLSHK, whined the low, pitiful sound of a werewolf's whimper echoed as the ring blade slashed open the back of the werewolf that was about to pounce on Asher. She had no idea that Asher summoned his blade back, and she happened to be in the same trajectory as the blade. As she lay dying on the ground, she saw this terrifying death god not even looking at her, as if he had just killed a fly. Weapon name: Blade of Damnation. Vertical bar enhanceable. Status: linked vertical bar STR plus 60%, vertical bar dex plus 60%. MP 10, 5870. Marina was in a state of shock and awe as she witnessed her master defeating all these werewolves who were way stronger than him. She felt overwhelmed by the sheer frightening power of his abilities. The sight of the corpses cowering before him and the sound of their whimpers she had heard before still echoed in her mind. She now felt as if she was standing on the edge of a precipice, unsure of what the future held, and she couldn't predict how the entire realm was going to change because of his existence. Ugh! She suddenly came out of her daze when she saw his dark green flames die out as his flesh and skin began to grow back on his body rapidly, but what shook her heart was the sight of him coughing blood and his legs becoming weak. She was surprised to see his body riddled with injuries and blood dripping down. She thought he had healed because of how he was on his feet before. "Master," she cried out in worry as she forced herself to support him from behind despite how injured she was as well. "A broken bar. I am spent." A broken bar, Asher mumbled as he gulped down a health potion while resting his back against Marina. Marina wondered if he was suffering like this because of the price he paid to use so much power in his mysterious skeleton form, but she had no idea what really happened was far from that. When Driven first struck him, Asher was bleeding to death and transformed into Hellbringer form right when his HP went below 350. Because of his vengeful life-stealer talent, he was able to increase his HP from 350 to 402 by killing those werewolves, but Asher knew that just because he transformed into Hellbringer form didn't mean his mortal body would be healed to full health magically. The injuries he suffered earlier would return the moment he transformed back, and so he had 402 horsepower left after transforming back to his night elf form. However, his health began to worsen right away since he was still bleeding from severe internal and external injuries. He gulped down a level 10 healing potion with Marina's help, which increased his HP to 800, but it started decreasing gradually right away. As expected, a healing potion can heal minor to even moderate level injuries, but when serious injuries were involved, one needs more than just a simple potion to heal. So even if it temporarily restored a lot of health, he knew he would bleed to death after a while if he didn't get serious treatment. He also confirmed the theory that even if his ring can give him power by feeding on the dark emotions of his enemies, the ring will consume his MP faster the more he becomes stronger. If he had to guess, Driven was around level 13 or 14, while the rest of the werewolves were close to his level. He felt that even if the price was high, It was worth it to defeat so many people who were way stronger than him. Anyone else with the same stats as him wouldn't even last 2 strikes from someone as strong as Driven. It was such a close call in the end. Oh no, your injury's a broken bar. The area broken bar. Marina was a maid who had some experience in discerning how bad the injuries of a person were, so she could easily tell that even if her master was still breathing, he might bleed to death soon. Asher wiped the blood trickling down his lips as he tried to pull himself up. Let's get out of here, broken bar. I will be fine, master. Let me help you get up, Marina said as she grimaced while slowly pulling him up and supporting his arm on her neck to help him walk. Howl, howl, a broken bar. Asher and Marina suddenly froze upon hearing dozens and dozens of chilling howls of werewolves from different sides. The two of them didn't even have to guess what was going on. As if things can't get any worse. Broken bar, Asher muttered weakly upon realizing that Driven's pack had called for backup earlier, and now so many of them were coming to kill them. He never thought they would come to avenge their people so quickly, but he knew there was no way out of this. His MP was exhausted, and even if he used whatever HP he had left to feed his ring and regain some MP, his Hellbringer form wouldn't last long. Even if he jumps into the damned dimension, his MP will still keep going down, and knowing how werewolves were, they would keep circling the same spot for days until they get him, while he wouldn't even last an hour in there. However, despite knowing that he was in a fucked up situation, he was ready to sacrifice most of his HP to jump into the damned dimension and buy some time. He just can't simply give up. He could already see large black silhouettes running past the trees, their dark blue beastly eyes targeting him, ready to tear him apart. He had no doubt that most of these werewolves were stronger than Driven, and all this made it obvious that fighting past them was impossible. Master, a broken bar. I am sorry, a broken bar. This slave let you down, a broken bar, Marina said in a teary voice as tears trickled down her reddened cheeks. She knew they were going to die, and she felt saddened that her master was going to die because of her. If it wasn't for her being with him, the people of her old clan wouldn't have come upon her master. However, she felt that dying beside her master would be an honor, though her only regret was she wouldn't get to see her children again. Asher looked at her breaking down and cupped her face gently as he wiped her tears. Fear not, Marina, you served me better than I expected. Saying so, he embraced her, his hand sliding over the back of her head. Marina wistfully smiled as she found comfort in the warmth of his firm chest. Thank you, Master, a broken bar. She felt her chest lighten after hearing his words and was prepared to accept her fate. She now wished to have spent more time serving him. Asher's dark, cold yellow eyes saw the werewolves closing in on them and were prepared to snap Marina's neck as per her wish she conveyed mentally. Apparently, she didn't want to suffer at the hands of her old clan and put her children in danger as well. Her wish was something that didn't affect him at all, and so he was about to let her die as she wished. The werewolves were about to close in on Asher and Marina when suddenly a broken bar. Ruua. Asher's hands froze, and his eyes narrowed upon hearing a low rumble echoing through the forest. The werewolves also paused, their senses heightened as they searched for the source of the disturbance that shouldn't have happened. The sky seemed to get darker as they saw a large shadow stretching across the forest floor, engulfing the werewolves in a shroud of darkness. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew across them and even made the large trees swing to the side. The werewolves had their eyes shudder upon seeing a dark figure on the horizon, soaring towards them on the back of a massive flying beast made out of shadows. Roa. The creature was a black, hulking monster with wings as wide as a house, and its roar shook the earth under it while filling the air with an ominous aura of dread. The werewolves cowered in fear as they felt their spines get rattled, not just from the roar but from the aura of the dark figure standing atop this monstrous beast. They could sense the immense power radiating from the heavily armored figure, standing tall on her mount, her heavy dark sword gleaming in the faint sunlight. The dark red slits of her helmet glinted menacingly in the darkness, making them feel as if death was staring at them, but they felt a chill run down their spines as they watched this armored figure gracefully jump down from her flying mount, her crimson cape billowing in the air. The sound of her landing echoed throughout the clearing like a clap of thunder, sending a shockwave through the air and blasting away the werewolves who were too unfortunate to be near her. The aura of blood and power that surrounded her was palpable, causing the werewolves to unconsciously step back in sheer terror. They knew right away they were no match for her, especially after recognizing who she was. Asher and Marina had looks of disbelief when they first noticed her sudden arrival. Asher knew a bloodborne guard like Eradicator was highly trained to track people, but even then, he had never met anyone who could track people as good as her. It had been days, and still, she managed to locate him. For the first time, he was glad that he had a tenacious protector like her. He saw Eradicator turning around to look at him as if scanning him from top to bottom, and then turned her gaze towards the werewolves who had gathered near him and Marina. There were more than 10 werewolves gathered near Marina and Asher. However, there were dozens more behind Eradicator, who began to let out low snarls and circled around her. They didn't want to abandon their brethren, who won't be able to get out of this forest without going through her. Even if, individually, they were far weaker than her, they had some hope that with their numbers, they could overwhelm and take her down. Their dark blue eyes shone with fierce determination and killing intent, ready to attack her together. Asher frowned upon seeing a staggering number of 40 werewolves surrounding her. These werewolves were stronger than Driven and his pack based on the intensity of their auras, making him wonder if Eradicator could take them all down. In one swift motion, Eradicator unsheathed her massive dark sword, the sound ringing out across the battlefield like a clarion call to war. Asher could see lines of blood coursing over the steel of her dark blade and wondered whether it was her blood. The werewolves growled and snarled with killing intent as all 40 of them rushed toward her like a frightening flood of darkness that threatened to drown her. Any ordinary person would be terrified to death upon seeing 40 powerful werewolves about to pounce and tear them to pieces. However, Eradicator suddenly swung a heavy sword in a wide circular motion, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The werewolves surged forward, only to be met with a whirlwind of death and destruction. The heavy sword cleaved through fur and bone, sending limbs flying in all directions. With just a single move, she cleaved through 15 of them, without even letting the rest process the shock they just witnessed. Eradicator moved with the grace of a panther, her strikes lightning fast and unerringly accurate. The rest of the 25 werewolves immediately regrouped and attacked her with their strongest skills, bombarding her with a multitude of dark attacks, their magic crackling through the air. But Eradicator didn't even show a hint of getting intimidated. With a flick of the wrist, she swung her heavy sword, deflecting the incoming attacks with ease. The force of the blows echoed through the forest, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. Each time the sword made contact with one of their attacks, it sent sparks flying in all directions. The werewolves grew more and more panicked, realizing that even their combined power was no match for her monstrous strength and skill. They realized how horribly they underestimated their enemy. The wave of attacks finally stopped as the werewolves were left panting, unable to even draw the strength to let out a howl. With a calm move of her arms, Eradicator placed the tip of her heavy sword on the forest floor, much to the confusion of the werewolves. However, they felt a sense of uneasiness upon seeing the lines of blood on her sword glow, and suddenly, spikes of blood erupted from the shadows that surrounded them. Graw! They howled in terror and pain as the spiky projectiles pierced their bodies with unyielding force, tearing through them while lifting them high into the air as if suspended by invisible chains. Their eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets, and they never had a chance to cry out or howl as the spikes simultaneously impaled them, their bodies writhing in silent agony. It was quite a spine-chilling sight to see the once fierce 25 werewolves reduced to lifeless bodies while hanging in the air. Marina felt her legs feel weak, terrified by the domineering power of a bloodborne guard like her. This was the first time she saw one in action, and she now realized why everyone feared them so much. With a sense of ruthless efficiency, Eradicator surveyed the aftermath of her handiwork and her surroundings just to make sure before immediately walking towards the royal consort. "I am going to get you back to the castle right away," Your Highness, Eradicator said as she moved the royal consort away from Marina and put his arm around her neck to support him. Marina let him go with pinched lips, though she knew it was best that Eradicator took care of him. I thought you wouldn't be able to find me, Asher said while grimacing with pain. Eradicator looked at him and said in a deep, confident voice, I will never fail to find you. Asher softly chuckled but groaned when his injuries acted up again. Eradicator had already observed how serious his injuries were, but the fact that astonished her more was how he managed to survive this long. She noticed the corpses of werewolves lying nearby, separate from the ones she killed. Nobody of his age and experience could endure such injuries for long. Their willpower would be so weak that they would succumb to it quickly. This only made her feel a sense of respect for him for having such fortitude and strength. Ruua. Asher heard the low sound of a beast's howl and looked up to see a magnificent creature, its sleek black body that seemed to merge seamlessly with the darkness surrounding it. Its wings were massive and spread wide, appearing as if they were made from the shadows themselves. Its eyes were glowing red rubies, shining bright against the darkness, and its fangs were razor-sharp, glinting in the moonlight. This beast was an imposing sight to behold as it landed on the ground, and this was the first time Asher was looking at Eradicator's mount. Let me help you get on top of Grimer's, Eradicator said as she helped Asher get on top of her mount carefully, and right after, she also got atop it and was ready to fly into the skies. Wait. Don't leave my maid behind, Asher said as he sat behind Eradicator. Marina softly smiled with tears in her eyes. She was prepared to be left here since she knew Eradicator must be angry at her since the people from her old clan almost killed the royal consort. She also was afraid that her master resented her for the same thing. Someone like him can easily get 100 maids who can replace her, but seeing how her master didn't want to let her go, she felt a warm sensation spreading across her chest. Eradicator turned her cold gaze towards Marina, making her lower her head. She wanted to leave this werewolf woman here since she could guess that without her, the royal consort wouldn't have ended up almost losing his life. At the same time, she also thought that his maid must have guided him through these lands for the past few days, which let him survive through the past few days. In the end, Marina was still the royal consort's maid, and if he still wanted her, then she couldn't do anything about it. She silently gestured at Marina to get on top of her mount, making Marina give a relieved smile as she immediately climbed up and sat behind her master. Hold tight, we are about to take off, Eradicator warned, but her grip on the reins tightened when she felt a pair of strong arms wrapping around her waist. She turned her head around slightly when Asher said casually, his voice slightly weak, you told me to hold tight. Right? Eradicator calmly looked at him, and seeing how his condition was worsening, she felt this was for the best even though she felt it strange by having someone holding onto her like this. Still, she didn't want him falling off her mount and let it be. Marina let out a low gasp seeing her master hugging the waist of someone as scary as her, but she then felt that only someone as fearless and powerful as her master could have the qualifications to do this. Grimer's let out a low bellow as it flapped its huge wings and took off into the skies, leaving behind a powerful gust of wind in its wake. Rowena was in her study, gazing at the setting sun, the sky painted maroon. From here, she could sense the unrest in her kingdom because of Asher's disappearance, though at the same time, she could sense a similar kind of unrest in her chest as well. The only time she felt like this was when her parents left for their final quests. She never expected to feel something like this again, but her eyes narrowed when she saw the clouds far away disperse as a huge flying beast came through with 3 people on top of it. They were only about to reach the border of the kingdom, but she didn't need any more confirmation as she immediately left the room. The news of the royal consort's disappearance had spread like wildfire. Most of the people in the kingdom were already speculating that something unfortunate had happened to the royal consort. With the passing of each hour, the more hope they lost about him returning alive. The sun was already setting, which meant within a couple more hours, another day without his return would pass. But suddenly, they saw a huge shadow speeding past the ground they were walking on. With stunned looks, they looked skyward, Their eyes widened in disbelief as they saw a massive, fearsome creature flying overhead with 3 figures atop it. They easily recognized that it was Grimer's, the mount of the blood-born guard named Eradicator, but what shocked them was the tall, gray-skinned young man sitting atop it. They could feel his gaze passing over them, making them come out of their reverie as they realized it was the royal consort. Excitement and relief filled the air as the news of the consort's miraculous return spread throughout the kingdom. Crowds of people began to gather, cheering and clapping as they saw Grimer's heading toward the Demonstone castle. People craned their necks to get a better look, many of them in awe of the beast, and whispered amongst themselves, wondering how the royal consort had survived outside all these days. Some of them, with sharp eyes, noticed that the royal consort didn't return unharmed, making them think it was indeed a miracle he returned alive. Grimer's descended from the sky, its massive wings spreading out like a cloak of darkness as it glided gracefully before landing in front of the castle gates. A crowd had already gathered outside the gates to take a better look at the royal consort's condition. They gasped upon seeing how injured he was, and his condition wasn't definitely looking good. They could only imagine what kind of horrors he survived for 3 days outside the kingdom, but their eyes widened in astonishment when they saw the large castle doors slowly creak open, and their queen emerged from within. This was a sight that the people had never expected to see. They never expected her to come out personally to receive the royal consort. The moment Rowena stepped outside the castle doors, she saw a familiar figure staggering towards her with the support of his maid. It was Asher, his armor in shambles with stains of blood and his body covered in wounds, but alive. Before she realized it, she found herself walking towards him hurriedly, her worries and concern overcoming her usual reserve. Despite being in such a state, she saw him softly smile at her as he moved his lips to feebly say, "Your place is safe." Rowena felt a prickle in her chest as she realized that this man went through hell for her sake, and even after he returned, the first thought in his mind was reassuring her. Her eyes softened as she took in the bruises and cuts that marred his body. Her fingers weakly skimmed over his body, trying to see how bad his condition was. Her eyes faintly quivered upon seeing how extensive his injuries were. Deep gashes marred his skin, the flesh torn and ribs broken. He was barely standing on his feet, with blood and sweat drenching his clothing, but she could see the raw determination in his eyes. Despite his injuries, he still stood tall, proud, and unwavering, his dark yellow eyes reflecting only her. Her lips quivered slightly as she turned her neck around. "Bring in a bed," she curtly ordered her men, her voice betraying a hint of urgency. "We need to get him inside the castle and summon the royal physician immediately." The servants hastened to obey, quickly bringing out a sturdy yet comfortable bed and placing it beside Asher. With gentle care, they lifted the injured royal consort onto the bed and began carrying him inside the castle. Rowena followed close behind, with Marina and Eradicator following her. The servants and maids inside the castle didn't even dare to let out a whimper upon seeing their queen closely following the men carrying the bed with the royal consort on it. They knew their queen was known to have a reserved and stoic demeanor, but they never expected to see her composure being shaken slightly because of the royal consort. Marina was greatly worried as she followed behind, however she had her expression relax and her eyes brim with tears upon seeing Sati, who also rushed towards her with a relieved and worried look. Rebecca, Oberon, Siren, and Sylvan were looking at Rowena and the army of servants following behind. "This isn't possible. The devils can't want him alive that badly. Right?" Rebecca muttered with a frustrated and shocked light in her eyes upon seeing that this brat somehow made it back alive. She was feeling quite glad and relaxed, thinking that the annoying brat was dead and devoured by the beasts, so seeing him return felt like somebody poured a bucket of water over her. Oberon was equally pissed, his eyes shaking, but what pissed him off even more was Rowena's reaction to his return. He didn't like how she personally went out to receive him and even had her bearings affected by the state of his condition. He refused to believe she was concerned for that vermin. His only guess was that she must be concerned about whatever quest she sent him on and wanted to check in on what happened. Siren narrowed his eyes and shook his head softly. I had a feeling we got hopeful for nothing." Sylvan slowly rubbed the skin under his nose as he carefully observed Asher being taken inside. For almost 4 days, he had been outside, and yet he managed to make it back alive. Rebecca harumphed and said, "Whatever. He can't escape the bloodline union test and then he will be done for." Her eyes glinted with a vehement light as she saw his figure disappear inside. The best physicians in the kingdom were all gathered in Asher's room to nurse him back to health as soon as possible. Ygritte, the royal physician, was the one who overlooked the other physicians and worked together with them to make sure nothing went wrong. Ygritte was a bit surprised to see the queen being a bit discomposed when she usually wouldn't. Even if the kingdom was under attack, the rest of the physicians were sweating from their brows since the queen had ordered them to make sure Asher became completely healthy again as soon as possible. They were not to leave the room without making sure of it. Who knows what would happen to them if, on the off chance, they failed and angered the queen. They could see that the royal consort had lost too much blood and had severe internal injuries, but with the royal physician on their side, they were feeling confident about healing him quickly. Rowena didn't stay inside Asher's room since she didn't want to distract the physicians from doing their job. She also wanted to know what really happened, and thus she was questioning both Eradicator and Asher's maid before her. Marina's head was lowered as she continued to kowtow before the queen. "Forgive me. Your Majesty. It was all my fault." Marina pled guilty on her own after telling the queen what happened. Tears dripped down her warm eyes as she felt guilty for her master getting hurt, especially when he tried to protect her as well. Rowena furrowed her brows, and after calmly taking a deep breath, she said, "He got that far with your help and knowledge of the places outside our kingdom. You accomplished your duties well. You may go back to his room." Marina blinked her wet eyes, feeling relieved that the queen wasn't angry at her. She silently got up with her head lowered and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Saying so, Marina eagerly entered her master's room and stood silently in a corner as she prayed for her master to become healthy soon. After Marina went inside, Rowena looked at Eradicator. "What do you think about what she said? Was it really true that Asher killed 10 werewolves who were all strong as a soul slayer?" Rowena was finding it very hard to believe what Marina said since nobody else she knew could ever do something like that. The power gap was just too big. No matter how talented one could be, not even someone at the peak of Soul Warrior would have a chance of defeating someone near the peak of Soul Slayer, let alone a couple of low to mid-level Soul Slayers. Eradicator nodded slowly as she said, "I checked the corpses myself. The power of their mana circuits were all at the Soul Slayer rank, and the way they were killed. It could only be with the ring blade the royal consort wields." As Eradicator said this, she also couldn't shake off how shocking it was for him to kill all those werewolves on his own, but since she already saw the proof, she was inclined to believe it. Rowena's expression became one of contemplation as she asked, "What about the quest he completed? Did he complete it without suffering any injuries?" Rowena wanted to know if he was injured before leaving Crimson Grove. Eradicator shook her head and said, "The only drops of blood I found there were from the hunters and his maid. The royal consort didn't even shed a single drop of blood and killed at least 3. Rowena subtly raised her brows, not expecting Asher to have completed such a difficult quest without even a scratch. Her emotions were in a whirlwind after hearing of his bravery and success in surviving all that came his way, especially that pack of werewolves. None of the great warriors or rulers from the history she knew ever achieved such a feat. She couldn't help but feel a glimmer of admiration and respect for him. Who would have known that someone considered to be one of the weakest in the kingdom would grow to be so formidable? She knew that it was not only because of the guidance of the mysterious expert but also because of Asher's innate talents he was able to grow so quickly. But there was a missing hunter. Since I didn't find any corpse, I assumed that hunter somehow managed to escape though. Eradicator suddenly fell silent, making Rowena look at her and ask, "What is it?" Eradicator answered, "It seemed like the royal consort had completely overpowered her, but I do not know how she managed to escape after that." Rowena shook her head briefly. "It doesn't matter, all that matters is he returned alive. I should make an official statement about it tomorrow morning and let the people know what happened. His exploits, bravery, and efforts should be made known to the people, Rowena firmly said, feeling that was the least she could do for him at this moment. The Bloodburn Queen's official statement echoed throughout the kingdom with the help of special arrays that conveyed her voice to even the farthest corners of the kingdom, letting each and every person hear it even if they weren't present near where she was. The people of the Demon Kingdom were in awe as they listened to their queen's official statement. They were amazed that the man, who was once seen as a weak cripple, had managed to kill 10 powerful werewolves all by himself. Rowena also spoke of Asher's bravery, of how he had gone on a quest to protect a place outside the kingdom that was special to her but one that she could not order her own people to take part in, as it was not for the kingdom's benefit. As she continued to speak, the people began to see the royal consort in a brighter light, no longer as someone who was a hidden genius but as a true warrior who was willing to risk it all for his queen even if he didn't have to. Whispers and murmurs ran through the crowds as they tried to make sense of what they had just heard. Some were in disbelief, others were in admiration, but all were affected by the bravery and selflessness of the royal consort. More were beginning to believe that their late demon king was wise and prudent enough to marry his only daughter to the royal consort. As Rowena finished her statement, the people erupted into cheers and applause since now their enemies outside the kingdom will realize they weren't to be trifled with. Even some of them who previously held contempt and anger towards the royal consort for being a leech to the kingdom were now filled with newfound awe and respect, especially for his strength. Never in their dreams could they imagine a mid-level soul warrior defeating 10 soul slayers all on their own. Some were very skeptical about it, but the fact that their queen wouldn't lie or exaggerate about anything made them feel that there must be some truth to it. 2 nights passed while the kingdom was shrouded with hidden tension until they heard of the consort being on the path of successful recovery. The usually silent Demonstone Castle was now bustling with long lines consisting of powerful nobles from various houses lined up to deliver gifts to the royal consort as a gesture that they were hoping he would recover as soon as possible. But these nobles were indirectly competing to make sure the queen and the royal consort would take notice of their presence and efforts. It was pretty rare for such opportunities to come by, otherwise, they wouldn't have any excuse to come by. Some of the nobles from the stronger houses hoped to see the royal consort personally to get acquainted with him, especially since they knew he was going to be quite a powerful and influential figure in the future. It was best to form friendly ties as earliest as possible. Unfortunately for them, the queen had given strict orders that nobody should be allowed to visit the royal consort while he was resting. However, what astonished them was the rumors that the queen hadn't left Asher's room for a long while. Immediately a lot of gossip swam around, wondering what the queen was doing in there with him. This was just unexpected and unprecedented. Few hours ago, Rowena entered Asher's room as soon as the royal physician said Asher was in a stable condition and all he needed was some rest. The maids and other physicians in the room left hurriedly as soon as she entered. Asher had already told Marina to go and spend time with her children since he wanted to be alone with Rowena. Marina felt thankful that he was so understanding even though she wanted to stay with him till he got all right. However, since he insisted, she could only leave thinking that he would be all right, especially with so many physicians looking after him. He wouldn't need her for now. The moment the door behind Rowena closed, Asher sighed. "I know what you are going to say," he said with a soft chuckle as he leaned against the headrest, sitting up, and added, "But no matter how many times you would have warned me, I still would have done it. I have no regrets." Rowena felt her chest lighten upon seeing him acting as usual and noticed how almost all his injuries were healed. However, his face seemed a bit pale, which she thought was because his body was too exhausted from absorbing the powerful medicines. She softly shook her head and said, her cold voice softer, "No. I wasn't planning to make you feel bad for what you did. It's the opposite. I don't know. What to say or what I can do for you after all you went through." Rowena couldn't express how grateful since he almost died to complete a quest for her sake which he wasn't obliged to. But she felt that simply expressing it through words didn't seem right, and thus, It left her confused about what to do. Never before had she felt such confusion. Asha felt a bit amused by her veiled awkwardness and said with a light smile, "For now, there is one thing I want you to do for me, but I don't know if you can spare time for it." Rowena's eyes glowed with an inner light as she came closer and asked, her tone betraying a hint of eagerness, "Tell me. I can temporarily assign someone else to look after the matters of the kingdom for a while." Seeing her determined look, Asha chuckled as he said, "I'm bored of seeing these physicians staying here all the time and feeding me medicinal foods that taste like crap. I can't even sleep with them poking around all the time." Rowena pulled together her brows. "I will order them to stay out unless necessary, but as for the medicinal food you have to eat it till you get better. It will help restore your vitality completely," she firmly said to make sure he doesn't skip such foods. Asha nodded as he said, "Yeah, I know. But I was thinking that if you were to stay here with me and feed me this food it would taste a lot better." His gaze softened as he added, "I also will be able to rest better in your presence." Rowena blinked her eyes as she didn't expect such a request from him. She had never fed anyone else in her life, and thinking of doing it just seemed strange to her. Would it really taste better if she fed it to him? However, she wanted to try it if it would make him happy and rest comfortably. "But I won't make you ignore your duties. How about you make my room your study room till I get better and bring in all your reports and documents? You could teach me as we planned earlier while staying with me as well. I don't want to waste time by doing nothing," Asha said with a light shrug. Rowena contemplated on it for a few moments and felt that it was a good idea since it would probably distract him from any pain he was feeling as well. "I agree, we will do just that," she said with a soft nod. "Rowena hasn't left the room of that vermin for more than a day. What the hell are they doing in there?" Oberon asked with a seething look as he walked to and fro in his training hall, his mother standing on the side. Rebecca had a pained look seeing her son being so anxious and felt even more anger towards Asha since she was sure he somehow made Rowena stay in his room with him, though she just couldn't understand how. "Don't worry, son, nothing is going to happen before the bloodline union test," Rebecca said with a firm nod, though her lips were firmly pressed together. Oberon's eyes shook as he looked at her and said with a cutting gaze, "What? Are you telling me that something will happen? Mother, don't bother downplaying it before me. People are already gossiping that something is up with them." And Oberon's eyes flashed with killing intent as he heard some of his servants gossiping about how the queen must be having some kind of affection for the royal consort. Otherwise, would someone like her sleep inside the room of a sick man with only two of them alone? Of course, Oberon immediately granted them the worst death he could, but he still couldn't shake off this burning sensation in his stomach. "You said she would take the test right away, but why is it not happening? I don't want her spending a second longer in his room. I have been patient for very long, but this is pushing it," Oberon said in a cutting voice. Rebecca clenched her jaw, seeing how worked up her son was getting. Not that she could blame him, she was equally or more frustrated as well, but she didn't want to upset her son even more. Oberon took a deep breath to calm himself down and steady his mind. After doing so, he looked at his mother and said, "Father is incapable of doing what we want. Mother, you should take this into your hands. I have made the necessary preparations, and all you have to do is follow through it. I would have done it myself, but unfortunately, I'm not a senior." Oberon told her what preparations he had made, making Rebecca coldly scoff as she said, "Leave it to me, son. I was going to do that anyway. We won't let him get to her, don't worry." "Mother, please, next time he tries to force you into doing anything dangerous, you have to tell me. He is no less corrupt than any other rotten nobles here," Sati firmly said as she was determined not to let this pass again. She was done seeing her poor mother getting pulled into all kinds of trouble because of him. Marina calmly took a deep breath and held her daughter's hand before looking at her. "Sati, all this time, I didn't say anything because I didn't really know what kind of a man he was, but now after spending the past few days outside alone with him I realized what kind of a man he is. You did right? Sati eagerly asked while feeling worried that he had done something bad to her mother. Marina's eyes glinted with a look of reverence and warmth as she said, "My daughter, you are mistaken in your beliefs about the royal consort. He may not be a perfect man, but he is a man of valor and strength. There is darkness inside him, but at the same time, his heart is noble. I would have died multiple times if not for him, but he risked his life to protect a lowly maid like me. I wouldn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to me if I got captured by them. A traitor like me wouldn't have a good end, and I wouldn't have got to see you again." Sati's lips parted as her expression filled with disbelief after hearing her mother speak about that pervert in a tone of admiration and respect. What in the hell did he do to her mother while they were out? Her mother had never spoken about any soul in such a way as far as she knew. She was actually a woman of few words, but when it came to Asher, she had a lot of words to talk about him. What was going on here? Sati felt that things were worse than she thought and gripped her mother's hand firmly. "Mother, please, don't let him fool you. He doesn't care about you, and I doubt he cares about anyone. He probably only saved you because he needed you or something. I just don't see any other reason." Marina softly smiled as she nodded. "It would be strange if a powerful person like him cared about some little maid like me, but that's fine with me. As long as he needs me, I will be happy to serve him. He has given me a future, and I am indebted to him for that. So, Sati, I know you are worried about me, but I don't want to have this discussion again. I mean it. It isn't proper to badmouth the royal consort behind his back. I don't want you getting on his bad side. Please. Will you be good before him?" Sati felt her chest tighten, realizing that there was no way to convince her mother. That man has somehow used some black magic to fool her mother. Still, she didn't want to upset her mother and nodded with a thin smile. "Okay, mother. If that makes you happy." Marina had a relieved look and smiled as she patted her daughter's face with a gentle gaze before walking away. However, right after she left, Sati clenched her fists as she mumbled, "Asher. I won't let you corrupt my mother anymore. You have to swallow this. There is no way out of this. I fear no man but ... that I can't just take it anymore. Hold your breath and do it. I know how it tastes, but I can't let you leave this room without swallowing this completely. Remember what Igrid said? TSK, fine. But this better be the last one. Cough. Cough. There you go, we are done." Rowena softly looked at Asher with satisfaction as he gulped down the last spoon of medicine with a grimace. This was the hardest part to make him do since he absolutely disliked swallowing this medicine. Not that she found it surprising, she would have slept in her own room, but she didn't feel like wanting to leave him sick and alone in this room, so she put up a bed here to spend the previous night in his room to take care of him as he wanted. And now it was already morning, and it was time for him to take his medicine as instructed by Igrid. However, holding the bowl of medicinal food in her hands, she remembered how she felt an awkwardness that she couldn't explain the first time she fed him. She was not accustomed to this kind of intimate care for another person. Even when her father was recovering from his injuries, all she did was sit by his side and talk while the physicians did the rest. But as hours passed and she saw him lying there, weakened and vulnerable, something inside of her stirred. Perhaps it was a desire to take care of him, to make sure he recovered quickly and fully. She remembered how yesterday she was hesitant, unsure of how to go about feeding him, but as she took a spoonful of the food and brought it to his lips, she noticed how grateful and appreciative he looked. His eyes, usually so stern and commanding, were softened by his illness, and the more she fed him, the more she found herself becoming more comfortable with the act. By now, she was feeling a warmth in her chest that she couldn't explain. It was as if she could sense a connection with him that she had never felt before, or more like they both had shared something special. But one thing that became worse was the taste of the food the physicians kept prescribing. It only seemed to get worse as hours passed. This tastes like it was brewed in the depths of the underworld, Asher said with a half-hearted smile and added, but at least it's better than being down there, I guess. Rowena unconsciously let out a soft chuckle upon hearing his casual, funny remark. Asher heard a soft sound that was similar to a melody and saw her succulent black lips curve gently, giving a small yet distinct impression of amusement. The smile was not full-blown, but it was still noticeable for a moment and added a touch of warmth to her otherwise striking appearance. As Asher caught sight of such a rare sight, he was struck by the beauty of it. Who would have thought someone as stoic as her would have one of the most mesmerizing smiles he had ever seen? I never thought I'd be the cause of such a beautiful smile. My sense of humor mustn't be as bad as I thought. Asher softly chuckled as he looked at her. Rowena's cheeks turned a light shade of pink, and she didn't even realize she had smiled. Hearing his words, she unconsciously averted her gaze, not knowing what to say. It just felt strange, but at the same time, she was surprised she could smile. You know, I have something to give you. Something that belongs to you. I waited this long since I wanted to hand it over to you after I got better. Asher broke the silence as he sat straight up and turned his body towards her. Rowena blinked her eyes and asked, with a subtle shake of her head, "What is it?" She was feeling curious seeing his expression. Asher subtly smiled as he said, "It will be a good surprise for you, so first, I want you to close your eyes and turn around. You shouldn't open your eyes until I say so, deal?" Rowena became even more curious, but she softly nodded as she turned around and closed her eyes. Asher gazed upon the vision of loveliness before him. Rowena sat before him, draped in the silken garments of the night, her long sleek hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of darkness. He took out the crimson heart from his damned dimension and crawled near to her on his knees as she sat on the side of his bed. The crimson stone glimmered in the soft ambient light, casting a warm glow across her porcelain skin. He lifted the necklace and slowly brought it closer to her neck, his eyes fixed on the gentle slope of her collarbone. Nothing happened for a moment or two, but Rowena suddenly felt a light touch of something warm being fastened around her neck. She felt his rough hands brushing against her skin, causing her to catch her breath. "I found this during the quest, and I knew it had to be something special to you, and I wanted you to have it. You can open your eyes now." Asher leaned in, his breath whispering against her ear and his voice tender. Rowena's eyelids flickered open, and coincidentally there was a large mirror right in front of her. Her brows raised as her eyes quivered upon seeing the crimson necklace on her neck. Her eyes fluttered shut, her heart swelling with complicated emotions as she felt the weight of the necklace around her neck. As she gently touched the necklace, her eyes became warm and moist. The drop of fiery blood inside the pear-shaped crimson gem glowed with a soft, warm light upon her touch as if resonating with her. She heard the gentle voice of a woman echoing in her mind. "My dearest daughter, my heart is filled with love and pride as I leave this message for you. Your blood anniversary is coming soon, and I, unfortunately, can't be with you at that time due to this important quest I must undertake. I know you might be sad and disappointed in me, however, you are my greatest treasure, and I leave this necklace to you as a gift and as a symbol of my love. Wear it always with pride, my dear owner, and know that wherever I may be, my spirit will always be with you and protect you till I reunite with you." The words of her late mother echoed in her mind, making her heart ache in a similar way when she heard the news of the death of her father. Asher saw Rowena's body subtly quiver and how her aura was shaky. He heard her gulping air softly and gently gathered her into his strong arms. He held her close, rubbing her back gently as he whispered in her ears, "It's fine, Rowena. It's okay to let it all out. Only I am here." Asher's words were like the catalyst that made the weight of her loss press down on her. For so long, she had kept her emotions locked away, believing that as the queen of this kingdom, she couldn't afford to show any signs of weakness or get distracted by them. But now, with Asher's encouragement and the heavy emotions in her heart, she let those emotions break through, and the tears flowed freely down her face. Asher didn't say anything but continued to hold her close, simply giving her warmth and letting her mourn and grieve for her parents. Rowena felt Asher's warm embrace as a balm to her soul, and for the first time since the passing of her loved ones, she felt a sense of peace and comfort. As the tears slowly subsided, Rowena slowly turned her head to look at him, Thank you for everything." Rowena realized how much this man, who was once a soulless consort to her, had come to mean to her. He gave her the peace she had been seeking all this time. Asher softly smiled as he lightly shook his head. "You aren't alone anymore. I will be beside you for the rest of your life and never let you go," Asher softly whispered as he leaned his face a bit closer till their faces were barely an inch or two away from each other. Rowena felt her heart skip a beat, stirring with emotion. With his face so close to hers, she felt her guard lowering. His eyes were like pools of gentle flames, warm and inviting, and before she knew it, she found herself leaning toward him. The heat from his breath on her skin sent shivers down her skin, and she felt her heart flutter as she felt her lips touching his warm lips. It was a moment of raw and vulnerable emotion, a moment where her soul found comfort in his embrace as time stood still for her. Rowena felt a rush of emotions as she finally pressed her lips against Asher's. It was as if a spark had lit a flame within her, a flame that was fueled by the raw and intense passion she felt for him without her realizing it. Her heart beat faster and faster with each passing moment as if it was trying to catch up with the explosive feelings that were coursing through her. She felt like she was in a dream, and for some reason, she didn't want to wake up from this dream. As Asher locked lips with Rowena, he could feel her soft, warm lips pressing against his. He held her close and savored the sweetness of her succulent lips, but he couldn't help but feel a strange stirring within himself. As the kiss deepened, Asher could feel her tender and warm emotions trying to seep into his soul, which was both exhilarating and terrifying. Exhilarating because it awakened a range of complex emotions within him. On the one hand, her kiss was filled with passion and love, reminding him of the tender moments he had shared with her, a broken bar, something he once yearned and cherished. On the other hand, the mere thought of Era made him feel a mix of anger and pain, making him hate himself for allowing himself to be vulnerable again. Knock. Suddenly, the intense and warm moment was abruptly interrupted by a soft knock on the door. As if she got started, Rowena instantly pulled away from Asher, breaking out from her daze and her eyes darting towards the sound. Forgive me for the disturbance, but delegates from distinguished houses are here, awaiting your presence, your majesty." "Delegates at this time?" Rowena mumbled with furrowed brows and then raised her head as she said, "Tell them to wait." The maid left right away. Though awkward silence descended in the room as the two remained still, staring at each other, Asher cleared his throat and said with a soft smile, "Why don't you go ahead and see what is going on? It seems important for all those delegates to come all the way here." Rowena blinked her eyes as she silently nodded and slowly walked towards the door. She raised one of her hands to touch her lips, her cheeks carrying a reddish hue. The moment Rowena closed the door behind her, Asher calmly took a breath with closed eyes. "Never again a broken bar." He then slowly opened his eyes, his lips curving into a subtle, cold smile with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes upon getting a few steps closer to getting what he wanted. A few moments later, the door of his room opened as a red-skinned woman timidly entered after asking permission mentally. "Mariner Broken Bar, I was thinking of summoning you when you arrived right away. It makes me wonder if you already know me well enough to read my mind," Asher said with a smile as he got off the bed. "Master." Marina suddenly fell to her knees with moist eyes and kowtowed before him. "I know I have let you down, Master of Broken Bar. I am prepared to accept any consequences for endangering your life. I had no idea they could track me using the brand of a traitor, which my blood bears. If you want me to forfeit my life, I will do that, Buta Broken Bar. All I ask is to spare my children." Marina still couldn't shake off the guilt after her master almost died at the hands of her people. She was afraid that something like this would repeat and didn't want to endanger him again. She didn't get a chance to talk to him ever since he arrived, since he hadn't recovered until now, and so she was left with tension, wondering how he was really feeling about what happened. Asher narrowed his eyes upon seeing her kneeling before his feet. "You really wish to die, Marina?" Asher asked in a low voice. "Yeah, Broken Bar, no a Broken Bar, but I don't want anything to happen to Master again because of me, a Broken Bar. I have only wronged you in the past, and yet you have given me strength and hope. I would have died in their hands if not for Master, so the life I have now doesn't belong to me. I do not know how else I could ever make up for my wrongs towards you," Marina said in a fragile voice as she tried her best to hold in her tears. She felt she had misjudged her master all this time. She thought he would lash out at her, especially since he must still be feeling grudgeful towards her for remaining a silent accomplice when he got tortured for 14 years. Any other man in his place would have granted her a fate worse than death, even if he reduced her to a slave. He never broke her or went after her family when any other noble would have done it, and so, from the bottom of her heart, she wished to really let her fate rest in his hands, thinking that was the right thing to do. Asher curved his lips upon seeing her in such turmoil because of her guilt. Things were happening better than he expected. Even if he was angry at Marina for remaining silent about his torture, he didn't want to break her and destroy her world, especially not when he saw her potential the moment he made her his slave. Despite being a level 5 at that time, he realized her bloodline wasn't ordinary, considering the powerful yet immature abilities she had. Those abilities would mature once she becomes stronger and could come quite in handy to him. This only made sense when he learned from Draven that she was the daughter of the previous clan leader of the Dark Moon clan. However, he can never make her serve him to her full potential if she doesn't have the heart to truly serve him or if she loathes him. This was where the slave seal wouldn't be of any use. As a hunter, he had seen how demons with powerful slaves died just because their slaves never truly cared about them and instead only wished they would die so that they could get free. This was why no intelligent demon would go around putting slave seals on people they wanted to wholeheartedly serve for them. As for Marina, to make her wholeheartedly serve him, he had to make sure she felt like her world revolved around him through pure loyalty. And when that happens, even if she didn't have the slave crest, she would still be enslaved to him. This was the idea that struck him after he heard how her late husband was loyal to the end to his master. This was one of the main reasons why he wanted to make her put her faith in him by shielding her from the werewolves. And to make sure she didn't forget her place, all he had to do was instill enough fear whenever necessary. "Rise, Marina," Asher ordered as Marina wiped her eyes and slowly stood up, her head still lowered. "Ah." Marina was startled when Asher suddenly pulled her towards him before raising her chin with his finger. She gulped as his dark yellow eyes stared into hers. "By now, you should have understood that the punishment you deserve for your crimes is not death. Otherwise, I would have killed you on the same day I killed that wretched goblin maid," Asher said, his voice cold and hard. Marina's lips quivered as she shuddered just thinking about how that maid died. "Thus, your punishment is having your soul and heart chained to me. That is why I made you a slave, because I want you to belong completely to me and serve me for the rest of your life. I don't want you to ever forget that I am your one and only master, but I am not that cruel to not reward my servants I am fond of." Marina blinked her eyes as she slowly looked up at him. Asher loosened his grip around her wrist and gently hugged her waist as he cupped her face. "I meant what I said right before Eradicator came. Over the past month, you have carried out your duties well, and I have grown to become fond of you. That is why I saved you from your own people who don't value or care about you at all. You belong at my side rather than theirs." Master a broken bar. Marina teared up as her face began to turn redder. She felt warmth spreading in her chest, and in his embrace, she felt as if she wasn't abandoned anymore. Even if she was just a servant, she now at least had a place to belong to. Broken Bar by his side. A Broken Bar, someone who would never throw her away for something that wasn't even her fault. "You won't make me regret it, A Broken Bar, right?" Asher asked as he softly caressed her juicy red lips. Marina's eyes became soft as she strongly nodded. "I swear on my and my children's souls that such a day would never come." These words were heavy with emotion since Marina conveyed that if she ever makes him regret it, then her and her children's soul would be cursed forever. She didn't want to include her children, but she was that confident and determined to not wrong him ever and couldn't find any other words to convince him. Asher could feel the sincerity and fierce determination in her voice and subtly smiled. "I believe you, Marina." Saying so, Asher leaned closer to his face as Marina softly whispered with a blush, "Thank you, Master a Broken Bar," and the next moment, Both their lips engaged in a passionate kiss where Marina no longer seemed to have a hint of hesitation or reluctance like before. One could see how her kiss was filled with passion, stemming from her heart and soul. What is the meaning of this? Why are they all here? Rowena asked upon seeing all the delegates seated downstairs. Saran had a baffled look as well, since he had no idea when or why these delegates suddenly came now. He had a difficult time trying to answer her, since if he doesn't, it would make him look incompetent. They are here to stand witness for the Broken Bar bloodline union test, Your Majesty. It must be because we had scheduled it earlier, Saran said, while his mind raced to quickly think of the words to say after. Rowena furrowed her brows as she said, the test was scheduled yesterday, which I postponed for obvious reasons. I never said anything about postponing it to today. I don't think they are ignorant enough to not know the condition of my consort. Did you tell them to come? Saran's eyes widened as he immediately shook his head. Of course not, Your Majesty. I asked them to come, Your Majesty. A woman's voice sounded from the side as Rowena turned her head to see Rebecca walking towards her with a light smile. Saran took a deep breath as he shut his eyes close, feeling angry and frustrated. As expected, Rebecca had to butt in again and make things worse. Rowena subtly frowned and asked, "And who told you to do that?" Rebecca expected this question and said with a genuine expression, "I thought your consort would be healthy by today. That is why I thought today would be an auspicious day to conduct the test, especially since the people can't stop singing praises for him after hearing about his astonishing feats. If we do the test and hopefully get the good news of a perfect union, it will boost the morale and happiness of our people. I apologize if I overstepped, but I thought it would be what you wanted as well." Rowena's eyes became absent as she thought about the bloodline union test. It was something she was now reluctant to conduct. Asher was not a vampire like her, and practically there can never be a perfect union between two different races. For the past few days, she had been so distracted by his disappearance and health that this test wasn't the priority in her mind, because of which she never gave it much thought. However, now, especially after what happened, she was concerned for Asher. If the results turn up bad, then a broken bar. Rowena didn't even want to think about it further. Instead, she looked at Rebecca with a stone-cold look and said, "You overstepped, Rebecca, so an apology to only me won't do. Go and apologize to the delegates for wasting their time, since the royal consort has yet to fully recover. As for the data broken bar, I will be the one to decide when, not you, no matter the reason. Am I clear?" Rowena sternly stressed the final sentence. Rebecca's expression fell while Saran rubbed his forehead as he inwardly let out a tired and helpless sigh. Rebecca didn't expect such a strong reaction from Rowena, especially when she made sure to make it seem as if she was doing the kingdom and her a favor. In fact, Rowena should be feeling relieved that she would get to marry again, to a vampire with a powerful noble bloodline. Even if she doesn't want to let go of someone with an immortal bloodline, she can still keep him as a consort on the side. So why was she reacting like this? She didn't want to believe Rowena actually cared about that alien who had burdened her and the kingdom for all these years. Or did she really start to look at him in a different light just because he protected some grove? Even if the hunters had destroyed it, it wouldn't be hard to rebuild it. Rebecca felt her face itch just thinking about the thought of apologizing to the delegates and making them think that she had wasted their time. "It's fine, Rowena, we shouldn't make them feel like they wasted their time." Asher's voice echoed from behind as Rowena looked at him with raised brows. Rebecca had a look of disbelief upon hearing this brat come out and say that he was okay with the test happening now. She couldn't believe things were happening this easily, and this was the first time she genuinely felt like thanking him for being a fool. Saran felt that something seemed off. He didn't know if he was putting up an act, but he could feel that Asher was filled with some kind of confidence for him to come up and say this. He wondered if this had anything to do with Rowena staying in his room for so long. Who knows what happened between them? Still, he shot a glance at Rebecca, warning her to just keep her mouth shut until this was over, but all he got was a cutting glare from her, making him let out a subtle frustrated sigh. Rowena immediately walked towards him and asked in a low voice, "Asher, are you sure about this? The results can make things a broken bar problematic for you, a broken bar for us. Asher softly smiled and said, it's fine, we can't dodge this anyway, so it's better we get it over with and deal with the results later. A broken bar, no matter what it is going to be. Asher seemed like he was calm about this whole thing. Still, inwardly he was only partially worried about the result due to him not being the same race as Rowena. The only reason he didn't want to show his worry was to not make himself appear vulnerable before his enemies. It was best to keep them on the edge. However, he had faith in his immortal bloodline, and having a superior bloodline had to compensate for some things, right? He had already read some information on bloodline mixing, and even if he didn't read anything he wanted to see, he read that those with a superior bloodline and of a different race had a higher chance of fathering healthy children even if the chances were low. But he read nothing about a superior bloodline being able to form a perfect union with a person from a different race, no matter the conditions. This was the only thing that worried him, but considering how his relationship with Rowena had taken a huge step forward, he felt he could deal with whatever result was coming his way. He knew any married couple from any decent background in the demon realm would conduct a bloodline union test before they tried to copulate. However, seeing how the delegates had arrived even when Rowena didn't tell them to, and with Rebecca standing right here, he could guess that she wanted this test to happen as soon as possible. The reason was too obvious. He knew she and her family would continue employing dirty tactics to pressure Rowena and make this test happen right away. So it was better to get ahead of it. Rowena firmly pressed her lips together, not knowing what to do now that Asher was okay with taking the test. She also knew he was right. They had to do this test anyway, and there was no way around it. It seems my consort is healthy enough to take the test. You can start with the preparations, Rowena ordered with a brief turn of her head, making Saren give a brief bow and say, I will summon the royal examiner, Your Majesty. And I shall direct the delegates to the testing hall, Rebecca said with a light bow, though inwardly she was grinning side to side. All these delegates represented every powerful house in the kingdom, especially House Thorn and House Valentine, since they will be standing witness. The moment the test was over, every single people in the kingdom will come to know that the blood of this alien will never mix with their noble bloodline. Most of the maids and servants in the castle rushed towards the testing hall to make preparations to hold the test and to make sure everything was proper. This test was a very important event for the entire kingdom, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. People were already anxious and excited that the test was going to happen today itself. There were already a lot of gossip and speculations about the rumors, though most of them were bummed knowing that the test results won't be favorable for the royal consort. It was common sense that two different bloodlines could never be a perfect match, and so they were wondering what their queen would do once she found out she couldn't have a child with him. Even if the test shows they can, it wouldn't matter if a perfect union doesn't happen. Some of them were already preparing a list of possible suitors the queen might pick to marry again. They were already placing bets on who it could be. In Asher's room, Marina was meticulously helping her master dress up in his best black robes with dark golden embroidery. Her movements were a mix of nervousness and determination. She carefully and expertly brushed his long silver hair, making sure it was neat and presentable. Her fingers shook slightly as she fastened his tunic, but she kept her face neutral, not wanting to reveal her inner turmoil to her master. With each button she fastened, her mind raced with worries and doubts, but she pushed them aside, not wanting to offend him with her thoughts. However, Asher noticed the subtle hints of worry etched on her face. "What's on your mind, Marina?" he asked, his tone deep and his gaze fixed. Marina hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up as she timidly raised her head to look at him. "Master, I hope I don't offend you, a broken bar, but I am just worried for you because of the test." Asher subtly smirked as he said, "There's no need to fret. The result of the test won't change who I am or what I can become." Marina nodded with a small smile. "You are right, Master. I apologize for thinking otherwise. I only wish the best outcome for you." Marina realized that it was wrong of her to think her master didn't know how to deal with these kinds of things. Nevertheless, she decided to pray for him till it was over. A broken bar. The testing hall was grand and magnificent. with tall pillars and chandeliers that cast a warm yet dark golden light on the grand audience. The delegates from all the powerful houses were seated on either side of the room, their faces a mixture of curiosity, skepticism, and excitement. In the center of the room was a raised platform with a large table, on which rested a small black bowl. At the head of the platform stood the royal examiner, a highly regarded figure in the kingdom known for his impartiality and wisdom. He was a tall man with a short white beard and piercing eyes that commanded respect. He raised his hand, calling from the room to fall into silence, making the delegates immediately seal their lips out of respect. Rebecca and Saran were also inside the hall, seated at the front. Saran had a neutral look on his face while Rebecca had an expectant light in his eyes, her arms crossed and her fingers tapping against her elbow, eager to witness the result. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face when all this gets done and over. Clack. The sound of the large doors of the hall opening echoed through the hall as the people took a deep breath upon sensing a strong, majestic presence settling in the hall. As Rowena got closer to the platform, her regal presence commanded the attention of all those in the room. She was dressed in a flowing gown of black, her hair styled in a crown of braids that glimmered in the soft light. She walked with grace and poise that was unmatched, her eyes fixed firmly on the platform ahead. Asher followed close behind, his tall, muscular frame radiating an air of confidence. He was dressed in formal attire, his silver hair styled in a sleek ponytail that hung down his back. His eyes roamed over the audience, taking in the delegates and their reactions. The atmosphere in the hall became electric with anticipation once the main characters for the test had arrived, but they all knew what the result was going to be and was anticipating what was going to happen afterward. Some of them sighed, thinking it was a pity the royal consort wasn't of the same race, otherwise, things could have become really great for their kingdom. Please, the royal examiner bowed deeply as the queen and her consort stepped onto the platform and gestured for them to stand on the opposite side of the table while he stood in between. Rowena's expression was reserved, but inwardly she couldn't calm her heart. She silently glanced at Asher to see what he was thinking, but all she could see was the usual subtle smile on his face that made it seem like nothing could faze him. The royal examiner was one of the main keepers of the ancient knowledge that had been passed down through the generations. Only someone like him was qualified to conduct such a delicate and important test that would reveal any problems in the union of two people. He slowly clasped his hands together with his eyes closed, which also signified the test had started, and the entire hall was plunged into complete silence. The royal examiner began to chant the incantation that would bring forth the truth. The air shimmered and shifted as the spell took hold, and the examiner reached out to draw a drop of blood from the queen and her consort. Asher saw the royal examiner simply gently tapping a silver needle on his palm, and a drop of dark red blood escaped from his skin and floated outwards. With deliberate care, the royal examiner mixed the 2 drops of blood and let it settle down inside the black stone bowl which he was holding. The delegates held their collective breath as the test went on while the royal examiner's expression was unreadable. Rebecca was stroking her skin with her nails in anticipation while inwardly smiling in confidence about the outcome. With a look of reverence, the royal examiner placed the black bowl on the table, and the next moment a sudden burst of dark light shot out from the bowl. SHZZZ, everyone gasped as they saw the dark light form a massive image of an eerie skeletal dragon, its bony frame towering over the testing hall like an ominous beast from the netherworld. Its hollow eyes, glowing with crimson blood, seemed to gaze into the very souls of those gathered, striking fear into the hearts of the delegates, including even Rebecca, who couldn't even move a finger. Its bony wings, composed of a fiery glow, stretched out into the abyss, creating a truly intimidating sight. One sight that made it stand out from an ordinary dragon's skeleton was the sharp and curved fangs illuminated by the crimson glow of its fiery breath. It was a sight that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest experts present in the hall. The dragon's body was engulfed in crimson flames, each flickering tendril a testament to the raw power it seemed to possess. It seemed as if the dragon had been born from the very flames of hell, its skeletal form serving as a symbol of death and destruction. Its presence filled the hall with a sense of unease, making those gathered acutely aware of their own mortality. "Praise the devil, Sir Broken Bar," the royal examiner mumbled, his eyes wide with awe and a hint of fear. He slowly kneeled on the platform while gazing upon the eerie, almost otherworldly sight of this dragon. Asher and Rowena had their eyes frozen and fixed at this magnificent yet terrifying sight. Rowena's eyebrows raised in awe as her eyes became transfixed on it, while Asher had a look of disbelief, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Almost everyone in the hall was struck with a mixture of shock and awe, for this was the first time in centuries that a union between two different bloodlines had produced such a powerful result. Rowena stepped forward, her hand outstretched towards the dragon. She seemed to be in a daze, reaching out to touch the flames, to bask in its light. However, the moment she barely touched it, the dragon flew upwards and spread out its huge wings before opening its more wide as raging flames escaped from within. Roar! The delegates sat frozen in their seats, watching as the dragon let out a thunderous roar that shook their very souls, a sound that echoed throughout the hall and sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. They had witnessed a number of bloodline union tests in their lives, but none of them were as shocking and unnerving as this. The royal examiner's nerves shook in reverence and fear as he slowly stood up and declared loudly, "Behold, a union born of fire and darkness, of passion and fortitude, has come to pass, a union of unparalleled power and strength that shall be remembered for generations to come." The examiner's words hung in the air like a prophecy, and the next moment the blazing skeleton dragon turned into a dark light before shooting into the black bowl. An unnatural silence descended in the hall as the black bowl stopped glowing, and all that remained inside was a mixture of 2 drops of blood, while a strange tension filled the air in the hall. A palpable tension still filled the air. All eyes were fixed on the platform where the queen and her consort were gazing at each other with indescribable expressions, though it was apparent that their moods were far different than when they entered. The delegates, who were expecting a disastrous outcome, were now left in stunned silence, with jaws agape, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Never in their lives or in the history of this kingdom had they ever witnessed or heard something like this. However, none of their reaction was as intense as Rebecca's. The words of the royal examiner were as clear as they could get. It was more than just a perfect union. Even if she wanted to complain, she can't, since it would be akin to disrespecting the royal examiner and his words. She could barely hold herself together as, inwardly, she was seething with anger and shock. Her eyes burned with spitefulness as she witnessed his unexpected triumph. Her plans to discredit Asher indirectly through the test and sideline him were now in shambles. Her thoughts were in a whirlwind as she was filled with a mixture of anger, frustration, and defeat. Never before in her life had she felt her hopes getting shattered like this. She was livid, but she knew that she couldn't even show her true emotions right now, not before all these people. Long live the queen and her consort. She saw how all the delegates got out of their reverie and deeply bowed to congratulate Rowena and that brat. Knowing that she had to follow suit, with a heavy movement, she got up, forced to smile, and bowed, even though everything inside her was telling her to lash out. She didn't even want to imagine how her poor Oberon would react upon hearing this news. If possible, she would want to shield him from this news. "Pull yourself together," Saran whispered to her before walking forward to congratulate them. Rebecca clenched her fists as she took a deep breath. "This union is not just perfect, but a symbol of hope for our people. May it bring peace and prosperity to the kingdom for generations to come." One of the older delegates stepped forward and declared to congratulate the two. He bowed not only to the queen but also to the consort, since he knew this young man was going to be a force to reckon with in the future. Even if he doesn't, the fact that his offspring with the queen would be the strongest demon to ever exist was enough to make him feel respect and admiration for him. Now was a great time to form a connection with him and inform the lord of his house about this great news. Another delegate stepped forward and said after bowing, "This is a new hope for our kingdom, a beacon of light in these dark times." The other delegates spoke of great things to come, of the strength and power that this union would bring to the kingdom, and of the glory that lay ahead. Most of them were now filled with excitement and a strong hope that their kingdom would surely rise to new heights, and now feared and respected House Drake even more. They all knew that House Drake had been in decline for a century or more, especially due to a lot of deaths, most of them being closely related to the Queen. All of them were powerhouses whose deaths caused not only House Drake's but the kingdom's strength to fall as well. However, now that the Queen was married to someone with an immortal bloodline with a perfect union, they felt as if the devils were compensating House Drake and the kingdom for all the losses it suffered. Rowena stood tall and proud, her gaze sweeping across the delegates. She lifted her chin, and with regal grace, she inclined her head, acknowledging the words of the delegates. Her voice was warm and rich. "I am honored by your words," she said, "and grateful for the support of the kingdom. This union is not just about myself and my consort but about the future of our people. Together, we will work to restore our kingdom to its former glory and pave the path for a better future for our people." As Rowena graced the delegates with her words, her gaze softly landed on Asher, her eyes brimming with a mix of happiness and warmth. She couldn't remember the last time she felt at ease about the future and everything. One thing she knew was that none of it would have been possible without him. Asher felt her gaze and softly smiled before moving his hand to gently take hold of her hand. Rowena couldn't help but let a small smile grace her lips. The warmth of his touch seeped into her, and for the briefest of moments, she felt her walls break down and her guard lower despite being in front of other people. Even if it was just a year, she felt alone, shouldering the weight of the kingdom on her own and the loss of her loved ones she had been shouldering since she was a child. But now she had someone by her side who would support her and help her shoulder her burdens, be it about the kingdom or about herself. She couldn't wait to see what her future with him would be like and inwardly expressed her gratitude towards her late father for bringing him to her. The hall was filled with a mix of subtle gasps and whispers as the delegates observed this unexpected and intimate exchange between their queen and her consort. Never in their lives did they expect to see such a mesmerizing smile from their queen. They had never seen her smile before and didn't know if she could. Maybe the rumors about the Queen having affection for her consort, especially since she took care of him personally when he was sick, were true. They felt like they were looking at a couple who married out of love. Rebecca had a strained look in her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Was Rowena really in love with that brat? If that were the case, that smug-faced brat would cause her even more problems, especially now that he has so much support. Just thinking about it made her feel like pulling her hair. She felt as if this day was getting worse and worse for her. Her only relief was that Oberon wasn't here to see this, but that didn't matter since, just like everyone, he would also know that once a perfect union was discovered between a couple, it wouldn't be long before they took part in bonding with their bodies. It was a custom, a tradition that had been practiced since ancient times, and the same went for someone as powerful as the Queen as well. Not even she would stray away from the traditions that had been ingrained into her bones. Just like any other person in this kingdom, she felt her head spin, feeling angry and sad for her poor son, who had yearned to marry Rowena and become her king for decades. She now only wished for this session to end quickly so that she could go home and comfort her son before he gets too upset. But suddenly, her eyes narrowed upon seeing Asher making his way past the delegates and approaching her. She straightened her back and wondered why this annoying brat was coming towards her. Asher had a sly smirk playing on his lips. He stood close to her, his voice low as he spoke. "I do hope you enjoyed the show, Princess Consort. It seems I have succeeded where you hoped I would fail." Rebecca couldn't believe the cheek of this guy to come up here and talk to her like this. "Do not presume to understand my intentions," she said in a low voice through gritted teeth. Asher just chuckled and said, "Of course, Princess, I wouldn't dream of it, or would I?" Rebecca was this close to feeling like slapping off his annoying smirk from his face. Never before in her life did a junior like him have the audacity to taunt someone as senior and powerful as her. His smug grin was only fueling her rage as she tried to maintain her composure, but despite her best efforts, she could feel her cheeks flushing with anger. However, Upon seeing Rowena walking in her direction, she put on her best smile. Asher chuckled at seeing how quickly this woman changed her face and looked at Rowena as he said, "You came at the right time, Rowena. I was just telling Princess Rebecca how it's a pity that the rest of her family wasn't here to witness the test. Maybe we should all hold a celebration, exclusive for only the members of our house. What do you say about that, Princess Rebecca?" Rebecca felt like her eyes might pop out of her sockets if he keeps pushing her like this. Rowena gently nodded and said as she looked at Asher, "If you wish for it, then we can hold one and celebrate your achievements as well." Rowena felt that he deserved it, especially after going through so much. "It will be an honor for us to attend," Rebecca said with a pleased smile, though inwardly, she was scratching at her nerves. "I have no doubt," Asher said with a subtle smile. "I apologize, Your Majesty and Your Highness. Please go ahead while we wind up everything here. We wouldn't want to waste any more of your precious time, and in the meantime, I will coordinate with the High Seer to decide on an auspicious date for the sacred union." Seren suddenly came up and said with a respectful bow. Asher knew that this sacred union was only decided after a perfect union was discovered. He couldn't believe these guys even gave high importance to things like this for something humans generally considered not a big deal, but he had no complaints at all if that meant he got to do what he must. Rowena gave a short nod, though her gaze momentarily became distracted upon hearing the word sacred union. The atmosphere in the testing hall finally relaxed as both the queen and her consort left, though the news of their astonishing union spread like wildfire around the kingdom. "HMPH, aren't you so eager to put them on the same bed?" Rebecca asked in a low voice as she looked at Seren with a veiled scowl. Seren let out a tired sigh as he said in a low voice, "We have to let it go, Rebecca. Time and time again, the devils have favored that boy, and if we keep standing in the way, we are the ones going to get hurt, so just go with the flow for now and accept it." Rebecca's eyes widened, seeing how Seren was giving up already. She stepped forward with a heavy step. "Not while I am still breathing," she said with a cutting glare before leaving with heavy footsteps. Seren took a slow, deep breath while staring at her disappearing figure with a narrowed gaze. Cucus was foolishly smiling as he enjoyed a sweet, peachy dream. The female centaur again came to him and was about only an inch away from kissing him after falling for his manly charms. "Stupid Cucus, get up already." Cucus was shocked when he saw the female centaur's gentle expression suddenly turning into a scowl and shouting at him while throwing a bucket of cold water over him. Why so cruel?" Cucus let out an aggrieved cry as he shielded his body with his arms. He jolted awake, feeling cold and wet, only to see his sister's annoyed face looming above him. "No. What did you do to my lover?" Cucus sputtered, wiping the water from his face. The dream felt so real he was disappointed that his sister wouldn't even let him stay there. City clicked her tongue as she twisted his ear. "What lover? Stop babbling like a fool. Do you have any idea what time of day it is or what you were even supposed to do?" "Oh, don't tear my ear off." Cucus grimaced as she kept twisting it around, but hearing her words, he asked with a look of indignation, "What am I supposed to do? You won't even let me sleep in peace after I toiled so hard when the consort went missing. I never even left his room, and you still want to question my dedication." City's nostrils flared as she pinched his ear. "Don't spout nonsense before me. I clearly remember telling you to keep an eye on Asher and our mother, especially when they were at the Tower of Hell, so you better tell me what you found out right now or else." Wait, I think I remember something. But because you are holding onto my ear, it's making it difficult for me to remember," Cucus said as he grimaced. City let out a subtle harumph as she let go of his ear and crossed her arms as she asked sternly, "Now tell me without talking nonsense. I don't have time to waste." "But wait. If I tell on the royal consort, won't I be an unfaithful servant?" Cucus mumbled to himself as if it suddenly clicked, but be gulped upon seeing City clenching his fist. "Oh yes, I remember now." City's eyes narrowed as her ears perked. "I just remembered boss must be expecting me. See you later, sister." Cucus jumped out of bed with his tongue out as he lunged for the exit. How can he tell her that he actually knew nothing? Boss told him to stay out, and it was not his fault that he got distracted by the hidden desires of his heart during his time at the tower. OWW, but his expression twisted into a grimace when City suddenly tripped him, and he fell to the floor. HMPH, at this point, only a good beating from me will make you remember, City said as she rubbed her hands together. Cookus's thoughts raced to stop her somehow when a memory clicked. I got it. I smelled our mother's scent on his bedsheet. This was something he noticed earlier but didn't pay much attention to since the bed was so soft he dozed off right away. He went into his room to clean it, but how could he miss the chance to try the bed of a noble? What? City had a baffled look as she pulled him up by his collar and asked, "Are you telling me the truth?" "I swear on my lover, I am," Cookus said with his hands clasped together. City let go of him as she turned around and scratched her nails together vigorously. "No. That can't be." City's eyes were uncontrollably shaking as she immediately stormed off the room while Cookus was left scratching his head, wondering what was up with her. But suddenly, it dawned on him, if his mother's scent was on his boss bedsheet, does this mean that she was sleeping with him? His eyes widened, and his brows raised as he wondered, will mother get pregnant with his child? Won't that make me the stepson of the royal consort? Exclamation mark. A wide grin hung on his lips as he couldn't fathom the potential opportunities that were going to open up for him from this unexpected yet beautiful union. He jumped back onto the bed, dreaming of his bright future and already making plans to make sure his future half-brother or sister would become his loyal followers. Never had he felt so satisfied with his future. All the licking of his boss feet finally paid off. City made some preparations to make sure her mother would be kept busy for a while. She then stood in front of Asher's chambers and knocked on his door firmly. "Come in." His smug tone sounded from within as she pushed open the door and closed it from behind. "The Battlemaster coming into my room of her own volition. I hope I am not misunderstanding anything, am I?" Asher said with a subtle grin as he continued to lean against his chair while reading a book. City was grinding her teeth, somehow holding in her anger before asking in a hard tone, "May I have permission to speak freely?" Asher let out a short laugh as he asked, "You mean permission to speak rudely to me?" City wrinkled her nose, though Asher waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, it's been a while since I missed your sweet words." City took a look at his bed before looking at him and asked with a clenched jaw, "What are you doing with my mother?" As she asked, she slowly walked over to the bed, standing near it. Asher curved one of the corners of his lips while still reading his book. "Your mother? Don't worry, I have no complaints about her. She has been fulfilling her duties as a maid very well. You should probably learn one or two things from her." City pinched her lips, feeling like every single word from his mouth was carrying a double meaning. "Did you force my mother to do anything unpleasant?" she asked upon feeling the strong scent of her mother in this room. The sheets of the bed were changed and thus she had to believe Cookus was telling the truth. Asher raised one of his brows without taking his eyes off the book. "Force, that is such a strong word to say to me. Your mother has been so sweet and kind to me. Despite being a maid, I actually respect her at some level. You can ask her and see if I forced her to do anything. Sometimes I even let her sleep on my bed because of how tired and exhausted she becomes after serving me. Such a poor thing your mother is." Asher let out a sigh of pity as he shook his head. City blinked her eyes in confusion because his words sounded like he was reassuring her, which explains why Cookus smelled her scent on his bed, but at the same time, these words caused her to be disturbed as well, making her feel that it just didn't sound right. She remembered how her mother acted when she confronted her about getting in danger because of him. What did he do to her mother to make her like that? Asher couldn't stop grinning on the inside, finding it quite amusing and satisfying to see City feeling so confused and angry but couldn't make sense of anything. But, Asher raised his gaze to look at her and ask, "Even if I did force her to do something, can she refuse? As my maid, even if I tell her to die, she has to do it, and there is nothing you can do about it, can you?" Asher said as he closed the book and slowly walked towards her. "You wouldn't." City pinched her lips, knowing how helpless her poor mother was. He was right about her not being able to do anything since her mother's bad luck made it so that she ended up as his maid. Just thinking about it made her feel very unsettled, and she wanted to warn him sternly to not cause trouble for her mother, but she didn't want to risk angering him lest he took it out on her mother. She had never felt so helpless in a long while and only felt even more angry and frustrated because of it. Even if she tried to act friendly with him as a way to appease him, he would only find it amusing, and nothing will change. She knew a pervert like him would only take advantage of any kindness she might show. Now, I was joking. Why are you getting all tensed? Asher chuckled with a smile as he stood before her, though her expression didn't relax at all. I can't think of a better maid than her, but if you are feeling that uneasy, you are free to take her place. I am kind enough to put out such an offer to ease your worries. What do you think? Asher asked with a wink. HMPH, I am not an idiot to consider your offer, she said with a sharp look. She felt her face burn at seeing him humiliate her with such an offer. Asher shrugged and said, well then ... my offer will always stand whenever you feel like it. Now leave, you no longer have permission to speak freely. She took a sharp, deep breath. As she left his room with heavy steps, she felt like all her questions were answered, but at the same time, why wasn't she able to settle down her worries? She felt she had to keep on observing till she could form any conclusions. Hello everyone, Mr.lightnov here. I would greatly appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, and share this novel.